Hey y'all, I'm Ada K. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Yes, it is early. I'm early. Have a lot to do today. Wanted to hop on and say hello a little early. Get some housekeeping done before we get into trial. Hope you're doing well this morning. Good morning, beloveds. Good morning to 80s Music Man. Welcome, welcome. I hope this finds you well. Wow, we've got a lot going on today. Today we have the Ole Miss student murder trial, and I'm yawning already. Going into closing arguments and our closing statements, depends on how you say it, and then we're going to start a new trial during verdict watch. Oh, that tastes so good. Grab your cup of tea, cup of coffee, whatever you enjoy. Get your breakfast, sit down, and let's get going with our day. Thank you for joining me. How you doing, Mr. 80s Music Man? I'm just going to call you 80s Music or 80s Man. Sorry. That's okay with you. But few things I want to talk about. We are going to be watching, starting the trial of Amara Hall death. Trial gets underway. A woman's accused of unaliving her 8-year-old daughter. So if you are not able to deal with children in court and stuff, then it's okay to step away. But we will do that later today. We will be watching, like I said, the day 8 of the Ole Miss trial. We are going into closing statements. For those of you who don't know, Sheldon Timothy Herrington is charged with capital murder. Trial is underway with Mississippi for unaliving Jimmie J. Lee, 20-year-old Miss student who disappeared after last being seen on Campus Walk Apartments in July 8th of 2022. Body never was found. Weapon was never found. He's been declared deceased. And yep, we've got a murder trial. So that's where we are. They're supposed to start at 9 o'clock by giving jury instructions and closing argument. I have been up since 5:30 this morning. That is not normal for me. Don't ask me why. I'm asking why myself. Why was I up at 9:30 in the morning? It does not bode well for me. I'm going to say this a couple times through the live today, but we are not going to be discussing or showing a lot of information about the current CEO trial. That is by choice, and the reason is because we have so many other people showing it, number one. Number two, I'm not liking where the politics are going with this. And so I will keep you updates as to major information, but we will not be doing any deep dives yet. Once things calm down and we have more nailed down information and actual trial documents, which I hear is near impossible to get from New York. So we'll see what happens with that one. Good morning, Toxic. Whew. Now I'm going to have the yawnies. I apologize. It's like I can drive all night long and stay wide awake. But if I go to sleep and you want me to wake up early, I'm yawning all morning. Maybe getting some caffeine would help. Maybe. So we're going to be doing that. There are going to be some changes that are going to be starting with the channel starting in January. Whoop, 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 whoop. Can't wait for that. Got a lot of good stuff going on. Excuse me. I'm trying to figure out the news of the day. What's the top news of the day? Okay, top news for the day. Of course, everybody's talking about the CEO unaliving. That's expected. Oh, the monarch butterflies will get federal protection as a threatened species. Oh, I remember living in California and we went, gosh, I can't remember where, but it was in California. And I remember standing at the eucalyptus trees and looking up at them and, oh, okay, that's cool. And they shot a blank off and a gun, and all these butterflies just came off the trees and the limbs went, woo. I had no idea they were covered. I could have sworn 1,000,000 butterflies. I mean, everything was monarch butterfly back then, but yeah. Yeah, monarch butterflies are struggling. I'm just looking. See anything criminally has happened and popped up? Do you know what we've not done in a while? And I kind of stopped doing it because somebody got mad at me because I announced their birthday. But guess what? We got a lot of people with birthdays today. So let's and I know most of these people. So I want to do birthdays today. We haven't done them in a while. So let's get the happy birthday going. How about that? Are y'all ready? Here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. I'm going to bring it down so they can hear me. Happy birthday to, oh, I lost it. There it is. Happy birthday, Stacy. Happy birthday, Nicole. Miranda, all blessed birthday, sweetie. Carmela, happy birthday. Linda, oh, Linda Hamilton, happy birthday, honey. Cheryl, happy birthday. Nikki, oh my gosh, enjoy your day. Ronnie, happy birthday. Dawn Marie, oh, enjoy your birthday. Rhonda, you're looking good. Have a great birthday. Anna, happy birthday. Ashley Leonard, happy birthday. And Elizabeth Rivera, y'all all have an amazing birthday. And if it's your birthday and I missed you and I didn't see it, happy birthday and enjoy your day. Yay, dancing. I am sitting in my new wheelchair. It takes some getting adjusted to. Wow, boy, he's early. Ah, he's early. What? They're early? Bro, I'm glad I'm early. Oh my gosh, that is so awesome. I'm early and that's a good thing. Oh, yeah, babe.
They bring the jury.
He just ordered the jury brought. Let's go.
We agreed on 45 minutes. Anybody want any 2-minute warnings? Half and half, 2-minute warning, okay?
How about a 5-minute warning, Your Honor?
You got it.
2 minutes not enough to really close an argument. Not in my humble opinion. Welcome, guys, and we're off. Bum, ba-rum, 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 bum, 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 bum.
Good morning. You know, nothing personal, y'all seem like really good people, but I hope today's the last time I tell y'all good morning.
You
But,
hope it's the last.
You know, yesterday, I trust no one had any problem with court's instructions not to discuss the case, not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, not form or express an opinion, investigate the case in any matter. If you had any problems, then determine that in the trial of the case in that regard, speak now, forever hold the peace. I trust you have it. Yesterday when we were breaking,
Y'all, look, it's cleaned up. They have 1 drink and mementos. That's it. Not 8. Oh, it looked like a trash heap the other day. It was horrible.
I let you go early because I knew we had to get jury instructions together. I debated on whether just to keep y'all a while and see if we could get those done quickly and let y'all start the deliberations yesterday evening. But about 9:30 last night, when we were finally leaving the courthouse, I think I made the right decision to let y'all go home. But we have worked hard getting these together. We apologize for the delay to you, but as I said before, this is
9:30 at night. Oh, they didn't put that live. I didn't see that.
Read you the jury instructions. You will then have a closing.
Who likes mementos?
Like statements that bears the burden of proof will go first. The defense will then have its closing argument, and then the state will have
I'll
its final
be
closing.
right back.
I believe we stated on the record, other than the objections previously stated yesterday when we were having our jury conferences, are there any objections to the instructions given? Any additional objections? All right, here we go. Pay attention. I will say this. It's going to take a little while to read, bear with me, but you'll also be given written copies of these jury instructions, but still pay attention. All right. Members of the jury, you have heard the testimony and received the evidence introduced in the course of this trial. The court will presently instruct you as to the rules of law which you will use and apply to the evidence in reaching your verdict. When you took your place in the jury boxes, you made an oath that you would follow and apply these rules of law to the evidence in reaching your verdict in this case. It is therefore your duty as jurors to follow the law which I shall now state to you. On the other hand, it is your exclusive province to determine the facts in this case and to consider and weigh the evidence for that purpose. The authority thus vested in you is not an arbitrary power, but must be exercised with sincere judgment, sound discretion, and in accordance with the rules of law stated to you by the court. Both the state of Mississippi and the defendant have a right to expect that you will conscientiously consider and weigh the evidence that apply the law of the case, that you will reach a just verdict regardless of what consequences of such verdict may be. It is your duty to determine the facts and determine them from the evidence produced in open court. You should not be influenced by bias, sympathy, or prejudice. Your verdict should be based on the evidence and not upon speculation, guesswork, or conjecture. You are the sole judges of the facts in this case. Your exclusive province is to determine what weight and what credibility will be assigned to testimony and supporting evidence of each witness. You are required and expected to use your good common sense and sound honest judgment in considering and weighing the testimony of each witness who has testified. Although you, as jurors, are the sole judges of fact, you are duty-bound to apply the law as stated in these instructions to the facts as you find them from the evidence before you. You are not to single out one instruction alone as stating the law, but you must consider these instructions as a whole. Neither are you to be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law, regardless of an opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be. It would be a violation of your sworn duty to base your verdict upon any other view of the law than that given. Arguments, statements, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you understand the evidence and apply the law, but are not evidence. Any arguments, statements, and remark having no basis in the evidence should be disregarded by you. The evidence which you are to consider consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits offered and received. Production of this evidence courts is governed by rules of law. From time to time during the trial, it has been my duty as judge to rule on the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with the reasons for the court's rulings, since they are controlled and governed by rules of law. You should not infer from any rulings by the court on these motions or objections to the evidence that the court has any opinion on the merits favoring one side or another. You should not speculate as to possible answers to questions which the court did not require to be answered. Further, you should not draw any inferences from the content of those questions. You would disregard all evidence that was excluded by the court from consideration in the course of the trial. You are not bound by any rules of parliamentary procedure in your organization or in your deliberation, but the court suggests that you choose a person to speak for you. You may vote on your individual belief either by show of hands, secret ballot, or any other method you choose. If in stating the law to you, I repeat any rule, direction, or idea, or if I state the same rule in a different way, no emphasis is intended, and you must not draw any inferences therefrom. The form of the verdict is suggested in another written instruction or instruction. Your verdict may be in one of the suggested forms, and it should be written in the handwriting or printing of one of the individual jurors on a separate sheet of paper furnished to you for that purpose. None of the individual jurors has to sign your verdict. The order in which these instructions are given to you and the manner in which the instructions and exhibits are numbered has absolutely no significance. You will have with you in the jury room all the papers and evidence applicable to this case. Although during the trial, other
Good
papers,
morning, Miss Ronnie.
documents, exhibits, or charts may have been mentioned to you, once you have entered the jury room for deliberation, no other documents, papers, exhibits, or charts may be given to you. Transcripts of the trial testimonies or parts of the trial testimony are not available. When you enter the jury room for deliberation, the court suggests to you that you discuss the facts of the case and review these written instructions before you begin voting or attempting to decide the case. The burden of proving the defendant guilty of every material element of the crime with which the defendant is charged is upon the state of Mississippi. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. It requires that before you return a verdict of guilty, the state of Mississippi must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty from all the evidence in the case. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of a crime to be innocent. This presumption places upon the state of Mississippi the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence attends the defendant throughout the trial and prevails at its close unless overcome by evidence which satisfied the jury of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to offer any evidence at all. The verdict of the jury must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it will be necessary that each juror agree thereto. In other words, all 12 of you must agree on a verdict in this case. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in view of reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to your individual judgment. If each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced that your previous opinion was erroneous. But do not surrender your honest convictions as to the weight of evidence or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of reaching a verdict. Upon retiring to the jury room, you will select one from among your number to act as a foreperson. The foreperson will preside over your deliberations and will be your spokesperson before the court. If it becomes necessary during your deliberations to communicate with the court, you may send a note by the bailiff. During deliberations, no member of the jury should ever attempt to communicate with the court by any means other than a writing, and the court will never communicate with any member of the jury on any subject touching the merits of the case otherwise in writing or orally here in open court. Bear in mind also that you are never to reveal to any person, not even me, how the jury stands, numerically or otherwise, until you have reached a verdict, unless asked by me in open court. The defendant has a constitutional right not to testify on his own behalf in this case. You are not to make any conclusions or inferences of guilt about the defendant as a result of the defendant exercising his right not to testify on his own behalf. You will not consider in any way during your deliberations the defendant's decision not to testify. Each person testifying under oath is a witness. You have the duty to determine the believability of the witness. In performing this duty, you must consider each witness's intelligence, the witness's ability to observe and accurately remember, the witness's sincerity, and the witness's demeanor while testifying. You must consider also the extent to which the witness is either supported or contradicted by other evidence, the relationship the witness may have with either side, and how the witness might be affected by the verdict. You must consider any evidence of the witness character. You must consider any evidence of the witness's character for truthfulness. In weighing a discrepancy by a witness or between witnesses, you should consider whether it resulted from an innocent state or a deliberate falsehood, and whether it pertains to a matter of importance or an unimportant detail. You may reject or accept all or any part of a witness's testimony, and you may reject part and accept other parts of a witness's testimony. After making your own judgment, you will give the testimony of each witness the credibility, if any, as you may think it deserves. The weight of the evidence is not necessarily determined by the number of witnesses testifying as to the existence or non-existence of any fact. You may find that the testimony of a smaller number of witnesses as to any fact is more credible than the testimony of a larger number of witnesses to the contrary. Any fact in this case may be proved by either direct or circumstantial or evidence or both. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony by a witness about what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. Direct evidence is a testimony of someone who claims to have actual knowledge of a fact. Direct evidence is simply evidence which, if you believe it, directly proves a fact. An example is a witness testified that he saw it raining outside and you believed him. That would be direct evidence that it is raining. Circumstantial evidence is proof of fact or facts from which you could conclude by your reason and common sense that another fact exists, even though it has not been proven directly. Circumstantial evidence is proof of one or more facts from which you could find another fact. Circumstantial evidence is simply a chain of circumstances that indirectly proves a fact. An example is if someone walked into the courtroom wearing a raincoat covered with drops of water and carrying a wet umbrella, that would be circumstantial evidence which you could conclude that it was raining. The law makes no distinction between the weight to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You as a jury should decide how much weight to give to any evidence. Deliberate design means an intent to kill without authority of law and not being legally justifiable or legally excusable. Deliberate always indicates full awareness of what one is doing and generally implies careful and unheard consideration of the consequences. Design means to calculate, plan, or contemplate. Deliberate design to kill a person may be formed very quickly and perhaps only a moment before the act of killing the person. However, deliberate design cannot be formed at the very moment of the fatal act. The court instructs the jury that a killing occurring while engaged in the commission of a kidnapping includes the action of the defendant leading up to the kidnapping, the action of the kidnapping, and the aftermath of the kidnapping. The court instructs the jury that inveigle means to lure or entice through deceit or insincerity. Inveigling has no component of force, but only coaxing. Acting with a depraved heart is when a person acts in a highly dangerous way, which shows that a person does not care for the safety of human life. Even if someone does not intend to kill any particular person, he can still be guilty of murder if he acts with a depraved heart and a person is killed as a result. Culpable negligence is negligence of a degree so gross as to be tantamount to a wanton disregard of or utter indifference to the safety of human life. Negligence is doing something that a reasonable, careful person would not do under similar circumstances, or failing to do something that a reasonable, careful person would do under similar circumstances. Second-degree murder and culpable negligence manslaughter are distinguishable simply by the degree of mental state of culpability. In short, second-degree murder involves a higher risk of recklessness from which malice may be implied. The defendant, Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., is charged with the offense of capital murder. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., on or about July 8, 2022, in Lafayette County, Mississippi, did unlawfully and feloniously without authority of law and with or without any design to effect death, killed Jimmie Dale J. Lee III, a human being, while Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. was engaged in the commission of the crime of kidnapping by, with or without intent to secretly confine, inveigling Jimmie Dale J. Lee III with the intent to cause Jimmie Dale J. Lee III to be confined against his will, then you shall find that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of capital murder. If you fail to find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of capital murder, then you shall continue your deliberation to consider the crime of first-degree murder. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., on or about July 8, 2022, in Lafayette County, Mississippi, did willfully, unlawfully, and with deliberate design to effect the death of Jimmie Dale J. Lee III, killed Jimmie Dale J. Lee III, a human being, then you shall find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder. If you fail to find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder, then you shall continue the deliberation to consider the crime of second-degree murder. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., on or about July 8, 2022, in Lafayette County, Mississippi, did willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously kill Jimmie Dale J. Lee III, a human being, without premeditated design to effect the death of Jimmie Dale J. Lee III, while engaged in the commission of an act eminently dangerous to others and evincing a depraved heart, regardless of human life, then you shall find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder. If you fail to find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder, then you shall continue your deliberations to consider the crime of manslaughter, culpable negligence. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., on or about July 8, 2022, in Lafayette County, Mississippi, unlawfully and feloniously killed Jimmie Dale J. Lee III, a human being, with culpable negligence by engaged in dangerous sexual activity with Jimmie Dale J. Lee III, then you shall find Sheldon Timothy Herrington guilty of manslaughter, culpable negligence. If the state has failed to prove any of the above listed elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you shall find the defendant not guilty of capital murder, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and manslaughter, culpable negligence. The court instructs you that all 12 of you must reach and agree upon a verdict. If the court instructs the jury that if all 12 of you reach and agree upon a verdict, you shall return the verdict to the court in one of the following forms. If you find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of capital murder, the form of your verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. Sheldon Timothy Herrington guilty of capital murder. If you do not find the defendant guilty of capital murder, then you shall continue your deliberations. Consider the lesser charge of first-degree murder. If you find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder, the form of your verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder. If you do not find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder, then you shall continue in your deliberation and consider the lesser charge of second-degree murder. If you find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder, the form of your verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder. If you do not find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder, then you shall continue in your deliberations and consider the lesser charge of manslaughter culpable negligence. If you find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of manslaughter culpable negligence, the form of your verdict shall be. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of manslaughter culpable negligence. If you do not find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of manslaughter culpable negligence, then the form of your verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. not guilty. Your verdict must be one of the forms written above. You should write your verdict on a separate sheet of paper. It does not need to be signed. Did the court read the instructions that were, okay?
And here we go approaching again. So those weren't as painful as I thought they were going to be. I always think instructions can be painful. Necessary, needed. I get it, but boring. We're going to start another trial today. Once they go to verdict watch. I'm anxious to hear the closing arguments.
Did the court read the correct jury instructions that have been decided by the parties?
Yes.
From the defense, did the court read the correct jury instructions? Yes, Your Honor. All right. As I said earlier, these jury instructions will be available to you when you begin your deliberations. This time for the closing arguments in this case. When we start here, we're probably going to be probably an hour and 10 minutes for the first two rounds anyway. If you don't think you can...
I thought he said clowns.
Begin,
he said rounds.
Arguments. I don't want anyone coming and going or moving around in the courtroom, okay? All right. Y'all got the door back there. Don't let anyone in once we start these closing arguments. I'll take a break after the defenses have to let anybody come and go that wish to, okay?
Right, excuse me.
You may argue for the state, and here's your instructions if you want them, okay? Let me give a call.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We've been here a long time. Make no mistake about it.
Oh, please, come on. Please have decent video and audio. I'm going to have a backup just in case.
It is true. Jay Lee, you heard all about it. Through the course of this trial, and I don't have very long, so I'm going to try to get to everything. But what the state has proven is that Tim Herrington lived a lie. Lived a lie to his family. He lied to Jay Lee to coax him over there, promised him to do something with him. That's what Jay Lee thought when he was going over there. If he'd have thought that he was going to be strangled to death, do you think he would have gone over? Ladies and gentlemen, that's embezzlement. That's coaxing. Not only did he lie to his...
Y'all got the door back there. Don't let anyone in once we start these closing arguments. I'll take a break after the defenses have to let anybody come and go that wish to, okay? All right, you may argue for the state, and here's your instructions if you want them, okay? Let me give a call.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. been here a long time. Make no mistake about it, this case is about the death of Jimmie. Jimmie lived his truth. Jay Lee, you heard all about it. Through the course of this trial, and I don't have very long, so I'm going to try to get to everything. But what the state has proven is that Tim Herrington lived a lie. Lived a lie to his family. He lied to Jay Lee to coax him over there, promised him to do something with him. That's what Jay Lee thought when he was going over there. If he'd have thought that he was going to be strangled to death, do you think he would have gone over? Ladies and gentlemen, that's embezzlement, that's coaxing. Not only did he lie to his family and his friends about his sexuality, being on the down low, they all thought he was into women. But we know there was a secret that he was keeping in his life. He lied to them, he lied to his church, his family, his friends. He lied to Jay Lee to get him over that night because he had a problem that he had to fix. Then he lied to the police about everything. Deception, lies. He had to protect that lie. And what did he do to protect that lie? In order to protect that lie, he had to get rid of the jail. And that's what he did. Now I want to go through and remind you about the proof. And before I do, you've heard four different, you've been instructed on four different crimes. Capital murder, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and manslaughter. Manslaughter and second-degree murder is negligence. The actions that were taken by Tim Herrington to protect his lives is not negligence. Those don't apply. Mr. Horan said that we were going to offer all those, throw it all against the wall, and hope something sticks. That's how the proof is shown, and that's not what we attempted to do. This is capital murder. That's committing murder in the commission of kidnapping. And I can tell you, in kidnapping and bailment, where it says you read about confining someone against their will, you heard another instruction that said that can be a bailiff's instruction. Coaxing someone over is deception, insincerity. That's what happened. That's what we proved. Now, earlier in the trial, when it first started, we put on a series of witnesses that told you about Jay Lee, about his life, about the truth he lived. When he was alive, he was on social media, he dressed fashionably, his life was vibrant. And how do we know that he is dead? Because silence that his death left behind. You heard from Jennifer Buford. If you remember, she was the University of Mississippi advisor for his internship. He said that he had graduated. He graduated in social work, and that he was involved. That's the last thing to consolidate that degree was to complete that internship. And she told you that she had a lot of contact with him, and then it was stopped. She was like, that's not normal. You heard from Jose Reyes. He described how that they were good friends, that they had the same interests, they don't see area around that he was living his truth.
This case was so confusing, it could go either way, in my humble opinion.
He talked to you about that there were things that he loved. He loved his Pomeranian. I don't know if you recall, but he had a Christmas card that he had done with his Pomeranian where they both dressed up in pajamas. He had things that he loved, interest. He was vibrant and happy. You heard Khalid Fears talk about his relationship just within the time they met at the park until July 8th, when he heard from him that morning, he described him as violently happy. That he, not having, didn't plan to go anywhere, and he was not depressed. He was not dealing with any psychological issues. And then you heard from Stephanie Lee. And if there's one thing that the state has proven, beyond a reasonable doubt, through Stephanie Lee, is that she knew that her son was dead. Because on July the 8th, 2022, it was her birthday. And you heard about their relationship. They spoke multiple times a day, morning, or lunch break, and at night. And this was her birthday. She woke up at 7 o'clock that morning to a message that Jay Lee posted earlier in the morning and said, "It's your birthday." You can tell.
It's your birthday. It's your
birthday. That her son loved her. She loved him. They had a special relationship. And she said he wasn't planning on going anywhere. If he had planned to go somewhere, she would know about it. You heard testimony from all these witnesses about things that he cared about. He cared about his car. It was a unique car. He loved it. That, the Ford Fusion 2014 with the gold stripe was unique. You heard them testify that he couldn't have gone anywhere without any kind of financial means. Everything was there, the credit cards, debt cards. You heard them all testify how he used social media every day. You heard Jose Reyes say he was a little celebrity. People followed him on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat. And then after the morning of July the 8th, dead silence. You know from Jennifer Buford that he had the fundraiser project for his internship. He was still receiving packages of gifts for the children that were involved with CPS that were coming in after his students. And you heard how much he loved that dog. And when that welfare check was conducted on his apartment at Campus Hall, the dog was there. And Jay Lee's dog was there. He loved that dog so much that he had a dog bone on the back of his car, a sticker that said, "I love my Pomeranian." And then we're going to get to what Miss Stephanie dealt with on her birthday. Not only her birthday, but now, a day that she will forever, for the rest of her life, know is the day that her son was born. Talk about the welfare check on Jose Reyes. No activity of any kind on social media. You heard the condition of his apartment when UPD gained access to the apartment. There was nothing packed, no clothes missing, prized possessions still there. No indication that they were leaving, or planning to go there. And he had not had a history of ever doing that. Now then we get to the elements. Capital murder. Timothy Herrington is charged with capital murder. The court has instructed you on the elements. The elements are, we have to prove that Timothy Herrington, the defendant, identified by multiple witnesses from the stand and compared to evidence in the case, photographic and otherwise, testimony. You recall the video surveillance from Malabar Trails of the individual with the hoodie coming out, and then moments later, the video surveillance from Rockets, Keziah Carter. Keziah Carter said that was Tim Herrington. Tim Herrington admitted in his interview to being picked up by Keziah Carter. Had to admit it because all those convenience stores had surveillance Keziah Carter was a witness, knew him, admitted on or about July 8th, 2022. All the evidence you have centers around that day. July 8th, text messages, silence. Silence after 6:03 a.m. from the last message from J.D. In Lafayette County, Mississippi, you heard the chief of police say that all of that evidence within that period of time occurred at Lafayette County. So, proving date and location, that place apartments where all of these activities took place, that is in Lafayette County, state of Mississippi. So we've proven that. Proven Lafayette County. The killing of Jay Lee, that's a lot of evidence. That you have to take into account everything, all of this. And you begin with what? You begin with Timothy Herrington had a problem. What was that problem? Jay Lee says in the message, I just wanted to be able to say I had you on the down low. And he left because of disagreement. He left after that first meeting. Jay Lee was not happy. Tim Herrington knew he wasn't happy because you'll see the nature of their text indicate that. The judge instructed you to use your good common sense and sound honest judgment. That's what it's talking about. All your life experiences collectively to be able to evaluate what this conversation is about. The problem was that Jay Lee was leaving unhappy. He was living this life loud and proud. Timothy Herrington was living a lie. All of that was in jeopardy. Just graduated, had plans to be somebody. Had plans to be somebody. He didn't want anybody to know the secret. Jay Lee heightens that problem by blocking Tim Herrington. Tim Herrington has no way to solve the problem. So what does he do? He goes into another account that Jay Lee didn't know, Red Eye 24, and he heard from Ben Douglas about how he identified who Red Eye 24 was. Major break in the case. Access Jay Lee's account and sees these messages coming in on Jay Lee's Snapchat. When Red Eye 24 makes a contact with Jay Lee says, "Who the TF is this?" He doesn't know. Good common sense and sound knowledge. And then, this is where we learn about this group. And over here on the right side, Jay Lee tells him, "You wouldn't do what I wanted you to do." And that was not a good thing. And so, it continues on. You tried to do some questionable shit. That was too much. Have a good night, Tim. Tim still has a problem. Even Jay Lee thinks that, hey, you may just be trying to get me back over here so you can, beat my ass or something. Coaxing, luring, enticing. Where it says me, you tripping. I feel bad because we cool. So I ain't trying to end it like this. I'm trying to get them back. Jay Lee says, "How are we cool?" Right under that, coaxing, luring says, "I'm saying you're a cool person." It's flattering Jay Lee. And right there, Jay Lee stops talking about the problem that they had earlier and starts talking about sex, which is what they had for. They quit talking about the problems and they started talking about fun. And right here in the message, Jay Lee says, "The only way I'm coming over it is if you do something for me." It was conditional. And so what does Tim Herrington say? All right. More importantly is the timing of this. Because switches to the condition. You look at it, it's 5:45. And I do want to say where it says, why do you keep deleting that? I think when somebody's typing a message, you see, deletes. Why do you keep deleting? And Tim says, all right, so Jay Lee says, all right, I'll come back, but later tonight. Tim says, no, don't wait later, come now. Jay Lee says, LOL. In response to Lori coaxing insincere, right there on the bottom right of the message, possibly later tonight, Tim Herrington, LOL. Trying to reduce the disagreement and make it from there. Jaylee responds with LOL. Then at 5:54 a.m., Jaylee says, I'm coming over. I'm going to come over at 5:54. That's consistent with campus walk video reports where you see Jaylee in the road with his key in his phone. Then, after 5:54, we know what Jay Lee's doing. What is Tim Herrington doing? Tim Herrington is searching. How long does it take to strangle someone? Right after this conversation. Then right after that, he talks about what pre-foods for testosterone. That this is the Google search. You can see the time, 5:57 a.m., July 2022. How long does it take to run? Then, 6:03 a.m., message from Jay Lee, Tim Herrington, says open. It's at the door. That, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is the last message Jay Lee ever sent. Why? Dead silence. Now, Tim had a problem. Jay Lee blocked him, red eye 24. Now, Tim Herrington's actions after Jay Lee sends that open message is proof of his crime. You've heard, you've got jury instruction on there about luring. You take into consideration what in the commission of a crime means, a continuous crime, from luring them up over there to the actual act, and then what happens after. So he lured him over there, killed him, how do we know? He searched him, and then he staged all of the evidence after that. So what were his actions? Well, in the interview, he lies to the police, number one, about the nature of the relationship that he had with Jay. He says, oh, he just came over to give me a gift. We cool, everybody knows I'm leaving. A big man on campus, he was just going to bring me a gift like everybody else. Maybe sat in his car for a little bit, and that was it. Lied to the police about the nature of the relationship. He also says in the interview that that when, even in the second interview, he said, oh yeah, we just had a hookup, and he left, everything was fine, it wasn't like he left mad or anything, but they said, did you go anywhere else? And he said, yeah, we left at the same time, and I went to Walmart. Well, if you look at the Walmart video, if you look at the Walmart receipt, he checked out at 6:49. What did he buy? He bought duct tape. You've also seen video surveillance of him looking at a big trash can, roll trash can. He has no need for it. Lafayette Place Apartments got the dumpster. He says he's moving to Dallas in a few weeks. There's no need for that. Then he goes from Walmart in his Ford Escape, goes to the links and gets a box truck when he doesn't have a job to do. Tyson King said we didn't have a job to do. His witness, his best friend, Ken from Grenada, said we had a job down there. There's no digital footprint, no messages, any job whatsoever. He gets the box truck, comes back out, and going back to that place. And then he stages the car. If you remember, he told the police that he went for a run. That was the only place he ever said he came back on the Grenada. And investigators mapped out the back road run, 7.2 miles from 7. He was in Molly Bar Trails at 7:34, and he was driving by Cooknose in the box truck, almost 30 minutes early. There's no way to make that. Lied to the police. Not only that, he's deceptive. He's trying to keep him away from looking at Jackson Road, which we proved right here, that at 7:02, Jay Lee's vehicle goes by Rambo Cleaners. Not only that, what's tracking with that car? Jay Lee's phone. And then it tracks all the way to Molly Bar Trails at 7:25, 7:26, Jay Lee's phone is silent. 7:26. Then we have 7:34. The video footage of Tim Herrington running out of Molly Bar Trail apartment. And we have that connected to the surveillance of him getting in Isaiah Carter's car, which he did. One of the most important things is on July 10th, UPD issues a press release that's out on social media. And if you look on the right side of that screen, Tim Herrington searches Molly Bar Apartments. In that press release, Molly Bar Apartments is not mentioned. Not only that, law enforcement is not even aware that Jay Lee's car is at Molly Bar Apartments. But Tim Herrington, he's already searching. Then he searches the Allie Costiel case, and then searches for Tony Freeze. We talked about it daily. And throughout the next few days, he searches Jimmie Lee. Body found in water. All those searches. And if you remember, he searched for police appreciation. You remember that during this time when he's doing those searches about Jay Lee, Jimmie Lee, but he never contacts the police to tell them, hey, you know what? He really appreciated the police. He gave them the information. You know why I didn't? Second. To me, this is the most important image. This is the image at 5:58, Jay Lee leaving the apartment. In that picture, you can see the key to his car. You can see the phone where he was talking to Clear Theaters. And you can see Jay Lee in his robe and slippers. The last person to ever have custody and control of those keys is Tim Herrington. The last person to have custody and control of that phone is Tim Herrington. You know that by tracking that car to Molly Bar Trail apartment.
I don't know what's going on with their audio and video, but it's starting to drive me nuts.
The
My apologies.
On Jay Lee, Tim Harrington.
Everything's driving me nuts today.
You know what? Because of Tim Harrington's actions, nobody was able to find a key from RJ because Tim Harrington didn't want to.
I can't, he's wandering all over the place and we can't hear him.
Getting rid of those keys. We should not get the benefit of getting rid of that phone. We should not get the benefit of getting rid of Jay Lee's body. Ladies and gentlemen, prove our case beyond reasonable doubt.
See if I can find a better audio.
Go back to the jury. Do your duty. Find Tim Harrington guilty of capital murder, ending Jay Lee's life to protect his own future.
All right, you ready? You ready? What now? All right, don't take a minute. And if you take a minute, set that computer up. If anybody needs to leave now, they can do.
Let me see if this is any better, y'all. This is just insanely bad audio. Nothing I can do about it. And this is that. Sorry, guys, I had to remount my camera. All of a sudden, it went boink, and I saw it go, and I went like, oh, snap. What I don't like with the new mount, though, is it shakes if I shake the desk. So I'm going to have to fix it later. But right now, that's all I got.
All right. You said
So I have
4
to be
minutes,
careful
didn't
with my desk.
you? 4
It
minutes.
wiggles. I can't apologize enough for the audio, but I can't do anything else. It's in and out. It's not just the loudness. And now he's doing it. Nobody is keeping their butts on the mics.
And then try to convince you that these number of options that the state has proven, anticipating that the state would put on evidence, and then try to convince you that these number of options that the state has proven, you would choose 4 options that they claim are in the instructions, but they're really 5 options.
I have it gained 100%.
Capital murder, murder, first degree, second degree murder, manslaughter, and the 5th option is capital murder. And I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about
Y'all, I have it gained 100%. If it's loud on your side, you're going to have to turn it down. I had to crank this thing 100% and beyond.
5 options. 4 options are capital murder, murder, first degree, second degree murder, manslaughter, and the 5th option, quite naturally, is not guilty. I want to talk to you a little bit about kind of where things started in this trial and go through a lot of different things. I'm going to try to make it through all the information that I have in 45 minutes, and that's not a whole lot of time.
Wah.
Everything that I want to go, because there's a lot of questions that I have in all these notes that I'm going to lay out for you that I think there's problems in the state's case. Now, if I say anything or I represent anything that's not factual and you disagree with me, please say to yourself, hey, Mr. O'Reilly, you were not paying attention to that testimony.
Good morning, C. Morales.
You just heard something. You remember what you remember that came from that witness stand and you saw on that screen. Not what I tell you, not what they tell you. Just like when Mr. Creekmore told you that my client made the statement he was a big man on campus, that just wasn't said in this court. He did not make that statement. That's just an example of what I'm talking about. You remember what you heard, what you saw. And also, what you can do is consider your verdict.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. Was trying to make the captioning bigger because they're too small. My bad.
About some of the things that we have problems with. Why in the world would an agency who spent $30,000 not on technology as far as the computer stuff, all that's taken care of. Mr. Baker's training to do those things. They spent $30,000 and running, according to the chief, on collecting evidence, Jimmie Herrington's apartment, J.Lee's car, and also from Tim Harrington's apartment car. $30,000. Not only did they collect this evidence and did something they've never done before. Never done before. Sent it to a lab out in California for the sole purpose of making sure they can extract every possible bit of evidence from Jimmie Harrington's car. Jimmie Harrington's car, J.Lee's car, but obviously not, for whatever reason, J.Lee's car. And it's not that big a deal, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, that they didn't go to J.Lee's apartment initially. They needed to go over and get his toothbrush so they could compare his deal. But later on in the investigation, as the days traveled on, it seems to me that they would have gone over and said, hey, look, let's go in here and try to figure out whether or not somebody had been here after they interviewed all these people and said J.Lee was having strangers and hookups coming into his apartment. Now look, folks, I'm not telling you they would have found anything over there. Not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, on January the 21st, Jimmie Harrington became a suspect. That stopped all the other investigations. On July the 10th, 2022, they should have treated Molly Bar Apartments like a crime scene. They didn't do that. No indication whatsoever moving forward to September the 5th, 2024, when they got this lab report, that they should have gone back to Molly Bar for the purpose of drawing DNA evidence. No, that's not what I said. What I said was that they should have reinvestigated their case after September the 5th, 2024, when this laboratory told them there's no evidence. Should have at least gone back to Molly Bar like they did when they went down to Grenada and went over to Lafayette Place. That's the whole purpose of that piece of examination. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go down a few things real quickly before we move into some slides. You know, he indicated on his opening statement that my client was deceptive. Let's talk about deception in this case. Jose Reyes, he indicated, hey, look, I can't tell you anything about his personal life. Don't talk to Janelle. Again, what I'm trying to establish here, I want you to understand here, that during the course of this investigation, they should have broadened their scope a little bit more and say, let's look at these things going on in Jimmie Lee's life. Let's look at some of the other people outside of this direct circle. Let's look and see what's going on. What about Tyler Maddox? You know, he's the individual that not only gave deceptive information, he's the individual they eliminated by virtue of the fact that his ping location was at his house. Said he was looking at porn. The testimony here, the phone that put the person there. Again, I told y'all, and I told the officer, I'm not saying Tyler Mathis committed any offense whatsoever. All I'm saying is, information. Why in the world does Tyler Mathis get the benefit and not Jimmie Herrington get the benefit. Paying location, providing sensitive information. Why is the standard being applied differently to Jimmie Herrington in that circumstance? Khalid Fears had to show him an exhibit on the stand.
I'm trying to master.
He was shown on the stand, the conversation that he had with Mr. J. Lee about what? Choking conversation that they had between each other. That conversation pretty succinct, pretty detailed about what you like, what you don't like. That happened in June, shortly before Jay Lee had this encounter with my client. Khalid Fears was an associate, apparently, of Jay Lee, and must have been pretty good friends because they were talking at 5:58 in the morning, 3 or 4 minutes. And if you remember the conversation that we fought over in the courtroom, y'all heard us arguing about it, about what happened that particular morning, the conversation. Fears indicated from the stand that they had a conversation, and the gist of that conversation was what? Y'all remember? Jay Lee told him he was going back over to a place that he had been before, hooked up before, and they were going to have some fun. Now, I'll tell you that what's important about that conversation is, if you look at it, and the conversation on the screen pertaining to Mr. Fears, he testified, he remembered this conversation. Not only did he remember the conversation, he identified the conversation in the exhibit. This is exactly what he said. I like to go tap to tap. Fear. Okay, I'm not crazy. I feel like you are into BDSM, lead during sex. I enjoy a little mutual aggression. Correct. Oh, you like to choke and be choked. Now, that's not Fear. That's Jay Lee. What he testified from the stand, not only did he identify the message, he stated that he remembered that conversation specifically. Heavy on that. You have any kinks? I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and also put in my place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I asked Brian Baker, Texas Baker, whether or not he had investigated or looked into the Snapchat history or the Instagram history of Mr. Lee and even my client to determine whether or not there was any similar type conversations between them in the history of Mr. Herrington and Jay Lee consistent with this conversation. And I don't remember exactly what he said, but I think what he said, I didn't look. But wouldn't that be important for this investigation? If they're going to claim that my client lured him over there for that to have occurred, look back at the history, according to Mr. Herrington, they've known each other 2 or 3 months. Wouldn't you look at their history to see whether or not Jay Lee, Jimmie Herrington, had any type of conversation like that, or see that it didn't go back that far, according to what we have in the cell record. All right. I want to talk to you a little about the first conversation, the first time that night, Jay Lee Jimmie Herrington, any potential communication between the two. The first time was from not Jimmie Herrington. It was from J. Lee. It said, you and Austin, on the screen. You and Austin. That came from J. Lee to Jimmie Herrington. Conclusion of that text, that snap, what happened then? Jimmie Herrington didn't respond to that message. J. Lee is the individual at the time of that text. It says at 2:24:44, Jimmie Herrington did not respond. Now I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, first thing I'm going to say is straight up front. We introduced the lock audit report, and the state was slamming and going crazy about it. That's not reliable. Well, this is what they gathered in their investigation. And I thought it was quite odd every time that there's a piece of evidence that supported the defendant. It's not reliable. The lock audit, the voter report, y'all have both of those.
And that's what you said about the prosecution.
Remember what Detective Baker said about the borough? I'm going to speak to the borough real quick. I mean, the lock audit. Go back to the lock audit. Then I go to the borough. You remember what he said on the stand when he identified the document? We got an email telling us that lock audit report wasn't reliable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let you decide. It's in evidence. I'm going to let you decide if it's reliable or you can consider it. But this is what we understand happened through the lock audit. And it appears to be, according to the evidence that they got on the search warrant, they got a search warrant on July the 22nd, the same day they went in Mr. Harrison's apartment. They got it for the lock audit for the resident key of his apartment. Search warrant returned for Jimmie Harrison's lock audit. The door opens July the 8th, 2022, 6:41. Door opens July 8th, 2022, July 8th, 6:45. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all take that lock audit, you put whatever weight and credibility that you want on it. But they didn't spend $30,000 or $3 trying to determine whether or not that was accurate. He just said it was unreliable. We said from the stand, said he had an email from somebody that said it wasn't reliable. It was never introduced in the evidence, folks. Never was. Now, getting back to conversations that morning, I asked the chief what conversations were in there that showed that the whole theme of this case had been proven that my client was getting out. And here's two guys, young guys, talking to each other. Nobody's looking into their world at all. You would think that you would have all kind of conversations where 3 days ago or the last time they hooked up, there would have been some beginning of some problem with their relationship. So you go to the next message, the Instagram message, where J. Lee, this word say, according to the chief, one word in the Instagram message, number 4. I just wanted to be able to say, I had you, B did. Now, Detective Baker, as you recall, when I specifically asked him, I said, Detective Baker, you can't tell us what the context of these conversations are. And I made reference to the conversations in the bottom of the Snapchat pertaining to something about, like to try to hurt me or something like that. He said, we have no idea what their prior conversation was about. That's exactly the point, ladies and gentlemen. We have no idea what these two young men talked about when they had a 14-second Snapchat conversation before we came over. We don't have any idea. But right here, Chief of Police, Oxford, Mississippi, when I asked, what information do you have that supports the idea that he was about out here? I just wanted to be able to say, I had you beat DL. Again, Fonda had been the first guy experiment of. What does that tell you? What it tells me, and the original interpretation is that Jay Lee's making a comment to Jimmie Herrington, hey, you had an experiment over. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but it didn't sound to me like Jay Lee is making any type of threat to Jimmie Herrington that he's going to out him. That's what the state wants you to believe. That this man killed Jay Lee over this one word. He said, say. That's what he testified to under oath. You go down to the remainder of it. He said, also, I nutted on your floor, so you should get that up, by the way. Oh, and the nude was fake too. Back to block now.
I posted a question.
Mr. Harrington, according to this, again, put anything in evidence that he had even blocked in that particular night. He said, back to block. Hang up on me. Our conversation is over. Now we go to the next Snapchat. Now I'm going through these because I think it's very important. I've talked about the 14-second call. But I go down to the next one where the Snapchat red eye. Who the TF is this? Now think about that red eye account. Ryan Baker admitted he had testified under oath previously that my client created that account for this transaction. We testified to, I showed it to him. His prior testimony, he admitted, created that. I testified to that. Fundamentally false. I don't know if he had bad information or he misread it. I don't know. But that's a critical part of their case, whether or not this young man created this account for the sole purpose of luring him over. Not saying he didn't reopen it. That's not the point. They admitted on the stand. They do that all the time. Who the TF is, it was, that's a response from Jay Lee to an invite from Jimmie Herrington. He's accepting that. Is what he's doing. The next Snapchat involves basically, he says, what did you delete? These are conversations, if you read them in context, what you can understand is Jay Lee is the one controlling this conversation. It's clear from that. Jay Lee is controlling the conversation the entire time through this Snapchat history. He says, what did you just delete? You made it like this. And when you get over here, you wouldn't even eat my ass 1 hour ago after I cleaned and everything. Then you proceed to nut in my mouth. Think about that. I hate to talk about this stuff, but this is what the facts are. Think about what happened later on in the fears statement when he says that he's going over there to do something we've never done before. It can't be that Mr. Herrington is going to give him oral sex. It can't be. This conversation right here contradicts that. Then he goes into all this information about effing nobody raw. Then he says, I'm going to stop harassing you now, and that you want to stop blinking. You know how much of an asshole move that is. What he's saying is apparently he's upset because Mr. Herrington is telling him, maybe we're not going to look up anymore. Fine. Now, the Snapchat conversation next is the 14-second call that we talked about a few minutes ago. 14 seconds. They had a phone call and asked Mr. Baker about it. Nobody knows what that conversation was about. Nobody has any idea whether that conversation referenced any prior conversation or something they talked about when they got together earlier that night. Who knows? And I talked to y'all when I did open statements talking about speculation and wonderment, drawing conclusions, making the quantum leaps. That's what the state wants you to do. That all this conversation, they won't connect the dots with speculation, no facts to support, because we just don't know what they were talking about. Now, if you look at the next Snapchat we're going to talk about, it's number 8 in my list, questionable stuff before. Try not to say cussing in here. Like you done did some questionable SHIT before. But that was too much. Do we have any idea what they're talking about? Absolutely not. There's nothing else in that in the text string tells you whether or not they were talking about our sexual activity, doing anything moving forward, or anything that they've done 3 months ago. It's not in there. We don't know. Remember Ryan Baker's testimony. We have no idea what they're talking about. And here we go. I'll come if I get head in front of him. Jay Lee is controlling the entire conversation between these two men. It's obvious and apparent from this conversation. You move on down to the conversation that they continue to have that night. All this is in evidence. You'll be able to look at it. But if you move on down and you look at some of the conversations that they had, it continues the same way. Have a good night, Tim. Only way I'm going to see you if I get head up front. And you keep going down, and Tim says, okay, why do you keep deleting? And that's just okay. Tim says, I'm sorry, I misspelled something, and okay, I'll do it. That's Jay Lee telling Timmy, what do you delete? He's the one that's being the dominant actor in this particular conversation, not my client. You know, if you do something bad, it won't end up good for you. Where in that conversation that they just had warranted some kind of comment like that from Jay Lee? Does that mean he's scared? No, he's the one saying, I may or may not come over there. If you look at the remaining of the text, he's the one that makes his comment. What prior to that warranted that? My client says, what do you mean something fast? Like hurt me or some shit. Where's the threat there from Mr. Harrington? Where is the alluring aspect of this conversation? Timmy says, I know. And Jay Lee says, possibly tonight. But then he goes on to say, puts conditions on it. He continues to say, basically, I'll come later on tonight. Timmy says, I told you I'm leaving later today. And we know that's true. Because if you go back to the prior text message about the screws, we do know that Mr. Herrington, all this is in evidence, talk about trucking company. He's talking to Tyson He's talking to, Mr. Love, Darius Love. He says on here, says to Todd, I'm gonna need those screws tomorrow. They go through this. I left them at Love's house. You're gonna have to go get them. I'm in Hattiesburg. Then he talked about the tool bag. I'm gonna leave around 9:30. He's telling Mr. Lee, you coming up? I gotta go somewhere tomorrow. If you come, I'm letting you know. When Mr. Lee says, I'm probably coming, I am not gonna be here throughout the day. If you're coming, come on. Now, I kind of skated over this, but y'all remember that Mr. Lee, the first time, 4 o'clock, goes to Mr. Herrington's apartment completely unannounced. Ron Baker admitted to that. Completely unannounced. Second time he comes over, after 14-second phone, that 14-second conversation, the last thing that happens at 6:03 is a Snapchat of open. No doubt about it. That does not mean that's when Jay Reed went in the apartment. It says open. At 5:54, he says, I'm coming. And he says, what's that mean? Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lee consensually went over to Mr. Herrington's apartment. And we're going to talk just a little bit about how long does it take to strangle. Nobody ever testified that the context of that search was how long does it take to strangle someone. Now, if you recall, again, Mr. Baker, Detective Baker, testified August the 9th, 2022, that was the search. And he admitted when he testified to that was not factual. The search was, how long does it take to strangle? Do we know what context that was? Absolutely not. Do we know whether or not that was based on something that Mr. Lee had said to Mr. Herrington, consistent with the conversation that he had with Mr. Peters about what he'd like to do? Absolutely not. But there's a possibility there, ladies and gentlemen, and more likely, probably. Because how do we know that Mr. Herrington wasn't taking that very seriously? Because 7 seconds later, point in time, that got to type it in for Detective Baker. He was looking at something else. He was on Instagram. He would no more paying attention to that man in the moon. Agree with Detective Baker? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go through some of the questions that we have about this case. Why in the world would these exhibits we talked about not sent to the lab? Why wouldn't George Shiro here? You're not going to hear, you didn't hear from Mr. Shiro, but you heard from some of the stuff in his report.
We got an objection.
Mr. Shiro, Mr. Shiro's report said they did not request fingerprints.
Dude, let the judge let the judge respond to the objection, my dear.
I'm going to go through some more of the things that we have some concerns about. Think about this right here, folks. After the lab report came in, they got it. No doubt they at least had a preliminary report before. They go down to Grenada and start searching 2 locations. Lincoln Road, where they've been before. And they go down south of the Herrington home. We don't have any idea if the drones down there, people down there, what they took down there to do those searches, we don't have a report. When they did the initial search, a Molly bar, do we know whether or not they searched any men, drones. Who went out there and searched Molly Bar trailers? Nobody. We don't know. We don't know how many people went out there and what they did, because we just don't have a report of those things. Ladies and gentlemen, answer this question right here, if you can. Why in the world, technically, Mr. Porter would not provide a report on something they did 4 weeks ago? Why would they do that? Why would they not provide that report? The Berlin report is in evidence. I want to talk a little bit about that. The Berlin report provided Mr. Lee's car, the door open and closed. Another fight in this courtroom about that particular item. The search warrant returned for the Ford Fusion burglar report at 7:34 a.m. Driver door open, closed. 7:34:48 p.m. The passenger door open. That's the burglar report that was introduced into evidence. You will have it. I encourage you to look at that page in that burglar report. 7:34 is what time, ladies and gentlemen. That's the time they claim Mr. Lee car 7:25 went in 7:34. My client, close proximity at that time, seeing the camera running what?
Why
9
are we
minutes.
beating the time clock?
Time the car went in, time that my client, it can't be both, ladies and gentlemen. It can't be both. He can't be running away, and also he can't be opening and closing that door. Can't be. Now, the burglar report, again, testimony from an officer that said, hey, look, you can't depend on that report. It's unreliable. He didn't tell us why it was unreliable, how it was unreliable, or what mechanism they proved that it was unreliable. All they said, it was unreliable. I want to talk to you a little bit about what happened in Jimmie Herrington's car and the times and things that they claim happened in the car. 6:03. They claim Mr. Lee at least said open the door. Later, maybe a minute later, maybe 3 minutes later, showed up Mr. Harrison's car. Went inside. Something happened. Think about the fact that he's in Walmart at 6:41. He's in Walmart. Checks out 6:49. If they'd gone in there and talked to the attendant and say, you know, he was looking at this garbage can, what did he say to you? They didn't do that. And why would Mr. Herrington be getting a garbage can in his car? Why would he be doing that? And think about this question that I've had ever since we started this case, and they give me the discovery in this case. It's like our report. How is it that Mr. Lee is at Mr. Harrington's apartment at a time when the lockout report says activities going on at that location? Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at that. I've got 2 questions that I want you to consider. Maybe the biggest 2 questions in this case. First one is, How does the state establish beyond a reasonable doubt Jay Lee was not alive with Jimmie Herrington when the car arrived at Molly Bar Church? No one's testified. He identified Mr. Herrington driving the car or Mr. Lee. Think about the fact that fingerprints that were found in his car were Jay Lee's fingerprints. Think about the fact that Mr. Harrison's prints were not found on the driver's side of the car anywhere in the car. How do you know?
That's not evidence.
Testified to, Your Honor.
Ooh, snap! Wake up!
The second question that we have, and probably
We
the more
finally got
question
something.
is,
Finally got some.
how does the state
Wake up, everybody.
establish beyond a reasonable doubt that Jay Lee was not alive when Jimmie Herrington left for Walmart and returned? Jimmie Herrington got back to his apartment at what time? 7:02, something like that. He left Walmart, 7:09. He left Walmart 6:49. Why would he need a boxcar? He said, why would he need a garbage can? Didn't have a boxcar, box truck that was at the links. He drove back. There's no evidence whatsoever. Jay Lee, not alive at that time. Think about why that's important, folks. It's because they haven't proven anything in the apartment to fire, hair, DNA, saliva, anything like that. If he was not alive in that apartment, he got back to Walmart. Now, think about this prospect. We talk about possibilities because the state laid out possibilities. Let's assume, giving the state the benefit of all their evidence, that when he left Walmart, Jay Lee was alive. Let's assume he left Walmart, Jay Lee was alive. Let's assume that Jay Lee was still in his apartment. Because if you look at the ping information that we had to introduce into evidence, not the state, we had to introduce into evidence the ping locations 7:15.
You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. 7:15 on. These are the ping 7:21. These are ping locations that basically tracks the area to Molly Bar Trails from Mr. Harrington's apartment. How can they establish Jay Lee wasn't in that car? How can they establish that he was not alive at Jimmie Harrington's apartment during that time? Mr. Harrington possibly, we're talking about possibilities here. If you believe that Mr. Harrington found his way to Grenada, if you believe the theory that they got that he found his way to Grenada with a body, you believe it. If you find that, how can they state or prove that when Mr. Harrington went to Walmart, Mr. Lee wasn't still in the apartment alive?
Hola, Gabby.
I'm asking them. Tell you that. How he went back to Walmart, 7:49. We got the boxcar, which we know he had a reason to get the boxcar because the screws were there. How can they say he just walked up the steps, opened the door, and Mr. Lee was there alive? Maybe, because we got the pin location stuff that leaving the apartment. What if Mr. Lee was there? Dead. Nothing in evidence that support that. Here. could possibly be alive. Mr. Harrington came back, because we do know this. He wasn't gonna load up that car, in the back of that car, in the parking lot of Walmart. It made more sense if he got the box car and brought it back to Walmart, box truck, brought it back to Walmart first. The court hasn't instructed you that if Mr. Harrington walked in that apartment, found Jay Lee, look at the lock, resident lock door. When the door's open, the door's closed, and then again, look at it. You cannot eliminate the possibility. Jay Lee was alive, he left to go to Walmart. He came back, he wasn't. That's a possibility. They got to eliminate all the possibilities, not us. They didn't. They have to eliminate the possibility that Jay Lee got in his car with Jimmie Lee. They got to eliminate the possibility that didn't occur. They can't do that. Jimmie Harrington, we're not ever denying the fact that he was running away from the car. We never made that a point of contention. They made it a point of contention. Hey, photographic evidence that both of those men were not in that car at that time. It's a possibility. I'm not saying we have to prove that. I'm saying that's a possibility. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to look at the burden of proof in this case. The burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt on all four of them.
Your time's up. Wind it up. Time's up.
You got to look at four options. The only option that's possible in this case, if you take the state's case, everything they have, most favorable to them. Most favorable to them is manslaughter. That's the best option with them, ladies and gentlemen. The most reasonable verdict, and the one that's supported by the lack of evidence, is not guilty.
We got about another 20 minutes. Y'all good? Y'all gonna need any time to set up, or y'all good to go? All right. Anyone wishing to leave now, you can. We're gonna have about 20 minutes of testimony once we get started.
Okay, everybody. Sorry, I had to go change batteries in something. Yay! Woohoo! What do y'all think? How long do you think it's going to take? No, not to strangle somebody, for them to come back with a verdict. Oh, yeah. I will be glad. I will be so glad. I had to put on special captioning to be able to keep up with that. I saw a cute joke today. Are y'all ready for it? Y'all ready for a cute joke? You sure? Huh? Why do reindeers wear bells? Hmm. Why do reindeer wear bells? Let's see if anybody gets it. Let's see if you get it. Mm. No idea. Because their horns are broke. That's a cutie, isn't it? Because their horns are broke. I thought that was cute. That's just me. Somebody said, why don't you clean your lipstick off? I do all the time. I just always have lipstick on. We need to have a joke. Okay, this is going to be jokes. Y'all find some cute Christmas jokes while we're waiting for all this stuff to go on. Just for those who are joining, thank you very much for joining. It's a quiet day today, and that's perfectly fine. We will be starting to watch a new trial. It's the Georgia versus Celeste Owens. I think that's how it's said. And for unaliving an 8-year-old girl, some people can't handle that. That's fine. I get it. There's not a whole lot of trials right now. I get it. It's okay. This is kind of a downtime. Everybody's getting ready for the holidays. If we aren't ready already, we should be getting ready. And yep. So closing arguments are done. Dun, 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 dun. They're going to release the jury. Thank you, God. And we're going to hopefully get a verdict today. It's going to go, I think it's going to go one of two ways. It's going to be they're super quick because the jury has just made up their mind and we're able to follow along with this, or it could be miserably slow because no one knew what the hell happened. This is the first trial I think I can sit here and look at you and say, I don't have a clear picture of what the defense is throwing up there as a defense. Where was he during that time? What was he doing during that? I have no clue. None. It is so frustrating because it is. Let me see what this guy says. He's been really good. Pam. No, I don't want to do that. Dankins and Mississippi Clarion Ledger has been phenomenal at updating. But I don't see an update. We're in day 8 and her last update is day 6. So I have no idea. She provided a phenomenal timeline, which we went over yesterday. But that said, I am really struggling. I see that has the prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt proven he did it. This is going to be 100% purely circumstantial. That's what I'm looking for. A circumstantial case because there's no body, there's no weapon. And that to me is kind of like, But is there doubt reasonable? Is it plausible? Yeah. What do Mrs. Claus and does what do Mr. Claus and the does do while Santa and the reindeer are working Christmas Eve? Mrs. Claus, I don't understand that. Can you retype it? What kind of elfies? Oh, that's cute. Hiya there. What does Mrs. Claus do and the elves do while Santa and the reindeer are working? What do they do? Baduntis. I have a thing somewhere. I have a wah, 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 wah. That is cute, Gabby. What do they do, Miss Coretti Cut Mum? What do they do? Doom. I need some beat. Well, the moment I go for a beat, we get a microphone.
All right. All aboard it comes, board.
All
All
aboard
right,
for the Judge Express.
y'all go ahead and close those doors now. Show the jury in. Are you ready? You ready? All right. Yeah, you got 20 minutes.
They bring the jury.
Somewhat clean. We can't have two, you know what's appropriate. It's okay. Just keep the foul language bleeped out. It can be, I would say, not X, not RX, but close to R, but clean. I don't know how to put it. PG-13? PG-13, my time is like,
All right,
Gee,
let's make everybody
nowadays.
rest, and you may begin your final close.
oh, we're not done.
Ladies and gentlemen.
State
of the
rebuttal
jury,
closing.
I have a short time to talk to you, so I'm going to jump right into some of the points the opposing counsel brought up. He just came up here and attempted to mislead you. I'll start with the lock audit before we get back into the actual timeline of events, because the timeline matters. So let's look at that lock audit. It's in evidence. You'll be able to take that. Opposing counsel showed you just the times of 7:34 a.m.
Wow.
What he doesn't talk about is all the other times, or that this says Stephen Union on it. You remember, I believe Detective Baker testified that the lock report was not accurate.
Gabby, that's a little R.
Well, we
Ooh,
know,
Gabby.
according to the
Ooh,
timeline,
girl.
it's in
I'm
evidence.
deleting that one.
It's not jump shot. We'll get to watch it.
But I like it.
6:45 a.m.
Gabby, that's a
Lock
little
report.
much.
He's at Walmart at 6:49. Say he got back at 7:02, he unlocked the door.
That's pushing X.
Then, remember, by 7:34,
It's okay.
Mr.
Good
Anderson
one.
has to be all the
I'll
way
have to
over at
tell
Oliver
somebody that.
Insurance to run out. According to his interview, he ran over there at a 4-minute mile. So, why is the next time 7:06? And then the next time the door is unlocked is also 7:06. Ladies and gentlemen,
I think they're beating this time frame too much.
I'm not gonna hide it from you. It's in evidence. Because when you really look closely at everything, we're not afraid of the data. When
Gabby,
you really look closely
you're
at
right,
everything,
but
here's the story that line up. Ladies and gentlemen, he also attempted to mislead you when he
I'm
talked
good with it,
about
but other
that
people won't be good.
he kept saying force. He said he was not forced to go over there. You will have these instructions back, and the judge read them out. What is the definition of inveigle? Ladies, gentlemen, inveigle means to coax.
Guys, I will never look at that song the same way again. You're awful. Oh, Karate Cat Mom, that's good. That's good.
It means to
Y'all, that's good.
convince. It's going to be this jury instruction that you'll have with you. The court instructs the jury that inveigle means to lure or entice through deceit or insincerity. Inveigling has no component of force, but only coaxing. Now, we heard those text messages, and we'll go through them. But the Instagram, that's where we first find out what happens. Because in the Instagram message, Jay Lee writes, after leaving Tim Herrington's apartment for the first time, 4:36 a.m., he texts, I just wanted to be able to say I had you BDO. Again, fun to have been the first guy. Experiment over. Now, opposing counsel states that that's not Jay Lee threatening him. It's not our position that Jay Lee was actually threatening him. It's about how Tim Herrington perceived it. As someone who is deeply closeted, who's on the down low, who doesn't want people to know. You heard his family, none of them knew. Tim Herrington wasn't publicly out. Look through his Google search history. You'll see the kind of things he Googles. It's all finance. It's all celebrities or rich celebrities. Things that he's aspirational to be. Until this happens. Then all of a sudden, he's either into true crime or Googling how long it takes to strangle someone right before the person he strangled shows up. So that first message, he sends that, and then he blocks it. And then he reopens the message. He says, all right, note it on your phone, you better clean that up, back to block. Jay Lee did not re-engage that conversation. The only reason it happened again is because Tim Herrington contacts him over an anonymous account. Now, it's never been the state's position that Tim Harrington created the account just to contact Jay Lee. He has another account. He couldn't contact Jay Lee on the account he was blocked from because he was blocked. And we know that Jay Lee didn't know who it was because he says, who the F is this? They want to mislead you. They want you to read things that are not there. Just read the messages. They speak for themselves. We don't have to make anything up. We don't have to pretend or read anything into it. I think who the F is that speaks for itself. And then what happens? What happens right after that? Let's go right. Tim Herrington doesn't respond. Hey, Jay, it's Tim. Since we're in a good place, we're in a good relationship and everything, he tries to call him 3 times on FaceTime after him, over and over. You know why? Because he didn't want to put it in writing. That's why, because he's an anonymous Snapchat account. And then what happens? After Jay doesn't answer his 3 calls, Jay says, well, actually, I believe that's actually when the 14-second Snapchat call happened. And when you look at our timeline of evidence, you'll see that. That's when the actual Snapchat call took place, those 14 seconds. That's how Jay knew who it was. So they pick up with their same conversation over again. And Jay Lee says, what did you just delete? You made it like this. And what's Tim say? Come back. He asked him to come back. Now, opposing counsel wants to say that Jay showed up unannounced. And truth be told, we don't know how Jay got to the first encounter, but we do know that Tim didn't mind because look at his interview. They want to skip over what he told the police. After he lied the first time. The second time. In that interview, he says he came over like usual and he gave Tim Herrington oral sex like usual. Watch that interview. You'll have all that. He could have said that he showed up unannounced, I didn't know what was going on. He forced me to do these. No. But he said, like usual. That's what they usually do. So then the conversation continues. Now, remember, Jay knows who this is. What did you just delete? You made it like this. Come back. Jay Lee doesn't respond within a minute. You come in or not. And what does Jay say? He says no. Opposing counsel wants to frame this as if this is not obvious what's going on. Someone is asking someone to come back who was just in a fight with them. That's very clear. From the Instagram messages where it was blocked. And then as we go on, we find out what the fight is about. And Tim asks, why not? Well, Jay tells him, you wouldn't even eat my ass 1 hour ago after I cleaned and everything. Then you proceed to nut in my mouth. Hopefully you ain't been effing nobody raw. And then ask if I'm gonna stop harassing you now and that you want to stop linking. You know how much of an asshole move that is. That's what happens the first time. It's right there. Jay Lee is upset, not just because Tim wouldn't reciprocate, but it's all the other actions. He treated him like crap. They had a sexual encounter. Tiffany Herrington was satisfied, and then he said, okay, you need to get out. And you need to stop contacting me. We're not gonna link anymore. And Jay Lee says, do you know how much of an asshole move that is? He tells him he's foul. And then they leak heat. Ladies and gentlemen, the defense would have you believe that Tim Herrington, or that just is being pursued by Jay Lee in these messages. The messages literally speak for themselves. And then you have to ask yourself, when we're looking at this inveigle means to lure, entice through deceit or insincerity. Only coaxing. Coaxing means to convince. Jay Lee has said no once. And Tim, he told him why too, because you treated me like crap right before this. And Tim proceeds to convince him. Jay Lee says, you've done some questionable shit, but that, treating me like that was too much. Tells him to have a good night. Second time, Jay Lee tells him, no, have a good night. The next thing, Jay Lee says, yeah, now it seems like you're just trying to lure me over there to beat my ass or something. And why is that important? Because think about the earlier conversation right there in the text messages, where he told him how he just treated it. You just treated me like crap. You told me you don't want to see me again. You told me to stop contacting me. Now you're asking me to come back. Why? That's unusual. You're trying to lure me. Of course Jay Lee feels like he's trying to lure him over there. He just treated him horribly. Then, Tim says, you tripping. I feel bad because we're cool. So I'm not trying to end it like this. Again, telling him he doesn't want it to be over. He doesn't want to end it like this. There's nothing more to read into that. It's right there. Jay says, how are we cool? You barely want me to text you. Opposing counsel skipped over all these messages when he was going back through because he doesn't want you to see the real conversations. He wants to make it look like Jay Lee was inviting himself over. Jay Lee was pursuing. Jay Lee is asking Tim, how are we cool? You don't like me. You don't want me to text you. You just told me that you want to stop linking. You just told me to stop harassing me. Now, you're acting all different. That's obvious. says, "You're a cool person." They go on to talk about when was the last time that Tim had sex. They had that conversation. And what do we see? Jay says, because he sees Tim trying to invite him over, and he clearly likes Tim. And so he says, "Okay, I'll come over.
Y'all are
When I
ruining
get
the
there,
Christmas songs for
we're
me.
gonna have oral sex. You're gonna give me oral sex." And Tim, rather unenthusiastically, I might add, says, "Okay." So much so that Jay doesn't even know what he's talking about. He says, "Just okay?" And Tim later says, "I'll do it." See, that's important because that's the lie and the deceit. Think about Tim's interview, which I want you all to watch. The defense says that we don't know what the thing that's ever been done before is. Tim told us what it was in the interview. Tim says, oral sex. He says, "I've never done that before." He says, he invited him over to make it up to him because he's never done that before. That's the thing. And it's very obvious from the interviews, from the text message, and from what Jay even said. Opposing counsel put that 14-second phone call. He wants to put it where he thinks it should go to help his story. But where it actually went was right after Tim called Jay 3 times. He didn't answer because Jay didn't know who it was. And then 14-second Snapchat call. That's what actually happened. And the truth matters. The timeline matters. Then, again, Jay Lee says, "You know, if you try something fast, it's not good for you." And Tim says, "What do you mean?" And Jay says, "Like, try to hurt me. Because you know why? He's still suspicious because Tim is acting different." He says, "You barely ever want to text me earlier." He says, "This is a man who just told him to get out of his apartment. He didn't want to live anymore. Who just told him that he should stop harassing him. And all of a sudden, he wants to invite him over to do something, to give him oral sex, which he has never wanted to do. And Tim has never done." And so, of course, Jay is suspicious. To lure or entice through deceit or insincerity. And how do we know it's insincere? Because right after Jay agrees to go, which again, he says possibly later tonight, that's not good enough for Tim. He said, "I told you I'm leaving today." Jay still wasn't going to come right then. So Tim had to convince him to come. "I told you I'm leaving later today." So Jay then, he says, "I'm coming." And once Jay agrees to come, you'll notice Tim never responds. He just needed to get Jay there. And right after that, he makes that Google search. How long does it take to strangle someone? Now, when Detective Baker testified, he was clear. He's not saying that Tim intentionally Googled how long it takes to strangle someone. We will never know. What we're saying is that he typed in how long it takes to strangle, and when you type that in, once you get to the end of strangle, the options, like on Google, trying to predict what you're going to say, Gary Petito's the first one. So if you're moving fast, you either type that out or you click it. That's how the search is logged. That's why it's a search. Otherwise, it wouldn't be logged. They say that Instagram activity. Detective Baker testified about that too. We don't know if that was a notification that popped up Instagram activity. You can't tell if he actually moved to the Instagram app. You just know it's activity. And since it is such a short 7 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, you can deduce that it was probably a notification that popped up. Because that's what makes sense. Opposing counsel wants to talk about possibilities, but we are not here about possibilities. We're here about reasonable doubt. A lot of things are possible. It's possible that elephants could rain from the sky. It's possible that anything could happen. To say anything could happen. Reasonable doubt does not mean all doubt.
You have
It's
2
about-
minutes.
Thank you. It's about what is reasonable. He asked 2 questions. How do we know Jay Lee was not alive when the car arrived at Molly Bar Trails? And we know that because at 7:28, the phone shuts off. And that's right before he gets to Molly Bar Trails. And by shuts off, we don't know if it was broken, we don't know if it was damaged. But we also know that from the testimony of Jose Reyes and Jay Lee's mom, that he never let anyone borrow his car. Jose said he don't let his car let him go get some gas to gas him. So we know that. We also know that when the car is found, all his things are in it. The things he would need to move on, to live a life. He says, 2, how does the state establish that Jay Lee was not alive in that apartment when Tim returns from Walmart? Tim Herrington says in his interview that Jay Lee left a little bit before him. That Jay Lee left before him. Watch Tim's interview. He says he left, Jay Lee, and then Tim left. And then after that, he says he went to Walmart. We also know from witnesses that said that Jay Lee never had any reason to be at Molly Bar Trails. In fact, they didn't even really know anybody over there. They talked about talking to people over at Molly Bar Trails who said that Jay Lee was never over there. And one big point.
That's not my ring, to be sure, but I was gonna ring if you didn't. You can wind up real short.
I will. One big point we know for sure is that how did Tim Herrington get to Molly Bar Trails? When we asked those 2 questions that he asked, Jay Lee was not alive, and Jay Lee never left. He was alive when he returned to the apartment. You heard the testimony. There's one way in, one way out of Molly Bar Trails. One way in and one way out. You never see Tim Herrington run in. Not only do you never see Tim Herrington run in, you do see a few cars go in. But if a few cars go in, if Tim Herrington was in one of those cars, why didn't he just tell that to the police when he talked to them? And if that's the case, when he got out of the car to pretend the job, why did he catch a ride immediately after running out of Molly Bar Trails to get into another car to take him home? Because none of those cars dropped him off. It's not about possibilities. What is reasonable? Sometimes the obvious answer is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, July 8th has always been a special day in the Lee family. Stephanie Lee's birthday, and she testified that every year her son, Jay, calls to sing her a happy birthday. She's never going to hear that again. She's never going to call again. But today is Tim Herrington's day. It's time for him to be held accountable for what he's done. So when you go back there, look over all the evidence. Take your time, dive into the data, and find the only verdict that justice demands. That's guilty.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, and it's not going to work. As I told you, when we came up there, we had some spares, so we're going to be here a while. And those alternate jurors will be William Fargo. Got that left or not, Mr. Fargo. Denise Cole.
I sign a lot of Christmas songs. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire is going to be hard for me to sign cleanly now. Let me say that again. I sign a lot of Christmas songs, and now chestnuts roasting on an open fire is going to be hard for me to sign clearly now. Y'all, you're ruining it for me. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Oh,
Been displayed there. Let's make sure you gather up all the exhibits before you go. Y'all, all right. All right. I'm just gonna say, well, let's wait for the door closed.
y'all are cute. Oh, bum.
I know I told you was gonna ask a lot of you, we have. You've been away from your home and your family for a good while now. If you wish to discuss your jury service with anyone, you can. If you wish not to, tell them you don't want to, okay? I don't think you'll have any problem with this.
A dare.
If you do, let us know. Your guess is as good as mine as when this jury will reach a verdict. If you want to hitchhike home or something before then, if you got somebody that could come this way, when the jury reaches a verdict, we will carry a bus back. You're welcome to stay in the courtroom. You can move around Oxford. If you decide to leave and move around Oxford,
But you got to leave your number.
I guess your belongings are all still at the hotel. If you want to return to the hotel, you're on your own to do what you want to do. Your courtroom is open to you. Your hotel room is open to you. Go and do as you see fit. As I mentioned, if you want to talk about your service, have it. If you don't, go. Okay. But thank you all.
So these are the alternates.
I'm gonna let them come back through around here, come out through my chambers area here, wait this way, okay? Yeah, the three here. Make sure we've got all the instructions and the
Goodness
exhibits
gracious,
together,
great
okay?
balls of fire.
Hotel and have at it, but since I can see it from here, I think you'll probably be okay.
We's in verdict watch now, y'all. Hallelujah. Okay, here's the thing. I need to run back to the house. Well, they're still
Counsel
talking.
Use any exhibits that were marked exhibits in your presentation?
I did not.
Okay, did the state?
Yeah, he came back.
Okay, everybody make sure all the exhibits are marked, all the instructions are back together. We need to talk about, has there been any thought given to in the event that, I'm sorry.
Dude, sit your butt down.
Lynn, if you would, shut the door, please.
Shut the door. Keep out the devil. Yeah, shut the door. Sorry.
Has any thought been given to, in the event that the jury wants to view any of these videos? Do we have some device that's not contaminated with anything else that can be used? What have you got, just for the record? Is it already back there? Is it clean of any, is it a clean computer? All right. I'm gonna let the clerk have the computer back there anyway. If they need any help starting or anything, Lynn, let us know and we'll make arrangements, okay? All right. Go ahead and get these exhibits back and the instructions back. I will say we've got a pretty good crowd gathered here today. I know everyone here is interested in the outcome. I know it's important to everyone. In all likelihood, sometime today, we'll have a side that they feels that they've won and a side that feels they have not won. I don't know, have any idea more than y'all, anyone else do. Anybody here has heard the same testimony that I have. I will say this, whether you consider your side having won or lost, I've been in this business a long time, you can tell by my gray hair. But on both sides, I think that the evidence was gathered, the cases were investigated, and the case was prosecuted and defended as thoroughly as any case that I've ever dealt with. So whether you win your side, feel your side's win or lost, I assure you that they put on their best game and their best performance.
I don't
And,
know about
I
that, Your Honor.
appreciate
You're
you
very
attorneys
optimistic on the
working so hard
defense.
and getting the facts out there. And I'll say that. That being said, you're free to go. You're welcome to stay, okay? Court being recessed till we have a verdict.
I just ran into something pretty dang cool. They have wheelchair covers, so you can cover the outside of your tires. Those are pretty cool. Okay, let me get back to you guys. Okay, I have got to run an errand. I need to go turn off the space heater in the house. We have no heater. Our heater went down, and I need to go turn that off. Take care of the monkey, and then I'll be back. I'm going to let y'all keep joking. I shouldn't be 30 minutes, if that. Hopefully, I will leave a little bit of music on so we can have something going. And I'll return. I'll make it as quick as I can, you guys. I appreciate you so much. And we'll be back. I will be on my phone watching the live. If anything happens, I will pop in there. But thank you guys so much. Mods, you are wonderful. Nope, don't want that one. We're going to do this one. Why can't I hear it? Okay. So I'll be back. I'll be back. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Thank you so much for your kindness and your patience. I had something interesting to report. My son is going to be shocked when he sees what I'm going to be showing. Well, maybe he won't be shocked. Who knows? But I went home, and on my way home, I saw something that was absolutely freaking insane. And I'm going to show you as soon as I get it up and done. I did get myself a little breakfast taco. I don't think I've had this much to eat in a week at one time. There we go. Thank you so much, y'all, all my mods, for holding down the fort. You are fabulous. Love and blessings to all of you. What are you talking about strict with some things? I don't know what y'all are talking about. But that's okay. That was between y'all. I am appalled. And when I say appalled, I mean appalled at what I saw today. And it's not that these people don't have a right to say what they want to say. I am good with that. But the way this is being said and being done, to me, is so beyond appropriate. And I cannot believe it's happening in our little town. Normally, this kind of, I've got to get it pulled up, guys. I'm sending it to myself and doing all that stuff. I got to do a quick edit because I don't want to have a problem. So anyway, it has to do with people on our street corner. It was horrendous, y'all. Horrendous. I don't want to ruin it, so I won't say anything else. Was I gone for 30 minutes? How long was I gone for? Try to get back as quick as I could, y'all. I did. I tried to get back quickly. I'm gonna try and do it this way. I'm trying to just crop this. I don't want anybody's license plate in the image, so I'm cropping because there's cars around. So I'm trying to be respectful. But y'all, I have never witnessed anything like this before, ever. Y'all. And I'm labeling it. Are you ready for this? WTF. I kid you not. I labeled it WTF. Now let me get it up into the StreamYard and then I'll show you what it is, because it is, I was like, what? No. Y'all didn't do that. Did you? Did y'all really do that? Yep. Or at least look at my live. Yeah, just do it. Y'all, do you see it? Do you see? I just put it up there for y'all. Oh, my Lord, y'all. WTF. I'm... In a second, we're going to go into the other trial. And they had a sign that was, I think, 5 feet by 7 feet that had other stuff on it that I can't show. Are you kidding me? This was the cleanest of the signage, y'all. Did I run you guys away? I'm a little bit flabbergasted. What are y'all's humble opinion about that? I think there comes a point. Well, they had the P word plastered all over the street corner, which kind of got to me because we have youngins, on the street in cars looking at the police were called, but obviously it was okay because they didn't remove the persons. I don't know why I'm putting this on. I'm getting ready to eat. Sensei, quit begging. You've already eaten. So, 80s Music Man. Did y'all see that? Am I out here alone? No comment? Did y'all see this? And there were like 10, 15 people on the street corner with that crap. I'm like, are you kidding me? Mm, 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 mm. I guess, okay. I guess I'm the only one shocked. I'm the only one who's sitting here with my mouth hitting the floor. Okay, y'all. Now we're going to transition to the Amari Hall's death. Trial gets underway for the women accused of killing an 8-year-old. Here's the brief. The trial begins. Opening statements took place yesterday as the trial was once a woman who accused of unaliving an 8-year-old Amari Hall in Gwinnett County in 2021. And I'm like, boy, this case has been going for a while. It's been going since 2021. Brittany Hall, the mother. Hold on. No, I showed it. Yes, you're right, Ronnie. I wouldn't want to clean it. But anyway, Brittany Hall, Amari's mother, told police her partner, Celeste, I think Owens, unalived the child, dumped the body in DeKalb County. The evidence that's going to be presented, that the police and prosecutors cite a hotel video showing Owens and Hall beating Amari and her siblings, as well as an autopsy finding of the fractured ribs, internal bleeding, and malnourishment. The cause of death was ruled that Amari's death was battered child syndrome, and the police and prosecutor alleged that Owens was a primary responsible party. Amari, who's been diagnosed with autism, was a biological daughter of Brittany Hall, and that's hard. I get it, but y'all, this is really this is going to be hard. So if you guys can't handle children, it's okay to take a break and come back in. I can always put notifications when certain things are no longer in view, and I will not be showing videos or images of the deceased. Amari's mother initially called 911 to report her missing, claimed that she disappeared from their upstairs unit at Homestown Studio and Suites on Jimmy Carter Boulevard. The Gwinnett County PD officers later found her remains in a wooded area near Stone Mill Trace subdivision. So the authorities suspected foul play, yada, yada, yada. So that is the basics of this trial. They do have the right to protest. What concerns me about the protest is the vulgarity of it. You don't have to be that vulgar. I know adults can handle it, but children cannot. And some women know. No, I don't care if it offends. Some women who've been through some brutal stuff will see that right there, and it's a trigger. A huge trigger. You can hold your signs, but to wear white clothing and put red stuff on it in the place that they did to me is where I struggle. And that's just me and my own struggle. There we go. Okay, so we're going to start this trial. The microphone, of course, was not turned on for the state's opening. We are going to get into the prosecution's, the defense's opening right now, and that's where we're going to be. And I need to get this up. The sound will come on in just a second, guys. I apologize. It's them and not me.
Expect that there will be evidence.
And I've got it all the way up. It will get better, I'm told. And I'm going to eat.
Amari. They're both blamed for it, and you will ultimately have the indictment that was read to you, that has been referred to, out with you ultimately when you go out and deliberate the case. And you'll actually see the 21 counts in the indictment, wherein they're both charged in 19 of them together. Because I submit to you, there will not be specific evidence in this case that pinpoints that my client delivered the fatal blow or blows to Amari. Now, I'm not an idiot. Standing up here and talking about the death of a child, purported cruelty to children for the two other children, it's heart-wrenching. I get that. It's a tragedy. I get that. But you all, as the judge just swore you in, gave you the final oath, you all are sitting there because you all told us over and over again that you were fair and impartial, right down the middle, not leaning towards one side or the other in the case. Although, as you've heard from Judge Duncan, there's a presumption of innocence that surrounds and protects my client until it is overcome by evidence sufficient to convince you all beyond a reasonable doubt. Not talk, not what we surmise, not opinion, but evidence. There is not, I submit to you in this case, ladies and gentlemen, there is not going to be any specific evidence presented to you all that my client delivered any fatal blow to Amari. Now, the charges are broken up, and I know they were read to you. You don't have them in front of you. You don't have the indictment, but counts 1 through 4 deal with the allegations of murder and felony murder. And Ms. Nizam is right. They're both charged, Brittany Hall, and you want to use the word mother as it pertains to Brittany Hall, who was my client's, we expect the evidence to be, girlfriend at the time. But we expect the evidence to be she, not Celeste, was their primary caregiver. Mom, Brittany Hall, who's not here, not on trial, but her name is going to be all over the place. These are her 3 children. She's indicted in this case. She's charged individually and as a party to the crime, purportedly with Celeste, of killing her own daughter. And so when the police come in and testify, when witnesses come in and testify, when videos are played, recordings are played, photographs are put up on
Haley
the
Mouse,
screens
please
for
go
you
to
all
Discord.
to see.
Haley Mouse, please go to Discord.
I ask you to please keep that in mind. Brittany's not on trial here this week. No, Celeste is. But in going over the photos, the recordings, the evidence, the statements, the testimony that comes in this case, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Celeste killed Amari. That's counts 1 through 4. And I submit to you, the evidence is not going to be there that she did. We expect Dr. Downs to come in and testify Friday morning, the end of this week. That cause of death was blunt force injuries, malnutrition. Well, again, you're going to hear evidence. We expect that it was Brittany Hall, the mom, who was their primary caregiver, charge of dispensing food, giving them food.
Good evening,
and was
Haley
also
Mouse.
their primary disciplinarian. And you'll see videos of Ms. Hall, I expect, kicking, brutalizing, stomping on, hitting her own children on the floor in that motel room. Only the allegations are, as it pertains to Jakari and Zaire, that this occurred in July. at the Congress Motel, which I think you heard is now closed. So those are the allegations pertaining to the other two children, that you get the cruelty to children counts. Charges with Amari are from November. There's going to be supposition, there's going to be opinion, there's going to be guesswork. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, I'm going to come back, whether it's Friday or Monday of next week, and ask you, which I'm sure you will do, that you've paid attention to what's gone on in this courtroom over the last 3 or 4 days by the time I come back to you all, and return a verdict of not guilty as it pertains to Celeste Owens. Now, as the lawyers go, we'll turn our podium this way. The witnesses come up here on the witness stand, swear an oath to tell the truth. Jurors don't get to ask questions. So it's our job as the lawyers, yes, we're advocates for our side, but we have to ask those questions that we perceive are obviously relevant and that you want to know the answers to. So at the end of the case, when we come back before you in what's called closing arguments, we can state our positions based upon the answers to those questions that we pose to them and the evidence in the case. When I come back, I'm going to ask you to hold the state to their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwell. All right, the state ready to call its first witness?
Yes, Judge. I think we did discuss potentially some stipulations.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant and the state have agreed to the following matters. They are stipulated as fact for evidentiary purposes during the course of the defendant's jury trial. Number one, on November the 21st of 2021, police were called to the hometown studios in Gwinnett County, Georgia, in reference to a missing 8-year-old named Amar, M-A-M-A-I-R, parentheses, Amari Hall.
That's an
Hereafter,
interesting robe.
close parentheses. Defendant Celeste Owens and co-defendant Brittany Hall both told police that they woke up that morning to find the victim missing. The police were provided a description and photograph of the victim to aid in their search. 2. Defendant Celeste Owens was asked to voluntarily come to police headquarters and speak with police as the victim had still not been located. During the interview, the defendant told police about her whereabouts during the time the victim would have gone missing. Officers were able to confirm the defendant was lying and she was arrested for false statements. 3. Officers obtained a search warrant for the defendant's phone, and an extraction of the device resulted in locating her internet search history along with videos of the victim and her 2 siblings. From the extraction, officers were led to obtain several surveillance videos from the hometown studios, a local U-Haul vendor, a Citgo gas station, and a nearby Family Dollar store. 4. Officers also obtained images from flock cameras of a U-Haul that police confirmed was rented by the defendant. The U-Haul van was seen on flock cameras driving in the direction of where the victim's body was later found. 5. The victim's body was found naked with garbage bags wrapped around it, and the victim was located in a wooded area in DeKalb County on November 22nd, 2021. 6. On November 23rd, 2021, an autopsy was performed by Dr. Downs of the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office. The cause of death was determined to be multiple blunt force injuries to the victim. The manner of death was determined to be homicide. The victim also suffered from malnutrition. 7. The defendants were charged in the bill of indictment as parties to a crime to numerous counts, including malice, murder, and cruelty to children. The defendants were subsequently severed after a motion filed by Brittany Hall's attorney was granted. 8. Video surveillance of the hometown studios was viewed by the initial officers on scene. The footage was from an hour or more prior to the police arriving and did not show co-defendant Brittany Hall walking around the hotel as was reported by her. The surveillance also did not show the defendant.
It's bothering me. This here is not centered. See how it's thinner on this side, and here's the zipper, and it's bigger on that side. It's off-centered, and it's driving me crazy.
Or the
I know.
victim during that time.
Driving me
This
crazy.
testimony will be admitted by the officer who the information was relayed to. 9. Statements made by the severed co-defendant Brittany Hall are contained in reports and body camera of the responding officers and describe the circumstances surrounding the victim's disappearance. These out-of-custody statements explain the conduct of the officers and therefore will be allowed in for that purpose. These statements would involve a description of the victim, a time frame of the last time she was seen, the items the victim would have taken with her, that the victim was homeschooled and that was on medications for seizures that she took with her since the medications were not in the room. 10. Similarly, co-defendant Brittany Hall eventually led officers close to the area where the victim was found. The state will solicit testimony from officers regarding the information provided by her for the purpose of explaining the officer's presence at the location.
Good point,
Those
Ronnie. She
statements
may
should
be.
admitted. 11, the quote, "be on the lookout," unquote, or BOLO, generated by law enforcement containing information about the circumstances surrounding the victim's disappearance, as well as a photograph of the victim, should be admitted. 12, there are no issues or objections to a business certification form provided by an authorized custodian of records for the following in lieu of live testimony. Surveillance video from Hometown Studios for the relevant time frame. Receipts for room rental at the Hometown Studios for the relevant time periods. Surveillance video from A1 Mini Storage / U-Haul rental location. Receipt and contract for the U-Haul van rental in the name of the defendant. Surveillance video from the Dollar General located at 7050 Jimmy Carter Boulevard for the relevant time period. Receipt from the same Dollar General above. Surveillance video from the Citgo located near Stone Mill Way for the relevant time period. 13. The flock images obtained through detectives are admitted into evidence through the testimony of law enforcement officers who ran and or received the images. 14. Counsel waives a Daubert hearing as it relates to the testimony of medical examiner Dr. J.C. Downs and his status as an expert witness in the field of forensic pathology. 15. Photographs taken of the U-Haul van with Arizona license plate AL06742, taken by crime scene investigator Kay Cochran at Gwinnett County Police Headquarters, will be admitted without the testimony of said crime scene investigator, as foundation will be stipulated to for those photographs. Are those the stipulations as propounded by the?
The reading of the charges, I believe.
And by the defense?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Y'all, I'm excited. I've lost 10 pounds.
Would you like to call the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Sergeant.
Not the way I wanted to lose it, though. No one said anything about my little reindeer.
Excuse me, Judge, did they receive their badge?
Yes.
Whoops.
Sorry, thank you.
I got to get that camera mounted off this desk. I'll figure it out. But it's better now than what it was, that's for sure. You found them? I'm lost. Oh, the 10 pounds.
Sergeant, will you please raise your right hand?
In 1 week, I think,
Do
or
you
something
solemnly
close to
swear
that.
affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir.
Could you go ahead and state and spell your name real quick, please?
It's Sergeant Michael Forrester.
Yep.
First name is Michael. Last name Forrester.
All right. And Sergeant Forster, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently a sergeant with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Gwinnett County Police Department?
20 years.
Tell us a little bit about the training and the experience that you have in order to have the position you have now.
Over the past 20 years, I've been through close to between 3,000 to 4,000 hours of training. The academy had between 400 to 700 hours of training here with Gwinnett County. Every year we go through training of different types, get different certifications. In order to get to my position, I have to go through we call it field training officer class, so I can train other officers, then can get promoted to corporal through other training classes and stuff like that. And then eventually, a couple of years ago, got promoted to sergeant.
All right, all right. So Sergeant Forster, are you a certified police officer by the state of Georgia?
I am.
Now, have you worked in various parts of the county throughout your tenure with the police department?
Most of my career has been at the West Precinct, which encompasses Norcross, the city of Peachtree Corners, and parts of Lilburn. For a short period, I was in detectives, worked general crimes and auto theft, where I also went to other parts of the county to investigate those crimes.
So I want to go ahead and take you back to November 21st of 2020.
Hello, it's
Were
Brit.
you still
Hello.
working in the same area, Norcross, as you just told the jury?
Yes.
Now, were you involved in the investigation of Amari Hall when she was initially reported missing?
Yes.
Now, tell us a little bit about the nature of the call that you received prior.
Right. Tell us a little bit about the nature of call you
Initially, it
received
came
prior
in
to
as a missing
responding.
child.
I'll read it to you if you can't hear it.
A couple officers responded. I believe it was around 30 minutes into the call when they had not been able to locate her. I
If y'all are
responded
having
to
a
the
hard,
scene.
let me pause it.
That
If y'all are
day I
having a-
was-
Pause. If you're having a hard time hearing the question, let me know, because I've got captioning, a special captioning on my computer screen that I can't share with y'all. Ooh, wait a minute. Can I? No, because then the sound won't be there. Sorry. Anyway, I can't share it with you, but I will read it. So let me know if you're having a hard time hearing the questions.
an acting supervisor. We had one sergeant on duty that day. So myself and another corporal were assisting with supervisor responsibilities that day.
Do you recall around what time you responded to the hometown studios?
It was mid-morning, somewhere between 9:30 and 10, I believe.
All right. Is there a protocol that is in place when there are missing children reported to the Gwinnett County Police Department, or does it depend?
It kind of depends on the situation. Like I said, initially it came in as a missing child. The first responding officers got there. The very first thing that we usually do on missing children, even missing adults, is we'll search the house, or in this case, the hotel room. We'll also search the areas right around it. You kind of start small and then work your way out. After the first initial officers weren't able to locate her either in the room or in the general vicinity on the hotel grounds, is when we started getting additional officers to the scene to start a more thorough search outside and of the hotel property.
Now, go ahead and describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the area. tell us about the hometown studios, its layout. Just describe it for us, please.
Sure. This particular
you get to see
hotel
it there.
is one of 3 that sits off of Jimmy Carter Boulevard. Behind the hotel is a wooded area that has a pretty steep bank that drops off into the access road of Peachtree Parkway onto Jimmy Carter Boulevard and Peachtree Industrial Boulevard. So it's a pretty busy area back through those woods. If you're facing the hotel off to your left, there's another hotel, and behind that is a big wooded area. And then on the other side of that is a apartment complex. In front of the hotels, there's a car wash. There's a restaurant, I think it's a hibachi style restaurant. And then across the
Which-
street, you have a
Did you
Waffle
see that?
House,
How is your
McDonald's,
tea? Do you like it?
Two-story shopping area, with small little shops and stuff like that. The Jimmy Carter right there is total of 5 lanes, got 2 going each way with a center turn lane. So it's a fairly busy area as far as traffic goes.
Do you recall the room number which you responded to?
Believe it was 251.
Okay. And was this on the first floor, second floor?
It's on the 2nd floor.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when you got there.
When I first got there, I met with the 2 officers that were there. And my first, instinct was to go and start getting information about the child. We had officers coming to the area. We already had some officers out in the area. So we needed to get as much information about the child that we could to find out, her name, her age, what she might be wearing, the circumstances behind when she went missing, how long has she been missing, that kind of information.
Now, you eventually did that, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and prior to that, I want to show you a few things. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Forster, I'm going to show you what was previously
Place.
shown to defense counsel and marked
Place.
states exhibits 1 through 4. Could you have a look at this and see if you recognize those?
We are now carrying the tea in my shop right now, too. Down. No. Come here.
Yes.
And what are they?
They
Down.
are photos of the exterior of the hotel where I responded to that day.
Okay, and to your knowledge, do those accurately reflect the hotel as you remember it being and being familiar with?
Yes.
Any material alterations or deletions or adjustments to it to your knowledge?
It's been like this for almost 20 years.
Okay, all right. Judge, at this time, I would move to tender into evidence states exhibit 1 through 4. Again, I have previously shown these to defense counsel.
Any objection?
She does have a sweet voice, little voice.
And I have permission to publish these as well.
And I have your permission to, as you may. It didn't even pick it up. This is going to be a difficult. If this is the way it's going to be, I need to find another trial.
Sir, I am going to show you what has been previously marked as states exhibit 1.
I'm going to show you previously been marked exhibit
4, but we'll start with states exhibit number
1, and we'll start with exhibit number 1, please.
Is that states exhibit 1 is showing?
That is the exterior of the hotel, 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, Hometown and Studios. It's a 2-story hotel. It's actually got a total of 3 buildings on the property.
Thank you for not showing identifying information. Oh, I can't look at it when it does that. I get car sick so easy.
Do you recall what is it that you're looking at here?
So that's just a little cut through to the walkway. And then behind that light brown beige wall there is the staircase that goes to the 2nd level.
All right, and I have states exhibit number 3 as well as going into states exhibit 4. What is it that we are seeing here?
So that was the staircase leading to the 2nd level. Make a right, and the door all the way to the right of that picture is 251.
Is that the door with the yellow tape over it?
Yes, it is.
All right, Sergeant Forster, you met with who when you first got there?
To the scene or to the room?
To the room.
To the room. When I walked into the room, I met with the mother and another lady that was in the room.
Okay. Do you remember the name of the mother?
Off the top of my head, I do not.
Would that be Brittany Hall?
Yes.
All right. And did you also see this defendant, Celeste Owens, present as well?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the demeanor of each.
When I walked into the room, they're both in the room. One of the females was sitting on the bed on her phone, just kind of sitting there. The other female was kind of, I don't want to say pacing, but just kind of right in the area next to the bed. Kind of describe that room a little bit. When you first walk in, there's a king or queen size bed directly in front of the front door. And then to the left of that is another bed of the same size. And then just on the opposite side of that is like a mini
Good
kitchen. It's
girl.
got a sink, a fridge, stuff like that. It is extended stay hotel, so place to be able to prepare some meals and stuff like that.
All right, Sergeant Forrester, I am going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 5, 6, 7.
You're going to show previously one 5, 6, and 7, and 8 are previously shown. A friend counsel, could you have a look at those? And tell
Yes,
me
these
what
are
those are?
photos of the interior of the room that I was just describing.
And does it reflect the room as you recall when you arrived there on November 21st of 2021?
Yes, of course, there's some items that bedding that have been moved around, luggage, stuff like that, where we had searched stuff. But
Okay.
as far as the furniture, stuff like that, everything's pretty much the same.
Any material alterations, deletions, or adjustments that you notice on any of these?
No.
Judge, at this time, I would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8, again previously shown to defense counsel.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish these?
Whoa,
You may.
guys, question. Do we want to watch the trial begins for a man accused of posting murder confessions on the Facebook unaliving? I don't know if we can watch that whole trial. What do y'all think? I'm trying to find a trial that we got good audio, good visual, good everything. I need some opinions because this is getting a little frustrating, in my humble opinion, of not being able to get good sound. Let me know.
All right, this is going to be State's Exhibit number 5. Could you explain to the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
That's the door leading into the room. That's the first bed directly in front of the door. And that is the bed that the two adult females stated that they used, where one of them was sitting when I walked in.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 6. Is this just a wider?
Yes,
vantage point?
it's the bed on the right is that first bed when you first come in. The bed to the left. When I got there, there was two other children sleeping in that bed. One to the far left, one to the far right, with a vacant spot in the middle. And then you can kind of see the kitchen area off to the left as well.
All right, I'm going to move over to State's Exhibit number 7. What are we looking?
Okay, I think, you know what? I think we're going to switch because this is so horrible. I don't want to even do this because I can't hear it. Y'all can't hear it. So we're going to, at the request of some viewers, which I'm more than okay with, start another trial. But before we do, this is a good time I want to show. Okay, I'll just make sure it don't run my chair to my dog's backside. We have had a court appearance, and this is something I'm going to start diving into now that my semester's come to an end. although I got another semester starting. I got a week before we do that. So what I'm going to do, let me get this off. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually start diving into the case based out of San Antonio, Brad Simpson. I actually hope to go to this trial and actually, sorry, be in the courtroom when he is actually being tried. So that is my goal. We'll see if it happens. Okay, I do want to hear this, and then we'll
Simpson in court.
start another trial.
He's accused of killing his wife, Suzanne, back on October 6th. That's the night the Olmos Park mother disappeared. KENS 5's Megan Reyna, who's been following this story from the beginning, was in the courtroom this morning. And Megan, what's the latest in this legal process?
Well, Audrey, the judge set this hearing because the defense was going to be off for the rest of the year. He says that this really was just an opportunity to check on the defense and the prosecution to see if they needed to discuss anything. Ultimately, they decided to just set a date for another hearing in February. But what was more significant about the hearing this morning was the fact this was the first time family was able or has seen Brad since Suzanne was killed. In Judge Joel Perez's courtroom, that is, about 2 rows were filled with Suzanne's family and friends. When Brad walked in, he showed no emotion. The judge mentioned the motion the defense had filed to quash the indictment, which is an attempt to get his indictment tossed out, but the judge has not ruled on that motion. We spoke with Barton Simpson following this short hearing about what it was like seeing his own brother.
It was just a sad ordeal for us. We really have an interest that justice be served for Suzanne. So this is the first time that I've seen him, and honestly, it just makes me sad.
Brad Simpson was indicted for murder, among other charges, including tampering with the corpse. We learned through family. Investigators say they found DNA on a saw that Brad was trying to hide from police, but detectives have still not located Suzanne's body. Since Brad's arrest back in October, he has been at the Bexar County Jail. I asked his attorney if he had any comment this morning. He told me no comment. Now, the next hearing date is set for February 12th, but a trial date has not been set yet.
My son said that was really funny, y'all. My son, that picture I showed y'all earlier, he said was funny.
Especially the type of guy doing it, yeah.
Oh, you got to see the other ones. They had dreads all the way down to the floor. I just showed him that picture. Let's keep going, guys. Sorry. Thank you, Haley Mouse. Yes. Hugs, toxic. Yes, guys, we get all of our documents. Well, 99% of our documents from Haley Mouse. I mean, sorry, Toxic Orchid over at As the Gavel Drops in Discord. I know. Ew. Let's see. I'm just, oh, wow. Everybody came in. Look at that.
No, it's a little crowded in here. If you want to wait in the hallway for your attorney, as long as you do not leave, you're welcome to wait right outside in the hallway. It's too crowded in here for you. As long as you have already checked in. But again, Rick, please do not leave until your attorney or the court has told you it's okay. As long as, again, you've checked in.
Oh, this is the court docket. Okay. Let's see. We want to wait till we get to him. Here we go. That's right. We can.
Okay, will the attorneys
They're
please
amazing.
identify themselves?
Casey Sandoval for the state of Texas.
Stephen Gilmore for Mr. Simpson.
Okay, and sir, are you Brad Chandler Simpson?
Yes.
Okay, and I want the record to reflect that I scheduled this hearing today because I became aware that Mr. Gilmore was going to be out of town. Normally, we do it 3 weeks out, okay? So I didn't know, since the case is new to this court, whether or not there were pending matters. I know that was a motion for examining trial, which is moot at this time. And in addition, there's a motion to quash the indictment, which I think we'll litigate at a later date, correct, Mr. Gilmore?
Correct, Judge.
Okay, and from the state.
And
is
I'll
there
be in
anything
there in the
further that we need
wheelchair,
to
so I'll
address
be
today before Mr. Gilmore.
And I'll be in the wheelchair right up front because I'm deaf and in a wheelchair with the service dog. Y'all, this girl's going to be right there.
Leaves for the rest of the year, whatever the case may be.
Not at this time, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Gilmore.
Nothing at the moment, Judge.
Okay, then for now, then we'll go ahead and just reset the case, and you'll get a date from Ms. Tamayo. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you all very much.
May we be excused?
Yes, you may be excused. Thank you.
And that be all. That be all, y'all. Let me share this. Yeah, I'm going to really start diving in. I just haven't had the brain power to do it.
That was issued this morning by Judge Joel Betez. Have you seen anything like this in your time practicing in Bexar County?
They're very rare. No, never in any of my cases, and I can't think of any off the top of my head that I've seen anybody else reckon with. I mean, they do happen in high-profile cases, but to say it's rare is an understatement.
You had briefly mentioned that sometimes they can take another form, that they have another name for them.
Sure. In lots of different kinds of cases, there'll be protective orders that are issued for certain sensitive information. If there are child protective services records in a case that involve a minor, sometimes those records are produced in discovery, but they're sealed, basically. The parties can look at them, but they're not allowed to give them over to anybody else. If it's a case that involves, for example, a conspiracy in federal court, there may be 20 or 30 co-defendants, and there may be people that weren't brought to justice, they weren't apprehended. And so there are protective orders that will issue in that kind of a case for the discovery, so that the people who are still at large don't somehow learn about the nature of the investigation, how they were found out, how they were caught. And so those kinds of things are very normal. I would say that's almost routine, especially in felony cases. But sort of a blanket gag order on the parties to not talk to the media at all, that's reserved for a very high profile situation. And the reasons why you do it are because, I mean, a case like the Simpson case is pervasive both locally and nationally in the media. That limits the court's options about certain things. I mean, finding a fair and impartial jury is very difficult when people have been saturated with that information for months on end, perhaps. It could result in a situation so dire that the court can impanel 12 people, and there may be a venue problem. They may have to try to find someplace else to try the case. But with modern media and the internet, people in Gillespie County or Kerr County are just as likely to know about this as folks here in Bexar County. So it's hard to even accomplish that. So the gag order is a very natural reaction when it gets this intense in terms of what the public wants to talk about.
The order states that it takes judicial notice of a few things and also issues findings, including that additional statements or interviews to non-publicly disclosed information that have.
So this is basically, we're not going to listen to the whole thing. Basically, they're saying that they're wanting a gag order, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they get the gag order. I hope not. I want to see everything I can get my hands on. So here we go.
That's okay.
You have a question?
Yes. Obviously, this is the first time that you've been able to see your brother, I'm assuming, since this all happened. What emotions are going through your head?
It was just a sad ordeal for us. We really have an interest that justice be served for Suzanne. So this is the first time that I've seen him, and honestly, it just makes me sad.
And he's still not cooperating with investigators at this point.
That's my understanding.
The recent, you posted about it, but y'all learned some more details into this case. That must be difficult for your family to process. Does it give you confidence, though, that they're going to be able to get justice for Suzanne?
Certainly my hope is that, like I've said from the beginning, that Brad will do the right thing and come forward and tell us everything he knows so that we can end this awful ordeal for the children and all the rest of us.
How are the family? How are you guys doing right now?
Well, we're doing as well as can be expected. I mean, Brad's children are surrounded with love and caring and compassion, and they're doing as well as I think you could for somebody in this situation.
What was it like seeing your brother? Does it seem like your brother? Does it seem like the same person that you grew up with?
No, I can say that for no, it does not seem like the same person. It just made me sad. It just was the whole situation in disintegration is just a sad thing. And listen, I there's grace for everybody, but you have to be honest. To achieve grace, you have to come clean. And that's my hope for my brother, that he wants grace. And I'm talking spiritual grace, but he's not going to achieve that unless he's honest, unless he confesses and tells us what he's done. So that's what is
finally
important. It's what's important to me and all of us.
Have they found Suzanne?
Not to my knowledge, no. I don't know that they've found Suzanne.
Is there anything that you saw in his face? You know your brother more than anybody, really. Is there anything you saw in him when you saw him today that looked different, or that you saw anything in him that we wouldn't have seen as a public?
With regard
Hard to get a reading on that.
With regard
That's hard.
with what happened to today, which was nothing substantive, how frustrating is that to see 2 months go with no real movement?
It's horribly frustrating, and very frustrating for all of the kids. This is not, this is a family. We're a family. And, and what is one of the things that I think is outside of the whole situation, what is disgraceful is how social media reacts and paints this as so many things that it is not. This is an awful situation of domestic violence, and that's about it. Painting it into a bigger picture is not right, and it makes all the rest of the family victims. It lacks empathy, and it intensifies the victimhood for the kids and all the rest of us in the family. And let me tell you this. I'll say it now, and I've said it online, and I've said it from the beginning, from my first comments. We're all seeking justice. We want justice. We are on the side of justice. This is not a team sport. It's about seeking justice and doing the right thing. And that is why I'm so sad, because my brother will not do that. I just want him to get it right.
Can you elaborate on that, what you mean by social media?
I just think that the investigators on social media paint a picture that is just and listen, and God bless them, they want answers, and they want justice too. So I'm not really down on them as much as I just am. I do believe that law enforcement has done an outstanding job. I mean, I want to tell you that my comments are sincere. They don't stop. The Almost Park chief, the Texas Rangers, they do not stop. They work 7 days a week, and they get it done. And I'm confident that that they're doing everything they can and that they've done everything they can to find Suzanne.
Has your brother accepted any visitors as far as family goes, or
There-
have you made efforts to visit?
I don't have a comment on
Gotcha.
that. There's a lot of rules around where my brother is right now, and you don't see visitors, so that's not how Bear County works.
How has the district attorney been? Are you confident that they're able to, bring this case to
I
justice?
think they're working hard to seek justice.
Now,
So-
Bart, if you could say something to your brother, what would that be, your message to him?
Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Boy, that's been redacted quite a bit. Thank you so much, Toxic. You're so amazing. Love you, girl. Wowza. All right, y'all. So we will be following this trial. I think what I might try to do is next week we'll start working on this and getting this lined up, ready to go. I'll probably do a timeline, who's who, and all of that then. So that will be where I'm going to go. But right now, let's go and start day one of the wedding anniversary murder trial. I know a lot of people have probably already seen this, but I have not. And we'll just keep an eye out in the courtroom for the verdict. In the meantime, we're going to start a new trial. Here we go. I got to make a new thumbnail and everything, but we'll do that later.
You'll see the numerous text messages that Mr. Palazzo sends to Emily over Emily's phone over the weekend.
Ronnie, Margarita.
The same phone that he turned off and put in a bag and threw away. From Saturday at 1 o'clock until Monday at 10:30 in the morning, he sends 16 text messages to her phone, asking where she is, asking her to come back, getting angry with her for not answering his calls or his text, and eventually telling her that he doesn't deserve this shit. You'll hear testimony from the medical examiner about how Emily's body was dismembered after she was killed with a serrated tool like a handsaw. You'll also hear that Emily's body was stabbed 18 times.
Ooh. Snap.
After she was killed. 1 stab to her chest, hitting her heart.
Love you, Ronnie.
8 stabs to her abdomen. 9 stabs to her back. The medical examiner will tell you that these were stab wounds, not slicing wounds. And you'll hear Mr. Ferlazzo admit to cutting up Emily's body with a saw, putting it in garbage bags, and how he intended to bring her body into the woods and discard it.
What? Wow.
You'll hear how he greets his sister on Saturday morning after killing Emily with a text and says, "I just made some coffee. I can bring you some." He takes a shower at her Airbnb. They go to breakfast. When his sister asks where Emily is, he says she's sleeping. They have breakfast. He eats. He drinks a mimosa. They make plans to go to St. Albans, where another friend of his lives. He gives his sister a tattoo. They go out to dinner that night in St. Albans. On Sunday, he meets his sister for brunch here in Burlington. They hang out. He goes back to his friend's house in St. Albans, hangs out at a bonfire. You will hear testimony from an individual who was at that bonfire, an off-duty police officer, who will say that Mr. Ferlazzo was acting like a normal person and taking hits off a marijuana bomb at the bonfire. During that bonfire, he doesn't say anything to any of his friends or
Hey,
this off-duty police
Kathleen,
officer about
welcome.
what happened.
Thank
that
you.
He felt he had no other option but to kill him,
I can make them bigger.
or that he made a horrible mistake.
Making them biggin.
The evidence will show that he began executing his plan to get rid of Emily's body. He cuts her up using a saw. He puts her body in trash bags. The evidence will show that in order to bring those trash bags into the woods to discard them, he needed to go to New Hampshire and get his Jeep. He drove his motorcycle that was stored at his friend's house in St. Albans 3 hours to his in-laws' house in New Hampshire where his Jeep was. When they ask him, "Where's Emily?" he says, "We got into a fight and she left on Saturday." Doesn't know where she is. His in-laws then report Emily missing. When the police call to speak to Mr. Ferlazzo about his missing wife, Mr. Ferlazzo tells the trooper the made-up story about how Emily went missing on Saturday somewhere in Bolton. And the police ask him where his van is. Mr. Ferlazzo lies to the police and tells them that the van's not running well and that it is at an auto shop. He tells them that that auto shop is in Virgins. The evidence will show that this is when Mr. Ferlazzo's cover-up starts unraveling. The evidence will show that before Mr. Ferlazzo left his in-laws' home in St. Albans, they convinced him to turn on location sharing services on his phone. He started driving from New Hampshire back to Vermont around 8:15 on Monday night. On the way, he texts a friend who lives in Enosburg and says that he's going to be showing up at his house on Monday night at 11:20. While Mr. Ferlazzo is driving from New Hampshire to Vermont,
I
police
can't move
learn
it
that the
anymore.
van is not
I tried.
in Virgins, and they locate
Maybe
the
I
van
can.
in St. Albans.
See,
And they post a couple of troopers outside of the van.
I can move that way, but I can't.
Mr. Ferlazzo eventually
that way.
arrives at his friend's house in Enosburg. They hop in his friend's car because Mr. Ferlazzo has said, "I need a ride to go get my van." As they're driving and getting close to where the van is parked at his friend's house in St. Albans, they start to see troopers. Mr. Ferlazzo tells his friend to turn around. His friend confronts him about what's going on, asking him if those troopers are for him. Mr. Ferlazzo tells his friend the police are looking for Emily, that she's in the van, that she's not alive, and that he shot her. When his friend attempts to kick him out of his car, Mr. Ferlazzo starts panicking, acting like he's going to jump out of the car, asks his friend to shoot him, and says he can't go to prison. His friend calls 911 as Mr. Ferlazzo walks off into the woods. You'll hear about how after that 911 call, the police start looking for Mr. Ferlazzo. And you'll hear that about 14 hours later, a detective from the Vermont State Police was at the Maple Fields in St. Albans. You'll hear about her seeing Mr. Ferlazzo getting a drink out of the cooler at the Maple Fields. And you'll hear about Mr. Ferlazzo being approached by the troopers, and that trooper will describe that Mr. Ferlazzo appeared deflated and looked like he had given up. She brought him back to the station, and he sat down with detectives for an interview. 42 seconds into the interview, he confesses to shooting Emily. You will hear that confession, and you will see how detailed, thoughtful, and thorough his conversation is. He has time to think about what he's going to say. He's given numerous breaks. He has time to contemplate. He has time to change his story or correct inaccuracies. At no point during his statement will you ever hear him say that he thought Emily was going to kill him, hurt him, or that she posed any threat to him. In fact, at numerous points during his statement, you will hear him talk about how angry he was with her and how he wanted to stop her and how he made a decision. As you're taking in all of the evidence over the next couple of days, I want you to pay close attention to what you hear and also what you don't hear. You won't hear or see any evidence that indicates that this was a lawful or justified killing. You won't see any evidence that indicates that Emily posed a threat to him. You won't see any evidence that indicates that Mr. Ferlazzo couldn't make decisions, couldn't think straight, couldn't form intent to kill. In fact, you'll hear the opposite. After all the evidence is presented, Judge Pack will read you the law. He'll read instructions on the essential elements of the offense and provide definitions of those legal terms. You will be asked to decide whether the state has met its burden of proving these essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And we are confident that we can and will meet that burden. The state will meet its burden and show beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo was the person who committed this offense, that Mr. Ferlazzo caused the death of his wife, Emily Ferlazzo, that Mr. Ferlazzo's killing of Emily was unlawful, meaning there was no legal justification for it, that he intended to kill Emily, meaning it wasn't a mistake, it wasn't an accident, that he acted willfully, that he acted deliberately, and that he acted with premeditation. And we believe that this evidence will prove, well, beyond a reasonable doubt to every single one of you serving on this jury, that Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty of the unlawful, intentional, willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of Emily. And we will be asking you to return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Jantz, do you wish to make an opening?
Yes, Judge, I do. Thank you. That's it. You're dead. That's it. You're dead. That's what Joseph Ferlazzo now remembers hearing Emily say to him. And then seeing her start to pull her pistol out from under her pillow, because these are people who slept with guns under their pillow.
I don't know toxic. And now I know one thing you can't stand.
Afraid for his life, believed she was going to shoot and kill him. That's it. You're dead, she said to him.
My top two favorites, French onion, tomato basil from La Madeleine's. Oh, yum.
This weekend, they had been living with her parents in New Hampshire for about a month.
That'll work.
You can't,
You can't hear me.
yeah.
I apologize.
If you want to put the,
I'll just move this up.
Yeah.
They've been refitting a camper to turn it into a residence. They actually had a name for it, Roaming Rosie. You'll hear him testify.
With a good grilled
And
cheese.
It was something they planned to
Over.
go cross country up and down the East Coast. This weekend was a trip to Vermont to celebrate their 1-year anniversary and to spend time with his sister Nikki, who he hadn't seen in years. His sister rented an Airbnb in Bolton, and they parked their camper in the parking lot of the Airbnb in Bolton. The drive up here from New Hampshire was great. They were both in a good mood. Mr. Ferlazzo, Joseph, was looking forward to spending time with his sister, and Emily seemed to be in a good mood. He will tell you the minute they parked, it was like a switch flipped, and she started complaining. F this, F you, F your family. I don't want to be here. I'm going to destroy your life. And that just went on and on and on. That was
There
late
you
afternoon, I
go.
believe on Friday the 16th. Mr. Ferlazzo did contact his sister. They made arrangements to meet. He did meet with his sister and her boyfriend. Emily was quiet. And when they got back to the camper from seeing his sister, she started again. He put on some he lit some candles because there was, he wanted to have candlelight. She didn't like it.
Oh, Michael Cole, the mod
Put those
squad
candles out.
at 84.
He did. She grabbed the big Yankee candle and started hitting him with it. Head, neck, shoulders, torso. He took the candle from her, but that didn't stop her. She continued kicking him, punching him all over his body. He will tell you he grabbed her arms and say, hey, you stay in your space, I'll stay in mine. This is not acceptable. And he took his dog Remy out for a walk. He came back, she was lying down in bed. And you will see pictures of their camper. It's really small. The way the bed is arranged is that it's flush against the back of the camper. His side of the bed was against the back of the camper. Her side was closer to the inside of the camper. In order to get into his side of the bed, he had to climb across her. So he comes back in and she's still grumbling and mumbling and I don't want to do this, F you all over the place. And he starts climbing across her to get into bed. As he does, so she's lying on her stomach, face to the left, right arm under her pillow. She takes her elbow and smashes it into his groin. She does say something like, what the fuck? Smashes her elbow into his groin.
Whoops.
Picks up the pillow and throws it on her head.
Where's my?
That's when she says,
Looks like I'm going to have
"That's
a
it,
sensor.
You're dead." Starts to raise up, starts to pull out the gun. He, of course, has his gun in his hand. That's what these two people did. They believed they needed to sleep with their guns for self-protection. He already had his Glock in his hand. He saw her hand start to move out from under the pillow, and he shot her twice and killed her. That's not in dispute. What happened is not in dispute. It's why it happened. After he shot her, he really was in a state of panic and shock. He will tell you he loved his wife. This is hardly something that on the weekend they were celebrating their anniversary, he planned or intended or wanted. He did not want this. You will hear how he sat by her bedside, just in panic and not knowing what to do. He did go to, just as the state told you, he went to meet his sister for breakfast. He carried on for the rest of the weekend as normally as he could. And he did a pretty good job of it in that he lied repeatedly, and he will admit that. He lied to everyone he came in contact with about what happened to Emily. His explanations are varied. He says, I was sleep deprived, I was intoxicated, I was in shock. He will tell you that even now, his memory of what happened is fragmented, coming to him in bits and pieces. It is true that he told the police nothing about what I've just described to you, and that it was weeks later that it began coming back to him in the form of nightmares, that he could see her pulling the gun out to shoot him. You, as finders of fact, will have to decide what you think is true and what isn't true. But there's not much that's in dispute about what happened. He will explain to you the reasons for the stab wounds and the dismemberment. But the truth is that he himself he's trying to put all the pieces together. And what he knows for sure is that he shot her in self-defense because he believed at the time that she was going to kill him. And it will be up to you. Let me just make sure I didn't forget anything before I ask you to find not guilty. Yep. Yep. It'll be up to you to decide what you believe is true and what isn't true. Is he just making up a story now to get away with it? Or is there more to the story than what the state would have you believe? We think once you've heard all the evidence, including hearing from Mr. Ferlazzo about what happened, that you will believe Joseph and acquit him of the charge of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James.
We'll see you in a little bit, Miss Toxic.
Please
Go take
state
care of
ready with
yourself.
its first witness.
You're doing great.
We are,
We
Judge.
love
We
and
just need to
appreciate
get
you.
her-
Yep. So I think we were going to take a 5-minute break here. We don't usually take breaks this quickly, but since the first witness.
Y'all, I want to show y'all something. I've never seen this and I want you to see it. I absolutely love this. I posted it in our Discord, but I love it. It's unusual, but I like it. Look at the Christmas tree. It's decorated with feathers. There's ornaments on it too, but with eagle feathers. Isn't that amazing? That's cute. It's different. Okay. I did it. Okay. Y'all doing good? Homemade French onion soup. Any kind of soup, I'm good as long as it's not spicy. I don't do spicy well. Spicy doesn't like me at all. Not to at all. No, can't do it. Never gonna do it. Can't do it. Never gonna do it. Womp 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 womp. I'm sorry, not. Okay, so we're waiting for the first witness.
Till about 8 o'clock.
Spell your first name for us.
Yes, Adrienne. That's a lot louder.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Oh God, we're gonna have a nose breather. Oh, I hate that. That's not as bad as that other mic.
Changing the order.
Wow, that's a small courtroom. Oh, she's got a service dog? She got a golden. She's got a golden. Sorry, not sorry. You go, woman. Get the volume back on. Come on.
George.
Thank you, Judge. Hello, Ms. Bass.
Can you hear me okay?
No.
Try to
Yeah.
keep your voice up as much as possible. Speak directly into it.
Okay.
Okay. So that everybody in the back.
Boy, she's strung high in anxiety.
You start by just telling us what your name is
My name is Adrienne Bass,
and how do you spell your last name?
Bass.
Okay. And do you know David Bass?
Yes,
Okay. Who is David Bass?
he's my husband.
Okay. And how long have you been married?
5 years.
Okay. Where did you reside in October of 2021?
In 185 Bay Hill Road in Northfield, New Hampshire.
Sorry.
And you
Didn't she
resided-
spell her name? Sorry.
Hello, Ms. Bass.
Can you hear me okay?
No.
Yeah.
Keep your voice up as much as possible. Speak directly into it.
Okay.
Okay. So that everybody in the back can hear you. Okay. The jury can hear you. You start by just telling us what your name is
My name is Adrienne Bass,
and how do you spell your last name?
Bass.
Okay.
And do you know David Bass?
Yes,
Okay, who is David Bass?
he's my husband.
Okay. And how long have you been married?
5 years.
Okay. Where did you reside in October of 2021?
In 185 Bay Hill Road in Northfield, New Hampshire.
And you resided there with David?
Yes.
Did you reside there with anyone else?
Yes.
Who else did you reside there with?
My son Matthew and my daughter Emily, as well as Mr. Ferlazzo.
When was your daughter Emily born?
July 25th, 1999.
And when did Emily marry Joseph Ferlazzo?
October 10th, 2020.
2020? How long had they been dating when they got married?
Only a few months.
At the time that they got married, had you met Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
Wow, that's a short time.
I only remember one time.
Hello, Adair.
But it may have been
Put the paw up in the air.
another time.
So did you know him well when they got married?
No.
Well, she's got her hands on that dog.
When did they move in with you in Northfield, New Hampshire?
So Emily had moved back in April of 2021.
Sorry about that. Trying to get this to go where where it's not going to impede anything.
That her
There we go.
legal address again, and then he moved in
Yep.
September 13th, 2021.
So Emily moved back in April. Where was Mr. Ferlazzo residing when she moved back in?
I'm not entirely sure if he was still in their Essex Junction apartment or if he was on the Lang's property.
Okay. Do you know the Langs?
No.
Okay. Do you know where they live?
Yes.
Where do they live?
Judge, can I interrupt for just a second and approach, please?
Interesting. Very interesting. It's a quick approach. He looks. Oh. Wow, y'all. Oh, here's that picture of these people. Okay. Yeah, they're saying anonymous photo. And there's how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there's more. So there were 10 people, all in white with the red crotches, including a woman. If you guys know what I'm talking about, you saw the photo earlier. It crazy, y'all. Cray. That's his mama? Oh, snap.
Just to make sure everybody can hear you.
Sorry.
It's okay. Sure. You also spell your first name for us.
Yes. Adrienne. That's a lot louder.
Yes, it is. Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention to October 15th of 2021.
Okay.
Did you see Emily and Joseph on that day?
Mother-in-law.
Yes.
And
Ah.
about your interactions with them that day.
They were preparing to go on a trip to Bolton Valley, Vermont. Yes.
What,
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay. I think her breathing is picking up louder than the words she's saying. It's not easy,
Okay.
but we'll keep going.
My nose.
no, I think because it's a little louder now, you can.
Okay, y'all, that poor woman, get your puppers, start petting the puppers. Pet the puppers. Good girl. I see you petting.
The purpose was twofold. One was Emily was excited to meet her sister-in-law, Nikki. She hadn't met her yet. And the other was to celebrate their 1-year wedding anniversary.
Do you know how long they plan to stay in Vermont?
Until Monday.
And did they intend on coming back to New Hampshire on Monday?
Yes.
Did you see them leave?
No.
Okay. Did Emily seem excited to leave? To go on the trip?
Somebody needs to quit banging on the desk.
She was excited to see her sister-in-law, but it seemed to be taking longer to get the bus ready. So she seemed, I don't know how to describe it. She wasn't upset, but sort of just, what's going on? When are we going? So,
Anxious to go.
yeah.
Okay. Did you speak to Emily once they had left?
Wish they quit banging on that
Messenger.
computer.
Okay. Do you recall when the last time was that you heard from her?
It was about around 7:45 that night.
Okay. And that was through Messenger?
Yes.
Messenger. Did you speak to Joseph once they had left?
No.
So you didn't speak to Emily or hear from Emily on after 7:45 or 8 on Friday night?
Correct.
And did you hear from Emily at all on Saturday, the 16th?
No.
Did you hear from Joseph at all on Saturday, the 16th?
No.
Did you speak with Emily at all on Sunday, October 17th?
No.
Did you hear from Mr. Ferlazzo at all on Sunday, the 17th?
No.
Did you speak to Emily on Monday, the 18th?
No.
What do y'all think about that? Drive me crazy.
On Monday, the 18th?
Yes.
No, whoever's typing's like,
Did he call you from Vermont?
No.
How did you
Dang.
hear from him on Monday?
He
Stressed?
walked into our house.
much?
In New Hampshire?
In New Hampshire.
Do you recall when?
It was around 6 p.m.
Okay. And was Emily with him?
No.
Did you ask him where Emily was?
Yes.
What explanation did he give you about why Emily wasn't with him?
That they had an argument, and she got out of the bus on Route 2. He drove away to a gas station to let her cool off, and then he came back. She was gone. He had then said that she had mentioned something about getting an Uber, so he thought that's what she did.
Okay. Did he tell you when this happened?
Saturday afternoon.
Did he tell you where the van, or I should ask first, was he in the van when he came to your house?
No.
What was he on?
He was on the Ducati Monster motorcycle.
Okay. And this was in mid-October, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you why he wasn't in the van?
No.
Did he tell you where the van was?
I asked him 2 different times, and he told me 2 different answers. One was New Haven, and the other is at a garage of somebody, I believe, named Kurt.
Someone named Kurt. Okay. Were either of those locations that he gave you his friend's house in St. Albans?
No.
Okay. What did you observe about him when he
He was shaking. I interpreted that as he was cold because he had just driven from Vermont on his motorcycle.
Based on those observations, what did you say to him?
I suggested he take a shower and then we would talk more about Emily.
And before he took a shower, did he give you anything?
He gave me Emily's driver's license.
How did that happen?
He had put his hand in his pocket and pulled it out and seemed surprised that it was there and handed it to me. And I believe I asked him why he had it. And he said that they had gone to buy alcohol and Emily gave it to him just in case they needed to see it.
I'm going to show you what's marked as states 2. Okay. You recognize this?
Yes.
Tell the jury what this is.
That is my daughter Emily's most recent driver's license.
Is this the driver's license that Mr. Plaza gave you?
Yes.
I have no objection, but I am having a little trouble hearing.
Okay.
All we can hear is
Stage
the,
2 is admitted without objection. Let me bring it up. And just do your best to keep that voice up. And Ms. Jantz, if you have continued, let us know so
Thank you.
we make sure you can hear.
Jurors are also having trouble.
Obviously, the jurors, you can raise a hand if you're unable to hear in the back as well, because we want to make sure everybody hears all of the testimony.
When Mr. Ferlazzo was at your house, had the police been contacted at all about Emily?
Objection. Unless she's going to testify that he told her one way or the other whether they had been contacted, I don't know how she would know. And it's a leading question.
We'll sustain it as asked. Sustain the objection.
Were you aware of whether the police had been called?
Same objection.
Foundationally, we'll sustain the objection.
Did Joseph tell you that he called the police?
He did not.
objection hearsay.
And did you call the police?
My husband, David Bass, called the police with me.
Okay. And what police agency did you call?
I believe we spoke to both the New Hampshire State Police and the Vermont State Police.
And did the Vermont State Police ultimately speak to Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
And was he at your house when that occurred?
Yes.
How long did Mr. Ferlazzo stay at your residence?
Until about 8 o'clock.
How long after speaking to the police did he leave your residence?
It wasn't very long.
What did he do while he was at your residence?
He took a shower. He ate the dinner that David had made for us. He obviously spoke to the police. He changed his clothes. Spoke to us, answered the questions that we asked him.
Do you recall what dinner he ate?
It was some sort of pasta and sauce.
And when he ultimately left, after speaking to the police, did he say why he was leaving?
Yes.
Why did he say he was leaving?
He said that he had work to do in Vermont. He had tattoos to finish.
Before he left, did he agree to anything related to his phone?
I believe my husband, David Bass, was able to get him to share his location. They shared their locations with each other. My intention was to help make sure that the sentiment was to make sure he got to where he was going safely.
And that was in Vermont.
Yes.
Did he leave on the same motorcycle that he arrived on?
No.
What did he leave with?
The red Jeep Wrangler.
And that was his Jeep?
Yes.
And it was at your house?
It was.
And how long had that Jeep been at your residence?
Less than a month.
Do you know whether he owned any other motor vehicles? Any vehicles, not motorcycles?
He owned the converted bus.
And I think, forgive me if you already answered this, do you recall what time he left your residence on Monday?
It was around 8 p.m.
And did you ever see Mr. Ferlazzo again after that?
No.
And did you ever hear from him again after that?
No.
Did you
Sounds great,
ever
Haley
see
Mouse.
Emily with a firearm?
No.
Did you?
Judge, these are leading questions. Did you ever see her with a firearm? Is a yes or no leading question.
There are certain, I'll overrule you.
Thank you.
To your knowledge, did she own one?
No.
Those are all the questions that I have. Ms. Bass.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Jantz, do you have cross?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I understand and appreciate how difficult this is for you.
Thank you.
It's obvious to all of us how deeply troubling and emotional this is for you. So I'm going to try and do my best not to upset you.
Oh, come on. Speak up, woman.
Are you picking? Am I being recorded?
I can't hear you, so I'm guessing they can.
You can't hear me. Okay. I just was telling Ms. Bass that I appreciate how hard this is for her to appear today and talk about this. Prior to their, so I think you said you met Joseph once before she and Emily got married. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think you said that your impression was he was quiet. Is that right?
Her impression of him is that he was
I
quiet.
don't remember if that's what I said.
You didn't dislike him, did you?
No, not at that point.
Did you liked him, didn't you?
I didn't
was
know
neutral.
him at that point.
Well, you knew Emily liked him, right?
Yes.
And I think you said if she liked him, then you were willing to go along with that. Is that
Correct.
about right?
Yes.
So you had,
Hey, out and about with
prior to
Diane.
their marriage, you were not, you thought they were happy together. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did there come a point when you thought that they were having trouble as a couple?
Yes.
When was that?
Day one.
The New Year's Eve, 2021.
New Year's Eve 2021.
Yes.
I'm talking about before Emily's death, which was October 2021.
sorry, October 20,
2020.
yes, 2020.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying, helping me.
Um, What did you see or observe that led you to the conclusion that their marriage might be having some problems?
So it was a phone call from Emily near midnight stating that she had been in a fight with him and that he had pushed her and she was crying. And then later she went into a room to be by herself away from him. And
Something she told you?
yes.
Okay.
And
in this same phone conversation?
yes.
Go ahead.
And then she recorded herself in that separate room with him on the other side talking to her.
Were they arguing?
She wasn't saying anything to him, but he seemed to be upset that she was in a separate room from him.
What did you hear that led you to that conclusion?
I don't remember exactly what was said.
And after that, were there periods of time when Emily was considering divorce?
Yes.
But as far as you know, that happened more than once that she talked about the divorce, right?
Yes.
But they always reconciled. Is that right as well?
Yes.
And
They need to get that
You said
typing
that,
away from the microphone.
Ms. Joseph gave you Emily's driver's license in connection with the purchase of alcohol. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Mhm.
You guys hear me? They drank
No,
alcohol together.
y'all,
didn't
this is how
I
ganged
believe
up I
so.
have it.
they? Vodka and wine. Is that your recollection?
That is normal. I am
I'm
maxed
aware of
out
the vodka. I'm not
100%.
sure about the wine or any other specific types of alcohol.
And this was when they were living in your house, correct?
Yes.
Do you know of any other times when they consumed alcohol? And if you do, how do you know?
Yes. That night, the New Year's Eve night, Emily told me that she'd had some vodka.
Vodka? Was it your impression when they were living in your house that they drank to excess
I didn't see them drink a lot at all.
at all? Okay. So how do you know that they drank vodka while they were living in your house if you didn't see them drinking?
I didn't see them drinking excessively.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Okay. So prior to the day that they left your house to come to Vermont, you testified on direct examination that Emily was upset that it was taking so long for the camper to be ready. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you see her say or do that led you to that conclusion?
She seemed how to describe it, not necessarily frustrated, but confused as to why it was taking so long for him to get the bus ready. She said she thought that it was ready, but he kept doing different things in the bus and wasn't ready to go.
Okay, so you just said she seemed confused and frustrated. How did she express that? For
She
example,
told me,
She
she
told-
said that she doesn't know why the bus isn't ready yet. I thought we were going to go at this time, and he's still doing things.
was she easily frustrated in your experience?
No, it depends on the mood.
On the mood?
Yeah, what's going on? Is she tired?
I'm sorry.
If she's tired,
she would be more easily frustrated.
Sure.
I think that's normal.
Yeah.
Other than the phone call you've described to us where, of New Year's Eve, did you ever see Emily and Joseph arguing?
When he or Emily were driving me places, when she was driving, he would do things like grab the steering wheel on her, change the station, poke at her body.
So I'm going to use a word. He was like heckling her. Is that right? Something to that effect, or is that too benign a word to describe what his actions were? Heckling.
I can say when observing that situation, I was very concerned about our safety.
Okay. How did Emily react?
She was telling him to stop.
Okay. Was he laughing, or did he, for example, do you think it was a joke?
I don't remember hearing him laughing.
Okay. Did you ever observe any marks on her body?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how she got those marks?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
The gouges down her chest, she said that she acquired them from their dog. The arm bruise, the handprint bruise on the back of her arm, she would not tell me where it came from. And then there's many bruises on her thighs. She said that they came from rough sex.
Ooh, I wouldn't want my daughter to tell me that.
Did she ever tell you that Joseph had physically abused her, other than the phone call on New Year's Eve that you told us about?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or she never did?
I don't recall.
Thanks, Haley.
You'd remember though, wouldn't you?
I would think so.
Yeah, because you remember the New Year's Eve call.
Because it was New Year's Eve and it was a big deal.
It was a big deal. And she's your daughter. So you would remember if she'd ever told you about any other instance. May I have a moment?
I'm going to take a comfort break. Be right back.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. George,
I don't have anything else.
thanks so much.
Judge, can we take a morning break?
What?
Morning break, please.
We should.
It's 11.
You can leave. You need to leave for 2 minutes. I
Our next witness is coming at 11, Judge. So.
oh, you don't have your next witness yet?
No, but
If we could take a
we
break.
are really had to accept. We will get through a lot of witnesses today.
Okay.
5 minutes?
Yeah, we'll take a break till 11.
Okay, thank you.
Jury gets some exercise. Thank you, folks.
All right.
But I didn't have any idea of what
Sorry, I take a quick break and they go away. My bad, y'all. I had to take a comfort break, y'all. I sit here all day. Hello, loves. How are y'all doing? Y'all are so awesome. All right, this is an interesting case. Let me zoom, 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 zoom. There we go.
Please be seated. All jurors are accounted for. We're back on the record in State versus Joseph Palazzo. The state will call its next witness. All parties are present, including Mr. Palazzo.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Kaylee Cataract.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now in consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth and the views held before you?
I do. Good morning. Can you state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
My name is Kaylee Cataract. My first name is Kaylie. My last name is Cadorette.
Ms. Cataract, before we get started, I just want to ask you to please keep your voice up because the jurors are having some difficulty hearing us today. Thank you. Ms. Cataract, what town do you live in?
I live in Brattleboro.
How long have you lived there?
A little over a year.
Where did you live before that?
St. Albans.
Where were you living in October of 2021?
St. Albans.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
How long have you been a police officer?
About 6 years now.
What police agency do you work for?
I work for Wilmington Police Department. Wilmington Police Department.
Have you worked for other police agencies?
Yes, I have.
And what other agencies?
I worked for St. Albans before Wilmington.
And were you working as a St. Albans police officer in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Where did you grow up?
St. Albans.
Do you know people by the name of Sarah and Jason Lang?
Yes, I
Yep,
do.
he's
How
got
do
a
you know
man
them?
bun.
They are the mother and stepfather of one of my best friends from childhood,
And who is that?
Alex Giroux.
Where do the Langs live?
They live on Meadowbrook Lane in St. Albans.
Have you been to their home?
Yes.
Do you recall being at the Langs home in St. Albans on October 19th of 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Sunday.
Why were you at the Langs home?
I was there just to spend time with Alex and his parents.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
I think I arrived around 7 p.m.
And when you arrived, who was there?
Alex was there, Sarah was there, and Jason was there.
At some point during the evening, did somebody else arrive?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Joseph Ferlazzo.
Did you know Joseph Ferlazzo at the time?
At the time, no.
Had you met him before?
I found out later that I had met him briefly before.
That typing is driving me nuts.
Was he alone?
Yes.
Does it bother
Do you see
guys?
the person who you saw that evening in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to that person and describe where they are sitting and an article of clothing that they're wearing?
He's in the middle seat at that table and he's wearing a blue shirt.
Your Honor,
Ooh,
the
that
record
was a
can
very
reflect that
nice-
The witnesses identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Wow. No
Did you
hesitation on
spend the
that one.
evening at the Langs house in St. Albans?
Yes.
What did you do?
We sat around the fire and visited and drank a couple beers.
Where is the fire located at the Langs home?
Directly behind their house in their backyard.
Who was hanging out at the fire?
Myself, Alex, Sarah, Jason, and Joseph.
Did you see Mr. Ferlazzo's van parked on the property?
Yes.
Where was it parked?
It was next to the driveway, a little bit back. You could see it from where we were sitting at the fire.
How far away was it from where you were sitting by the fire?
Maybe 30 feet.
Now, you said that you had you had some beers at the fire. Who were you drinking?
Yes.
How much did you drink?
I think I had 3 beers.
Was Alex drinking?
Yes.
Do you know how much he was drinking?
I don't know.
What about Jason?
Yes.
And Sarah?
Yep.
Was Mr. Ferlazzo drinking?
Not that I recall.
Was anybody using drugs?
Yes.
Who was using drugs?
Joseph.
Okay, wait.
Do you know what-
You're a police officer and you're around somebody using drugs? What?
Drugs he was using?
It appeared to be marijuana.
And why did you think that?
He was smoking out of a bong.
And why
How do you
did
know what a
you
bong is?
continue to
Life experience and law enforcement experience.
Do you recall how much he was smoking or how often he was smoking?
I recall that he was, as I'd recall somebody sitting across from me drinking, but I don't know how much.
You're kidding me, right?
Did Mr. Ferlazzo appear high or under the influence to you?
No.
Can you describe Mr. Ferlazzo's demeanor during the evening?
He was very relaxed, casually engaged in conversation.
How long were you hanging out with him by the fire?
I think it was about 4 hours.
During that 4-hour period of time, were you talking with him?
Yes.
What were you talking about?
We talked about our jobs. We talked about the camper that he was renovating. He said that he was going to live out of it. Just small talk.
And while you were talking, you mentioned, did he tell you what he did for a living?
Yes, he said he was a tattoo artist.
And when he told you that he was a tattoo artist, did you recognize him at that point?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
A friend of mine had gotten a tattoo from him years before.
And was that when you made the connection of that you had previously met him?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Ferlazzo that you were in law enforcement?
Yes.
How did he react to that?
He continued to engage me in conversation very steadily for the rest of the night.
Around what time did the evening end?
I think around midnight.
And how did it end?
Myself, Alex, Sarah, and Jason went into their house, and Joseph went off in the direction of his camper.
As you were retiring for the night, did Mr. Ferlazzo say anything to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
A comment was made where he related something to Emily. He said, "Oh, Emily likes that." And I said to my friend Alex, "Oh, I didn't know that he had a wife."
Had he not spoken about a person named Emily in the 4 hours before?
No.
Did he tell you that he was married?
No.
Did he tell you that his wife had walked off on Saturday and he hadn't heard from her?
No.
Did he tell you that he had been texting his wife's phone and she hadn't been responding?
No.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Any cross, Ms. Jones?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Checking to see if it's still morning. So you just testified that you, initially thought you had never met Joseph before, correct?
Yeah.
Had you actually met him when your friend had the tattoo previously?
I was with her when she
Okay,
had her tattoo.
but you had no memory of that at the time?
No, it was years before.
Okay. So I think you testified that you yourself and sorry, I forgot his name,
well, Jason and Sarah Lane and their son, your best friend, were sitting around first around the bonfire. And at some point, Mr. Filazzo came and sat down.
Correct.
Is that correct? So it wasn't a situation where it was just you and Mr. Filazzo having, the two of you having a conversation. It was sort of a group bonfire.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall giving a deposition on June 13th, 2023?
Yes.
Approximately, yeah. So you stated in your deposition that the conversation was very small talk type. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
I think that you also mentioned that Mr. Filazzo's dog was around, and so there was some playing with the dog as well?
I believe so.
Okay. Then at some point he left, and you folks remained in the Lang's house, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I think that you had mentioned that and do you recall giving an interview with Detective Truex?
Yes.
And I believe also in the deposition, you stated that he seemed normal, and you had also mentioned that he hadn't mentioned his wife, but yet you were talking about small talk things.
Yes.
So having not really interacted with Mr. Filazzo previously, you wouldn't really necessarily have a baseline or no way of knowing how Mr. Filazzo behaves typically in various situations. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So his normal behavior or abnormal behavior, there's nothing to compare it to.
He was calm.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, the state calls Trooper Keith Cody.
Good morning, Trooper.
Morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Keith Cody, and my last name is spelled C-O-T-E.
Okay, and how are you employed?
Trooper with Vermont State Police
And how long have you worked for the Vermont State Police?
since April of 2021,
Okay. How long have you been in law enforcement?
since November of 2012
Okay. And where did you work prior to becoming a trooper?
in the St. Albans Police Department.
And aside from general training that all sort of certified law enforcement officers receive, do you have any specialized training in law enforcement?
Sure. So I've attended a desert snow drug interdiction course taught by Nebraska State Police. I've attended a street crime seminar working on identifying and interdicting drugs coming from homes. I'm a member of the search and rescue team within the Vermont State Police. We look for lost and missing hikers throughout the state and the rural parts of the state. I'm a team leader with our critical action team. When I guess lawful protests turn criminal, we're called upon to help diffuse the situation. I've attended some trainings with the National Tactical Officers Association pertaining to that team.
Okay, great. Were you involved in the case related to Emily Ferlazzo?
I was.
Okay, and can you tell the jury how you initially became involved in that investigation?
Sure. So on October 18th, 2021, I received a phone call from a family member of Emily who had concerns about her welfare as she hadn't contacted them for a couple of days. She had no social media activity. She hadn't contacted any of her close friends, and this was out of the ordinary for her. This behavior was not normal.
Okay, and can you say again who had contacted you?
Yes, it was Emily's stepfather, David Bass.
Okay, and where were they located?
They were in New Hampshire at their residence.
Okay, And did they have any other information about what might have happened to her? Did they provide you any other?
Sure. So prior to David calling, Emily's husband, Joseph, had returned to New Hampshire on the date that they called, stating that they had gone their separate ways, I believe on Saturday, the 16th. Emily had told Joseph that she was going to get an Uber taxi back to New Hampshire, yet she never showed up as to when Joseph got there. And their plan was to meet in New Hampshire on Monday.
Okay. So what was your understanding of where Joseph was when Mr. Bass called the state police?
At their residence in New Hampshire.
Okay. And at some point then, did you speak with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I did.
When did you speak with him?
So Mr. Bass gave me Joseph's phone number. So when I hung up with David, I called the phone number. David answered Joseph's phone, and I said, "Oh, this is Trooper Cody again. Can you put me on the phone with Joseph?" So it was moments after I finished my phone call with David.
Okay. And was that conversation with Mr. Ferlazzo recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And how was that recorded?
Through my, so the phone was over my cell phone, and I recorded it on my department-issued body camera.
Okay. And did you identify the person that you were speaking with as Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yeah, so when Mr. Bass answered the phone, this is Joseph's phone. I said, "Can I please speak to Joseph?" He then handed the phone to Joseph, and I said, "Hello, Joseph. This is Trooper Cody, the state police." And we began our conversation.
Okay. And approximately how long did you speak with him?
9 minutes and 20 seconds, approximately.
Okay. And how did he sound while you were speaking with him?
Calm, perhaps a bit unconcerned about Emily's whereabouts.
Okay. So we're going to listen to the recording, but in summary, sort of what did Joseph tell you about Emily's whereabouts?
Sure. So Emily and Joseph had put together a makeshift camper RV that they were traveling in, that they could live in. And they traveled for the weekend to Bolton to visit a family member of his. At some point during their stay in Bolton, Emily asked to get out of the camper and in Bolton, and Joseph went to the store to get her a Coca-Cola. So he told me. When he returned, Emily was gone. He told me he drove up and down Route 2, up and down the Bolton Valley Access Road, and was unable to find her. And again, that she had told him she wanted to be on her own, and she was going to take an Uber back to New Hampshire.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sure. At some point, Mr. Ferlazzo told me that the camper had transmission issues and it had broken down, so we had towed to a mechanics shop in New Haven, Vermont, somewhere on Route 7. You couldn't recall the name, but it was just, he described it just being over the railroad tracks.
I'm with you, Ronnie.
Following that, he got a ride to a friend's house in St. Albans, where he then took his motorcycle from St. Albans to Emily's parents' house in New Hampshire.
So I'm going to, have you previously seen what the state marked as States 3, your Axon video of
Yes, I have.
conversation?
Yep.
And have you reviewed that before today's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with him on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit States 3.
States 3 is admitted without objection.
Okay, we can't see it. I'm sorry. It's just the sound? Then that's fine.
There's just some questions about being able to see it, but before we start it, is there anything visually that is important for this video?
No.
Okay, it's just your body camera with your phone, correct?
Yeah, my body camera's, I was sitting in my cruiser. My body camera's mounted on the center of my chest here. And I had my cell phone on speakerphone, just holding it like this. So all you see is the steering wheel, and you might hear some radio conversation from my cruiser.
Okay, the state's gonna play it.
Oh, this is Trooper Cody State Police looking for Joseph. Okay, thanks. Hey, Joseph, this is Trooper Cody from State Police. Hey, so I just got off the phone with your father-in-law, And it sounds like there's some concern about maybe where Emily may be. Okay, what can you, it sounds like you, what do we know at this point, I guess? Or what can you tell me?
She was with me, and then she said she was gonna get an Uber. So she asked me to drop her off in the parking lot, and I dropped her off. She was wearing like white sneakers and like ripped blue jeans and like a black top that's like long sleeves and like a lightweight. And yeah, I went to the gas station, grabbed her coat, and I went back. She already got picked up. I'm looking for her. I couldn't find her. And then I haven't been able to make contact with her since that was like Saturday afternoon.
So where did you drop her off? Whereabouts? So what, like up this? Okay. Yeah, so like the road that goes up to the ski resort? So that little parking lot right at the base of that hill you're saying? Like almost right in the corner of the main road there with two? Yeah. Okay, and that was Saturday in the afternoon? Okay. And then you went to the gas station, the one, just down the street there?
Yeah, I went down the street, got some gas, and grabbed a Coke, and she wanted me to soda. She went to get a drink, and she was gone. So I don't know who picked her up. She didn't tell me, and her folks said that she's got other friends.
Okay. So after you just noticed she was gone, you just decided to just leave, I guess?
I drove up and down the road looking to see if she started down the road. And I drove up and down to both ways, and I didn't see her walking.
Okay, so you figured the Uber or somebody was there?
Yeah, she said she was getting over.
Okay. And but she had her cell phone with her at that time?
Yes.
And like her purse or wallet or something with some money?
Yeah, she had like a wallet with cards in it.
Okay. And now about what time was this? Did you drop her off, what did you say?
Maybe like a little afternoon, maybe like 12:30. Like 12:30.
Okay.
Somewhere in there.
Okay. And then, so I understand you're an Emily's van. You guys were traveling in like a camper van?
Yes.
Okay. But they broke down somewhere, you said?
Yeah, the training spoke, so the band's in Vermont, and I came back to New Hampshire to see if she was here when she got here.
Okay. Where did your van break down?
Well, it didn't break down. It smoked, and then I brought it to the shop. It's supposed to get the inspection. The inspection was fall. Yeah, the inspection was supposed to be in like July, so.
Okay.
He's supposed to go look at the training, and he couldn't inspect it.
Okay, what shop is that?
I don't know the actual name of it. It's in New Haven.
It's in New Haven.
Yeah, like right over the railroad tracks.
Oh, yeah, okay. Right in the name of the railroad over there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you kind of ride somehow to your motorcycle?
Yes.
Okay, where'd you get your motorcycle?
My motorbike's at my friend's house. In St. Albans.
In St. Albans? Okay. And other than who Emily's parents have mentioned, you can't think of anybody in the Bolton area that maybe Emily. Did you guys have relatives in Bolton? Or is Emily?
No, my sister and her boyfriend came up and stayed in Airbnb, and we just went and spent some time with them.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's super violent, and I told her, put her out, and I tried to grab her by the arm and try to pull her back in, so come on, do it to me, and she just, she kicked me in the groin, and punched me, and I was like, okay, take a couple minutes, and then by the time I came back, she just missed me quick.
What sparked her to get so upset?
I was like, what, you just need some food? You need some coffee and some food, and she was just like, no, fuck that, fuck you, and it just started swinging and kicking.
Okay, and was the Airbnb here in Bolton?
That was at the top of the resort there.
Okay, all right. Who's your friend up in St. Albans?
My friend Sarah Lane.
Sarah Lane. Okay. Do you have a phone number for Sarah? Does Emily know Sarah? I mean, have you checked in with Sarah?
Yeah, I saw Sarah. She hasn't seen her. Yeah, I saw Sarah, and I was like, okay, I don't know where the hell Emily is, so maybe everybody can go to her folks' place, because we were supposed to come back here on Monday. Today's Monday. She's not here.
Okay. Would there be any reason why Emily would go back to your sisters and maybe your sister wouldn't tell you that Emily was there?
No, my sister just messaged me. She was checking on me.
Okay.
Yes, I was okay. I told her that I'm pretty crappy, but
When Emily jumped out of the van, did she have her cell phone in there?
yeah.
You're positive on that?
Yeah, I don't have it.
No, I didn't know if like, she left it in the van or. No. Okay. All right. Well, I will. I'm gonna ask more questions. I'll probably call you back here if I see if I can try to come up with something here. Maybe we try to find out where she is, or if she's just trying to, ignore. That's fine. But I'd like to at least figure that out. So, if you think there's anybody that I should try calling, just let me know.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Bye.
That was difficult. I had a hard time understanding any of it.
On the video, you can see your phone, as you stated. Is that the phone number 802-355-8485? Is that the number you reached Mr. Ferlazzo on?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And were you ultimately able to speak to the friend he said that he went to see in St. Albans, Sarah Lang?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you speak with her?
I spoke with her. I found a number for her moments after speaking with Joseph.
Okay. And based on that conversation, did you ask a St. Albans police officer to go to her residence?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where her residence was?
14 Meadowbrook Drive in St. Albans.
Okay. And what did you ask that officer to do?
I asked the officer to drive by the residence and see if the camper RV, the camper van was there.
Okay. And was it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So it was not in a garage in New Haven?
Correct.
So what did you do next after determining that it was in this residence in St. Albans?
So we, few troopers went up to St. Albans and we observed the camper van there.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the residence in St. Albans?
It was after midnight, but I don't recall the exact time.
Okay. And again, did you observe a van matching the description of what you'd been told by Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I did.
And where was it located?
On the west side, it was parked in the grass on the west side of the residence.
Okay. Who was with the van when you arrived?
As far as
law enforcement,
I believe, I know Senior Sergeant Joe Paquette was involved. Trooper Adam Lippo was involved. I can't recall any other.
Okay.
Top of my head.
Did you personally close up the van with evidence tape?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that? Why did you do that?
To secure the inside of it, to make sure that nobody entered any of the access points to the van.
Why'd you do that?
It was seized as evidence.
Okay. So you had concerns there might be evidence of a crime
That's
in the van?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you supervise the removal of the van from the scene?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the tow truck actually come and remove the van?
Yes, I did.
And where did the tow truck take it?
Directly from 14 Meadowbrook to the St. Albans State Police Barracks.
Okay. And approximately how far is 14 Meadowbrook from the St. Albans Police Barracks?
2 miles.
Did you ever lose sight of the van at any point during that trip?
No, I did not.
Did you also observe the red Jeep coming to the barracks secured area?
Excuse me. Yes, I observed the red Jeep once it arrived at the barracks.
Okay. Did you secure it?
Yes. So the Jeep the van was too big to put into our indoor sally port. So we put the Jeep inside of the secure sally port in the barracks, and then I placed evidence tape on all the access points to the Jeep as well.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Trooper.
Zip, zip. Get through them. Working nice and quickly. That's good.
Okay. It looks like we're going a little quicker than we had anticipated, so that's the good news. And so we'll take our lunch break now till 1 o'clock. We'll try and start promptly at 1. Thank you.
All right.
weekend with my wife for our anniversary.
I love the
Case
fire
file in
alarm.
Anybody discuss the case with anyone or hear any information of any kind regarding this matter? I'm seeing all shakes. of
Anybody
heads,
see it
no
on the
from
news at the
jurors.
deli?
Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Judge. The state would call Spencer Lemons.
I wonder if it's that lady that we're hearing. Although I don't see a microphone over there.
You shall be affirmed that the evidence you shall give related to the cause now under consideration shall be full, true, and nothing but true under any penalty of perjury.
I do.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name?
My name is Spencer Lemons.
Mr. Lemons, the acoustics in this room are not very good, so I'm going to ask you to just keep your
Spencer
voice-
Lemons.
Thank you. Where do you live, Mr. Lemons?
I live in Sheldon, Vermont, 56 Bailey Drive.
And how long have you lived there?
I've lived there 10
Right,
years.
Haley?
Were you living there in October 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know a person named Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
He was a friend of mine.
How long have you known him?
I knew him probably since 20.
And this is how you get foundational information. Pure and simple. Yay. Thank you. Congratulations, job well done.
17-ish, 16-ish.
Do you see Joseph in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to him, describe an article of clothing he's wearing and where he's sitting for the jury?
Sitting over there wearing a blue shirt.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that Mr. Lemons has identified Mr. Ferlazzo.
So reflected.
Mr. Lemons, I'm going to ask you some questions about the weekend of October 16th and 17th and 18th of 2021. Do you remember that weekend?
I do.
What were you doing that weekend?
I was hiking Mount Katahdin, and then I came home to spend the weekend with my wife for our anniversary.
When was your anniversary?
17th of October.
Did you communicate with Joseph that weekend?
I did.
When did you first hear from him?
I heard from him when he communicated that he was going to be coming up to my house
And how did he communicate with you?
via Facebook Messenger.
Do you remember when he told you he was coming to your house?
Late at night after 9 p.m.
Did he tell you anything about when you could expect his arrival?
Yeah, he said it would be around 11:20 at night.
Did Mr. Ferlazzo arrive at your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time did he arrive?
About 11:20.
What vehicle was he driving?
Okay. Both sides or mainly the witness?
Sorry.
Okay, try, let's project.
Yes, sir.
What vehicle was he driving?
He was driving a red Jeep.
Did he come inside?
No.
What did he say to you?
He said, "Let's go pick up my van."
Did you know where his van was?
He said it was at someone's house called the Langs.
Did you know where that residence was?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever been there before?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you why he wanted to get the van?
He said he wanted to get the van up to my house because that was the original plan, and he wanted to get it done now.
Did you take him to get the van?
I did.
What car did you drive?
I took my Honda Civic.
Where was Mr. Ferlazzo's Jeep?
It was parked at the end of my driveway on Bailey Drive.
Did Mr. Ferlazzo go with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was Mr. Ferlazzo's demeanor like while you were driving in the car?
He was quiet.
Did you ask him why he was quiet?
I did ask him if there was anything going on, and he seemed a little distraught. He said, "I just want to get to the bus." And so I had him point the directions out to me as we went.
Okay, keep your voice up.
He pointed the directions out to me as we went.
Okay. And generally speaking, where were you traveling to?
We were traveling to St. Albans,
And about how long would it take to get from your home to St. Albans?
about 30 minutes.
Did you arrive in St. Albans?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened when you arrived in St. Albans?
We went in St. Albans. He gave me directions to where to go, and we arrived at where his bus was parked, and I assume that's the Langs.
What did you see when you arrived where the bus was parked?
I I saw several patrol SUVs parked outside the residence.
And when you say patrol SUVs, do you mean police cars?
Police vehicles,
Do you remember how many you saw?
3 or 4.
What did you think when you saw those police vehicles?
Alarm bells went off in my head, and then he said, just go to the end of the road. It was a dead end road. And he said, turn around. And then I turned around, and he instructed me to drive past the police.
When he told you to turn around, what did that make you think?
That made me think something was not correct in the situation, and thus it prompted me.
What is that?
To prod him for what's going on.
Okay, and did you do that?
I did. I asked him, what's going on, man? You need to tell me what's going on. If I'm going to be driving past police officers, I need to know what is going on.
And did he respond to you?
He did.
How did he respond?
He responded to me with, there's a lot going on. I wish I could see my grandmother. And then I said, what is going on? He said, Emily is back in the van. I said, is Emily alive? He said, no. And I asked, did you hurt her? And he said, yes. And then he started getting fidgety in the car.
Okay. Can you describe what Mr. Ferlazzo was like when you say he started to get fidgety?
He started going like this, moving around, reaching for the car door handle. I didn't know if he had anything on his person that would maybe cause harm to myself. So I immediately stopped the vehicle and told him to get out.
And did he say anything to you as he was getting out of the car?
Not that I remember.
What did you do when Joseph got out of the car?
I immediately turned around towards my house to put distance between myself and him so I could make a 911 call for the information he just gave me.
And did you make a 911 call? Do
Yes, ma'am, I did.
you remember what time you made that call?
It was probably close to midnight.
Prior to your testimony today, have you heard that 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
So Judge, at this time, the state would move for the court to read to the jury stipulation number 1, which I have for you.
All right, stipulation number 1 reads, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. On October 19th, 2021, at 12:03.08 a.m., Spencer Lemons called 911. That call was initially answered by the E911 dispatch board. The E911 dispatch board connected the call with the Vermont State Police Dispatch Center. Chain of custody is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And that is also marked as State's Exhibit 116.
Yes.
All right, and it is that we will admit State's
Yes,
116.
no objection, Judge.
Your Honor, the state would now move to admit what it has previously marked as State's Exhibit 4, which is the 911 call.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's 4 is admitted without objection.
Now that's how you do it. Jeez. This is how it's done, y'all.
Yes, my name is Spencer Lemons. I've got a guy that is going towards St. Albans on Route 36. Trying to make a long story short, he's a friend of mine. Came to my house. He lives in a bus thing. He was like, hey, can we go pick up my bus? And we go pick up his bus in St. Albans, and there's a bunch of cops out front. And what the heck is going on? He says he killed his wife. I got him out of my car. He's on this road, and I guess there's a bunch of state troopers at that place on somewhere in St. Albans. There's like 4 cops there, and I was like, no, but you got to get out of my car. And I was afraid. I got to get him out.
All right, so where,
on the
do
road.
you know where this is happening? Or where-
Yes. There's 4 cops there. I can come and I can help out. I have to get him out of his car. He's on Route 36 right now walking.
Oh, he's walking on Route 36? Is that still in Fairfield or is that in St. Albans?
Just over Fairfield Hill, just before, what is that? I'm trying to see.
The carriage? Is it the carriage house?
There's it's before you reach Woodland Road, which is a private road on 36. That's where I'm at. But yeah, there's 4 troopers that were at that place. I don't know the name of that street, but yeah, keep walking on the road. And I don't care who.
And you work there, and
said, but, we gotta go back to my house. I'm like, are those cops for you? What is going on? And I said, what is going on? He says, my wife, was in, he said, I did something really bad. I said, what did you do? And he said that his wife is inside that bus. And I said, is she alive? And he goes, no, I don't want to go to prison. Get on my phone right now. I'm calling the cops.
Dang,
And so when he
y'all.
told you that, were you in Fairfield or were you in St. Albans, do you know?
I'm in Fairfield right now. That's where he was. I just taken him out of my car on 36 because I don't know if he's got a weapon or anything.
Okay, so you don't know if he has a weapon, okay. And what
I
is
do
his
not
name?
know. His name is Joseph Ferlazzo, Ferlazzo.
F-E-R, I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Ferlazzo. His first name is Joseph, Joseph. He was staying with someone called the Langs, Langs, and that's where his bus was parked at. And that's where I thought I was taking him to get his bus. I did not know. Oh my God, it feels like a bad movie.
Okay, hold on a second, you said near Woodland Road?
Real quick, did y'all know the McDonald's where the CEO murderer was arrested has had to hire security? They've had threats to unalive their staff. And the person who called it in, McDonald's, the corporation, has hired security to protect them. That's insane, y'all. And people are boycotting McDonald's because of the person reporting the person who unalived the CEO.
Yeah, I'm on
Crazy.
near Woodland Road, which is a private road, right off of 36.
Can you spell that for me?
Woodland Road.
Okay, and is that?
I have lead shooters. I'd just keep driving until I got to a police station. I also have handcuffs, zip ties. I call the police and hold the gun to him.
One word or two words, you know, I'm just trying to map it.
One word, and his Jeep is parked at my house.
If I knew he
Okay,
didn't,
and where is your house?
My house is 56 Bailey Drive,
if I knew he did not have a lead shooter himself.
Enosburg Falls, Vermont. That's where I'll head. There is zero cell service there, though.
Okay, but all this is taking place in
about 2
Fairfield?
minutes of right now. Yeah, Fairfield is right here, and then the directions to get to the his Lions place. Do you know where those two gas stations are on the exit? What is it, 19 off the interstate? There's like if you continue down that road as if you're going to Stone's Auto, and you bang a left on the main street, it's like the first left after that. There's like another little gas station down past that road.
Okay. All right, but he told you that he had killed his wife when you guys were on Route 36 when you were taking him back to the.
100%, yeah.
Okay. All right, hold on a second, I'm
And then I
gonna.
just stopped the car like, yeah, oh my God.
Okay. All right, and did he put up a fight when you asked him to get out?
No, he was like, he's like, man, I don't want to go to prison. Don't take me back there. I said, and then he just started getting fidgety, and I don't know if he's got anything on him. I mean, yes, I am armed, but I'm not looking at any confrontation, so I just get out of my car.
Okay. All right, hold on a second.
Because I got a family and wife and kids. I don't need this crap around me.
Okay, no, I completely understand. Do you know what his wife's name is?
Her name is, was Emily Ferlazzo, I guess it was. I don't know. Emily, E-M-L-Y.
Okay.
Wow. So this is probably their star
I
witness.
don't know what her maiden name was, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, hold on one second, we're gonna transfer over, okay?
44, yep.
Stay on the station 419, I expect your line is on the line. Call back 615-305-7127. Tonight, he picked up his friend Joseph Ferlazzo, and he was bringing him back to his van that he lived in. On Route 36, Joseph has stated to Spencer that he had killed his wife tonight and that she was in this van. Joseph was not armed, and he asked him to get out, now he's walking on Route 36. Joseph is on Route 36, yeah, he's just walking.
He's walking on 36. It's just before Woodland Ave over Fairfield Hill, like maybe a minute out of town.
On Fairfield Hill, okay, and do you, know what he's wearing something?
He's wearing a black long sleeve and pants or shorts. I honestly don't know. I wasn't looking. He stopped by the house. Just for a while, we planned on him moving his bus there with his wife. And
All right, I don't have any more questions for Mr. Lemons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jantz.
Here we go. Let's see how good she is.
Because I saw you becoming some emotional listening to that 911 call.
Yeah.
Joseph
And
was your friend, wasn't he?
Yes.
And
Yes.
thank you. And you were surprised when he told you that he had killed Emily, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, he asked you if you would kill him, didn't he?
Yes.
You told the 911 dispatcher that you were armed, right?
Yes.
And you had a gun in the car that you were driving in, correct?
Yes.
And Joseph typically carried a weapon as well, didn't he?
Yes.
But you didn't know that night if he were armed or not, correct?
Correct.
You didn't think he'd ever be able to do something like that, did you?
I don't know.
Well, based on your friendship with him from, I think you said 2017, so 3 years you knew him prior to this event, right? Yeah.
About that.
Okay. And had you ever seen him demonstrate any kind of violence that would lead you to think this is the kind of thing he could do?
I had not witnessed that myself.
Would you say he was very distraught when you told him to get out of the car?
It seemed that way.
Are you having trouble with the,
It seemed that way. Sorry.
that's okay. In fact, you told the police in an interview that the guy doesn't like violence, isn't that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You remember a conversation with Sergeant LeBombard? You had more than one, I know you did. Do you remember that one in particular?
That was 3 years ago. It's hard to remember.
Okay. But you've already told us that you hadn't observed violence, Joseph exhibiting violence over the 3 years you've known him, right?
I had not witnessed it.
Okay. May I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
No redirect, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lennon. You're all set.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the state calls Trooper Adam Lippa.
Only affirm the evidence you shall give related to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth on this being now be heard. I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm reminding everybody to keep their voices up.
All right.
It's just difficult to hear in here. So if we remind you, please project. Could you please state your name?
Adam Lippa,
Could you spell your last name for us, please?
Lippa,
How are you employed?
through the Vermont State Police
When did you begin working for the Vermont State Police?
in July 2018.
Have you worked for other police agencies?
Prior to that, I worked for the Burlington Police Department from January 2015 until I started with the state.
What station have you been assigned to since you became a trooper?
The St. Albans Barracks.
Were you working for the Vermont State Police on October 19th of 2021?
I was.
Was that in St. Albans?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, were you asked to respond to Meadowbrook Lane in the city of St. Albans?
Yes, it was actually the late evening of the 18th, but
Okay,
same time frame.
thank you. Who asked you to respond
we
to
are
that
still
location?
in verdict watch.
Paquette.
Oh, let me put the banner back up. I
What information
apologize.
were you given, if anything, about why you were going to that location?
There we
I was
go.
asked
My
to
apologies.
See if there was a white minibus there and advised it may have been used in a crime, but there was not yet probable cause to seize it.
And around what time were you asked to do that?
Know all of what, Haley?
I was asked at about 10:45 PM on the evening of the 18th.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
It was about 11 o'clock that night.
Was the minibus there?
It was.
Did you see anyone in it?
I did not.
Did you see anyone outside of it?
I did not.
How long were you there?
Before other people showed up?
Yes.
It was about another 40, 45 minutes, I believe.
And during that time, did anybody leave the van?
No,
Did anyone enter the van?
no,
Did anyone move the van?
no.
So you said about 40 minutes after you arrived, some other folks arrived. That,
I did say that I think it was actually like an hour and 40 minutes.
okay. And who arrived?
At one point early on, Trooper Berkovic kind of came as I was sitting there. And then about an hour and 40 minutes later, Sergeant Paquette and Captain Hill, I think along with a few other troopers, arrived.
And what was discussed when everybody arrived, when everybody was congregated?
There was a discussion of doing a protective sweep of the inside of the van.
And did that happen?
It did.
What information, if any, had been conveyed to you about why you might be going in the van?
Dispatch advised that there was a phone call they received indicating.
All right. I have the zip tie handcuffs because sometimes you have animals who are injured on the side of the road and their kicking can harm you and them more. So you zip tie their, if their legs are not broken together carefully to protect them and you. I do animal rescue.
Indicating that the defendant's wife was deceased inside the van.
I
When you
got
said
it.
that you were doing a protective sweep. What were you looking for?
I got
We
it.
were looking for a
Pause. Thank you.
Know when he does. Well, I bet I can see when he does.
I don't know. He didn't say. So let's.
Can agree on a verdict, question mark anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, the bailiff has passed me a note that says, what if we can't agree on a verdict?
Oh,
Question mark anyway. At this time, I'm going to
Okay, y'all. You haven't been deliberating long enough.
ask that this note be made a part of the file, and somebody please take care of getting that done anyway. I'm gonna read you the court's instructions in this regard. I know that it's possible for honest men and women to have honest difference of opinion about the facts of the case.
Please don't have a
If it is
hung
possible
jury.
to reconcile your differences of opinion and decide this case, then you should do so. Accordingly, I remind you that the court originally instructed you that the verdict of the jury must represent the considered judgment of each juror. It is your duty as juror to consult with one another and to deliberate in view of reaching an agreement. If you can do so without violence to your individual judgment, each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberation, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you're convinced that it is erroneous. We do not surrender your honest convictions as to the way or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purposes of returning the verdict. So please continue your deliberation. I would ask that this be made a copy and that this written instruction be sent back to the jury room, okay? I want to ask y'all to continue. I know you're giving it your best, but I ask you to continue your instruction.
Y'all.
You'll get a copy of that and let me have my original back and send that copy into the jury room.
Hold on.
All right. I'm gonna get this instruction in writing back to the jury. Bring me my copy back, and court will be in recess until we have further word from the jury.
A person that was in distress in need of medical care.
Who entered the van?
Sergeant Paquette, myself, and Trooper Berkovic.
Who went first?
Sergeant Paquette,
And who went second?
I did.
And third?
Trooper Berkovic.
Can you describe for the jury what the interior of the van looks like?
Yeah, I can kind of best describe it as a converted mini school bus. So it had the doors that open similar to how you get on a school bus. When you're standing on the stairway going up into it, the driver's compartment would be on your right. And then towards the left, it was converted. Instead of having seats in there like a normal school bus, there was kind of still the center aisle with a small kitchen on one side, bathroom, shower on the other side. And as you made your way kind of towards the back of it, there was a bed with storage above it and below it.
Did you see a human body in the van?
I did not.
Where was Sergeant Paquette looking?
So he initially entered the van and kind of went towards the back, went in, made a left, and went towards the back near where the bed was set up.
And where were you looking?
I was kind of in the middle portion of the van.
And what about Trooper Berkovic?
He was behind me, kind of just dealing with the entryway. And
How would you describe the condition of the van?
it was certainly lived in, a little cluttered, but nothing jumped out as being broken or, in disrepair. You could tell the bed was unmade. There were some containers out on the cabinet. It didn't show signs that there was a fight or anything that screamed out at me.
Was there a mattress on the bed?
There was.
And was there bedding on the bed?
There was. It was not like a made up bed, but there were pillows and bedding and sheets. It looked like a bed that someone had slept in. And
Sorry, my dog called. My daughter called. Not my dog, my daughter. So, what do y'all think about them apples? I don't know what a grimace shake is. What are y'all talking about? Okay, well, here's the thing. Yeah, me too. So it looks like they're hung jury. That doesn't surprise me with the case, the way it was done. And the fact that there is no body, there is no weapon, and thus it's always going to be a hard thing for them to prove. Very hard. Oh, okay. I'll have to try it. So that doesn't surprise me in the least. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm suspecting it's going to be a hung jury.
Can you describe where in the van the bathroom is located?
so as you enter the van, you make a left, and if you're facing the back of it, it would then be on your left-hand side.
And is there any sort of a doorway or anything that blocks the bathroom from the rest of the van?
I believe there was a shower curtain.
Did you look in the bathroom?
I did.
And can you please describe to the jury what you saw in the bathroom area?
There's a small toilet, a small shower, and on the floor of the shower, there were a number of black trash bags kind of stacked up.
Could you see inside the trash bags?
I could not.
Were they tied or were they open?
They were tied shut.
Do you recall how many there were?
There were enough that they were mounded up, but I did not get a count.
And did you do anything with the trash bags?
I picked the top trash bag up just to verify that there was no way Emily was somehow tucked under there. And then I placed it back down.
Can you describe what that top bag felt like to you when you lifted it up?
It felt light and it was kind of puffy looking. So it looked like there were maybe pillows or some type of lighter bedding.
And did you lift any other trash bags?
I did not.
Did you move any other trash bags?
I did not.
How long were you in the van?
I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
And what did you do when you left the van?
I stood by with the van and ultimately at Captain Hill's direction arranged for it to be towed back to the barracks. I then stayed with it until it was towed back.
In October of 2021, did Vermont State Police give troopers body-worn cameras?
Yes.
And did you have one in October of 2021?
Yes,
Was it running?
it was.
Have you reviewed your body camera footage, which the state pre-marked as State's Exhibit 5 prior to testifying today?
I have.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the van as you saw it on October 19th of 2021?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 5 and
No, State Exhibit 5 is admitted.
yes, and
Without objection.
I'm going to take that.
Well, we can't see it now. Now we can see it. And they all see it.
Is there any sort of a glare?
Stacy, you have to see it.
Okay, please.
Ooh.
Large trash bags. White. White. Top ones.
It looked like there was hollow space under the bed.
So I don't know if these are all individual drawers. Dog bed. Nothing in that bag. Why not? Heavy enough to have body parts in it. Yeah. See you, so there's that back door. Cause there's like, it looked like from the bottom window, there was a bit of space under the bed. Which makes sense, because everything behind the drawers from like here back. Well, I don't know if it's just that upper little latch. Yeah, well, I'm wondering about opening the back door to look
seeing everything in there. There's nothing of.
Dog Creek.
About our boy Aniston.
Trooper Lipa, I'm showing you what I have marked as stage 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Could you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
They appear to all be screenshots from the video that was just played.
And are those screenshots a fair and accurate representation of your body camera?
They are.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit states 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson?
No objection.
States 6 through 11 are admitted without objection.
Your Honor, I have no other questions for Trooper Lipa.
Okay, thank you, Trooper.
Thank you.
So Judge, before, if we could just publish those exhibits for the
Yeah.
jury.
You want to publish them
I've got
by hand or on the?
They're right here. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I think so. Because I have to pay that. Oh, yeah, maybe. Your Honor, the state next calls Detective Sergeant James Forrest.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Do that now.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and obtained without these murders.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are learning that the acoustics in this room are not great. So try to keep your voice up so that the folks in the back of the jury can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
James Voris, V as in Victor, Ooris.
And how are you employed?
I am employed by the Vermont State Police
How long have you been employed by the Vermont State Police?
since January 2014.
And were you employed by them on October of 2021?
Yes,
And were you a detective sergeant at the time?
yes,
And are you still?
yes.
At some point, were you assigned as the case officer for an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes, I was.
And what does it mean to be a case officer?
So to be a case officer, so I'm assigned to the major crime unit. So as a case officer, I'm responsible for the organization of a case. As a detective sergeant, I'm responsible to conduct interviews, collect evidence, review evidence, author search warrants, just the general investigative actions.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you sort of collect all of that for the case?
Yes, so there'll be several or numerous individuals that work on a case, and I collect their reports and their work product. I compile it into a case file and provide it.
Okay. And have you reviewed all of the evidence in this case?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you prepare evidence for the court for this trial?
Yes, I did.
And what does that entail?
So specifically with the physical evidence for this trial, I just recently packaged it in clear evidence bags, so it was visible without having it removed from the paper evidence bags it was in.
Okay. And do you recall some of the stuff you did that for?
I do.
The jury hasn't seen any of it yet, but can you tell them just some of it?
I repackaged projectiles, a casing, ammunition, some pillows. I believe that might be it.
Okay. All right. So when you were assigned to this case, what information did you have initially?
So initially, I learned that other troopers were investigating a missing persons case, and I responded to the St. Albans State Police Barracks to assist with that.
Okay. Where were you stationed at the time?
I was assigned to the major crime unit.
Okay. And did it matter? Do you know why you were going to St. Albans?
Yeah, so it was a missing persons complaint at the time, but there were circumstances that were known to law enforcement that made it suspicious. And if it ultimately was a homicide, it would be assigned to the major crime unit. So oftentimes, if we kind of have some suspicious circumstances, we'll get involved early on.
And was there some connection to St. Albans that brought you there?
There was a vehicle located in St. Albans by other troopers, and that's where they were meeting. So that's where we met.
Okay. So did you do anything to attempt to locate Emily?
I did.
And what was that?
So I requested records, what we call exigent records, location records related to her cell phone, her Facebook account, and Joseph Ferlazzo's cell phone.
Okay. Did the Facebook records provide anything useful in an attempt to locate her?
There was location data provided by Facebook. It was the last known location of the device associated with the account.
And where was that?
It was, so Facebook provides that in a latitude, longitude. They provide a latitude and longitude. And when you map it, it was Bolton Valley, Vermont, near Bear Run.
Okay. So was that specific that it actually said it was near Bear Run in Bolton Valley?
The accuracy, I don't recall exactly what it was, but it was good.
Okay. And do you recall what the time was for that last known location of the device?
I believe it was October 15th, 2021 at 10:14 p.m.
Okay. And just to be clear, that was for Emily's device?
Emily's Facebook account. That was associated with her Facebook account.
And was that location of Bear Run in Bolton significant to you at the time?
Yes.
And why is that?
The information I had was that her last known location was in Bolton, Vermont.
Okay. And on October, skipping ahead to October 19th, were you made aware that Joseph Ferlazzo was at the St. Albans VSP barracks?
Yes.
And was he there related to this incident?
Yes.
And do you know how he arrived at the barracks?
I do. I learned that Detective Sergeant Amy Nolan, who at the time was also a member of MCU, had located Joseph at the Maple Fields in St. Albans, Vermont.
Okay. And do you know what she was doing there at the time?
I believe she was buying lunch.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Ferlazzo was doing there?
He was making a purchase as well.
Okay. So in summary, what information did you have about, at the time, about Mr. Ferlazzo's possible involvement in Emily's disappearance?
So I knew the information that Trooper Cody had obtained the night prior. I read his report when I came into the office. I knew that Spencer Lemons had called 911 and made a report and what he reported. And then I had attempted to locate Emily through her device and Joe through his device. And then I learned that Sergeant Nolan located Joe.
Okay. And so at the time that Mr. Ferlazzo was at the barracks, had anybody located Emily?
No, she had not been located.
And regarding the 911 call, the jury just heard the 911 call. Do you recall when that was?
I believe the timestamp is a few minutes after midnight on October 19th, like 12:03 a.m. on October 19th, 2021.
Okay. And at what time was Mr. Ferlazzo brought to the barracks?
Shortly after 2 p.m. on October 19th, 2021.
Okay. So approximately 14 hours after the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long, and so once he arrived at the barracks, where did he go?
It's my understanding he went into an interview room at the St. Albans State Police Barracks.
Okay. You weren't a part of that?
I was not.
Okay. How long was he in the interview room before you spoke with him?
It's about 20 minutes.
Okay. And while he's in the interview room, is that room recorded?
Yes, the interview room is audio and video recorded.
Okay. And so during those 20 minutes before you spoke with him, what was happening in the interview room?
Mr. Ferlazzo was in the interview room. There was a uniformed trooper, I believe it was Sergeant Michael Philippek, that was in there with him. Sergeant Philippek searched Mr. Ferlazzo, and then they just had general conversation for about 20 minutes. Mr. Ferlazzo was brought some food. He was brought a beverage. He was brought a blanket.
Okay. And was that all at his request?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So when you went into the interview room, had anybody spoke to Mr. Ferlazzo about Emily?
Not to my knowledge.
And so how did you start your interaction with him?
I introduced myself. I told him who I was, who I worked for, and I read Mr. Ferlazzo his Miranda rights.
Okay. I'm going to show you States 12. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the Miranda warnings that I filled out on the 19th and that I read to Mr. Ferlazzo and that he signed and dated.
He signed and dated.
Accurate depiction of the Miranda warnings.
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit States 12.
Any objection to States 12?
No objection.
States 12 is admitted without objection.
So out and about with Diane. What's coming up new
On the screen here now, is that the Miranda
from
form that
McAdee's?
we just admitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you go over each of these questions with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, they're not really questions. They're his rights. But I read them to him. I read them to him. I asked if he understood them. And then I asked if he wants to speak with me.
Okay. And then this part, the 1019, 245, and the signature, who wrote those?
Mr. Ferlazzo wrote the signature, and I believe he dated and signed it, or dated and time stamped it as well.
Okay. How long did you speak with Mr. Ferlazzo in the interview room?
I believe our total interview was about 2.5 hours, maybe a little less.
Okay. And was that entire interaction, including those 20 minutes before you went in, captured on video
Yes.
and audio?
Yes, ma'am. There are times where he requested to use the bathroom or we went outside and he smoked a cigarette. Those are not captured on the audio and video, but we also use a backup like digital recorder and that just goes in your pocket. So that's captured on that.
Okay, so either through video or audio, the entire time that you were speaking with Mr. Ferlazzo on the 19th is captured in some way.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed that interview recording?
Yes.
The state has, are you aware the state has marked that as states 19?
Yes.
Okay. And is it an accurate representation of the entire time that Mr. Ferlazzo was in the interview room?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, the state would move to admit states 19?
Yes, thank you, Judge. We do object to the admission of the recorded interview. We have previously provided the court with written reasons why we believe the statement was not
Whoa.
voluntary. We renew everything that is contained in our previously filed motion and ask the court to exclude this interview from this trial. We further move to exclude it because it contains information about post-mortem injuries to Emily Ferlazzo's body. We've previously filed a written motion to exclude those testimony concerning that those injuries. We renew everything, all the bases that are in our previously filed motion to exclude, and ask the court to exclude that testimony on the grounds that it is not relevant, not probative of any essential element in the case, and is highly prejudicial to Mr. Ferlazzo's rights. So for those, we also, when we come to it,
Ma'am.
there are photographs of Mr. Ferlazzo at the end of the interview that we also have objected to the introduction of. I know that's a separate exhibit we can deal with when the state introduces it, but I believe it will be shown as part of this video. And so we are objecting to the introduction of those photographs as unnecessary, not probative, and highly prejudicial to Mr. Ferlazzo.
Certainly on the voluntariness issue, that's an issue you can argue to the jury, but for reasons stated in a long written decision, that objection is overruled, and the jury may hear the statements in the interview that was done. With regard to the post-mortem injuries, the court has previously filed a written order as well. The court will stand by that order and overrule that objection and allow the admission of the post-mortem injuries as we have already outlined what can and will not be admitted in that regard, and the pictures of Mr. Ferlazzo, frankly, the court didn't find it certainly had relevance and had very minimal prejudice. So those were also subject to a written order as well. So your objections are noted and overruled.
Thank you. Just with respect to timing, Judge, I know this, do you want to take a break now before you start this, or start it and then take a break?
I'd probably start it and take a break at 2:30, which is my usual time, maybe 20.
But Mr. Ferlazzo needs to.
Oh, does he need a break?
Judge, I'm not starting it right now. If we can, I have like 5 more questions before I start it.
So
We wanna do that.
if he needs a break, we'll obviously need to take a break. But why don't you ask any lead-in questions you need before the video is played?
So before we play the video, after Mr. Ferlazzo waived his Miranda rights, did you ask him if he had any idea what investigators wanted to speak to him about?
Yes, I did.
And what was his response?
Something to the effect of he was there to talk to us. I didn't have to beat around the bush, and that he believed we had talked to Spencer already.
Okay. And the jury has just heard from Spencer. Did you ask him what happened to Emily?
So, Judge, the best evidence is the video, and this will all be heard by the jury pursuant to the court's instruction. There's really no point in having Detective Voris repeat what they're going to see on the video. So I object to this.
We'll be in the know.
Overruled so long as it's quite limited in scope.
Rudolph the red-nosed
Sorry, can you
reindeer
repeat that?
Yes.
had a
Did
very
you
shiny nose.
Immediately ask him what happened to Emily.
Yes.
And what was his response?
He explained that they had traveled to Vermont for a weekend away. I believe they went to Bolton. When they got to Bolton, he described her as being psychotic. I think he uses
Hawaiian
the term
range?
berserk. And ultimately, he told me he shot her twice in the head.
Okay. How quickly into the interview did he tell you this?
A minute or two after his Miranda.
And do you recall what he stated when you asked him to describe Emily when he shot her?
He told me
confessed
at some
it?
point in the interview, he explained that the fighting had stopped and she was laying on the bed.
Oh, he's staying self-defense, of
Now,
course.
seek to start the video. If you want to take a break.
Okay. So if folks need a break, we'll take a break. Let's keep it
Somebody's got to go,
relatively
TT
short.
Judge. Let them
Let's
go.
be back at 2:20.
Let them go. Let them go. They can't hold it anymore. Let it go. Let it go before it hits the floor. Have y'all heard that? I just made it up. Let it go. Let it go. They can't hold it anymore. Let it go. Let it go before it hits the floor.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm bad. I'm in one of those moods. It's bad. It's down. Sorry. I got to quit saying sorry. I got to quit saying that word. No, I am not sorry.
I think so. Yeah, shut the lights. Is that better or worse?
And we are still waiting for a verdict. So, yay, they haven't come back with a hung. That'd be good. I'm going to zoom. Are y'all hearing that okay?
Doesn't have any hydrants on them. Such a wallet? Yeah, you said that there. As long as you never see videos where police don't do a good search and it shows up all on the internet, things go with what you need. This means they are something we don't mind. I would say you would do that just because it doesn't happen. Yeah. So everybody, especially here in Vermont, everybody allowed to have guns. There's nothing illegal about it. So we're just always hyper vigilant. Yeah. Anyway, have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Let it go. Let it go.
I think Amy said she's gonna get some tweaks in wrong grade. Yeah. We'll work on that.
It's gonna blow. It's gonna blow. I won't say any more.
You, what were you doing? Just going to the gas station? Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, no way. Were you on the side of the road? Yes. Well, I guess you shall. You just. What time is it? What day is it? Space and stuff. Yeah. It is Tuesday, October 19th, 2006. Essex. I was living in Essex for a year. Park Street? Yeah. What was that? So how about that? You go that way. No, my mom's a teacher there. Actually, you know, the area. Yeah, I lived there for years. It's a good spot. Close to everything. Do you own a house there? Right, bought a house with the rentals. Big expensive there? 24. Yeah. Try by 5 corners, right? Yeah. Yeah. Big shots at everything. Big fancy location. Yeah, right. What time did you start? We started at 8. do like 8 to 8, like a 12 or something? No, 9, you see, they're 9 to 10 hours.
I'm gonna go get you a sandwich, but will it hold you over? Yeah, pizza, okay, I'll go get ham, turkey.
Somebody like that.
Somebody, bunch of cops around. I just said, you know, all the food I can find.
You don't fucking.
All right, you got it.
I appreciate your effort.
You got it. All right, I'll get you a sandwich.
I'm not telling you that, man. No, no. I'm not that kind of guy. Really sweet, you know? Really on sugar for a while. Yeah. No, day shifts, we start at 8, and then we go till 5. Some guys work a split, other guys start at 5 and work all night, so it's staggered. And, oh my God.
You see the blanket?
No, yeah, take that, just hold up.
Yeah, Paul is finally here.
Oh, yeah.
A blanket? Dude, really?
Here you go.
Are you that cold? Please give me a better video than that. That's it? That's boring.
You've been here, ever been here before? I know you said you're from Essex, but.
Oh, there we go.
This place, if you need anything while you're here, you know, just holler, we'll get you water or whatever. There's a bathroom out for that door. There's another bathroom down the way, just, as long as you just ask somebody, make sure you get to where you gotta go. How's that going? It's not well, it's not well. I'm over here actually just focusing on trying to keep my stomach to, let the baby go. Is it something you eat today?
Nervous eating, maybe?
It's not eating all day.
Mm.
For what? Yeah. 6 years. 6 years. New basically, I guess. I can't see that. Long term. We're just kind of cool about our job, I guess, is we don't have to be in the office every day. We work from our hours essentially. We don't really have to be in the office. Yeah. So sometimes I'll go like weeks without actually. Yeah. When I was living in Pennsylvania, my friends worked on the PD. They still had to go and like a roll call time, they had like chart, I think, or something. Yeah. Yeah. Every PD's the state's a little different. Yeah. Feel like, they're not doing really anything. Burlington PD, they got going and like actually clock in, like physically, with like paper. It's like a digital, yeah, but it's digital now, yeah. Yeah. Like, I think they use their badge or ID or something, they like scan it in, so it's all recorded on site. You want this close? I'm just walking by with this. No, it's okay. It's okay. I gotta be nuts when I'm out just trying to work. Everybody walks by, talks, you know, whatever. To me, it's like, I can't, it's just distracted. That's why I'm coming here right now. Or I'll close the door to my office. Just keep it quiet. Yeah. coffee? Yeah. Yeah, just drank a shot of espresso. Oh, you did? Yeah. Was that at the Maple Fields there? Usually guys will have coffee in the pot, they don't grab some. They didn't have break room that we were just standing by, they didn't have it. I appreciate the thought. Yeah, of course, when I, whoever comes in and get coffee, step out and see if I can track some guys for you. Do you have anything else, Sheldon? I can get you some water, of course. I think there's some tea floating around here. What kind of tea? I don't know. Every now and then, I like sodas and stuff in the fridge. Some protein powder. Protein shake. I haven't done that in a while. But I used to do it every day. And that's why I haven't done it in a while. I can still so vividly picture the taste. Yeah. All I'll be, mix it up. Guess it's never been good. I don't think it's supposed to be though. Yeah, I guess usually, like for me, I don't really, I just chug it. And I used to care about the consistency. And I just, yeah. Who was I supposed to talk to? I don't know. JP. There is a JP here, is that what they said? Yeah, it's awesome. Huh? I'm not sure. I got a whole tower over there. Are they? I mean, I see people in and out, but I'm not sure if it's over yet. They're probably putting it all together and sitting in front of it. I'm not sure. They're probably start working. Obviously, those conversations I'm not part of, because I'm here with you as well. Next updates from my wife today was, my daughter's first day in daycare. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Good pictures and stuff? Not yet. And I asked for some. So she's just texting me updates and she's doing well. Daycare, or daycare and preschool. Is it just, it's just a daycare. It's daycare. Yeah, she's only here. Oh, wow. Okay. She's super good. Yeah. So I was nervous this morning. You were? Yeah. She's never been to a daycare before. She's got to come back with like the runny nose. Yeah, right. Probably a few minutes to worry about, and then you're gonna get a runny nose. Oh, kids are like little petri dishes, man. They just breed germs. Yeah, everywhere. They haven't built the antibodies, so like it gets to like a stronger version of the virus, and then you can get your ass kicked by it. Yeah, that's how I got. That's what I believe was COVID. Did you? That was 2019. This cute little kid, literally his entire face was bigger. They were beautiful. They had huge like sausage for eyeballs, like big long lashes like this. Yeah. And I'm holding the arms like that. I'm looking at him and I'm like so sick from this. So I just get up, got on my lap. You know, I actually was like, oh, I gotta get this room clean with this kid. Sure enough,
Come on, get to the testimony. Come on.
It was like, did you lose like smell and taste and all that? Not really. Not really. It was kind of like your run-of-the-mill sort of flu. Yeah, yeah. Or coughing for weeks. Yeah. You know, that was getting all pretty. That's what a lot of people say. It's just a bad cold or bad flu. Rain, like lost taste or lost smell. You know, you get a little bit like congestion, but like I think that's pretty typical. Like, yeah, any sense. Just like anything. Yeah. Yeah. One of my family friends had it. Same thing. I didn't know. I just thought I had my nose. So that was, yeah. It was fine. But tested positive. Yeah. But felt fine. You know, just slept a little extra for a week. It was good. Yeah. Seems to be pretty more common than not. The bad cases are pretty few and far between. You said you were in Pennsylvania now? Or that's where you used to live? That's where I was born. That's where you were born? Yeah. I wonder how it is there. Every state you go to is obviously different. Like with how the common person feels about the whole situation. I went to visit my in-laws in New York. And everywhere around there, like nowhere
Enjoy dinner.
You know, I masked and I didn't mask and I touched things and I didn't use hand sanitizer.
My dinner.
And really, I just lived my life the way I was living it. Yeah. It is just a negative. Yeah. I'm pretty sure whatever the fuck that thing was in 19 was the thing. The big bad boogie monster. Yeah, right. Of the super flu that we had to shut America down for. Crazy times. Yeah. Honestly, like, I mean, I guess picture yourself being America and you have like $1 trillion debt that somebody's calling in. What's the easiest way to like break the economy? Just break it. And it's broken. It's broken. Yeah. But then you know you're not. But then on the level, everybody's like spending their savings. But then it's up back up. Yeah. I imagine that's got to be business people off probably. Cool. Joe, you guys, is it Joe or Joseph? Which do you prefer? Do you have a preference? Whatever's easier for you. Whatever you prefer. I'm James. James. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right, Seth. All right. Okay. I'm just happy to hang right there. I don't need to turn that. All right. Yeah. Appreciate it. It just, we're just gonna shut the door just for privacy purposes. I'm sure you saw there's a few people walking around. Do you need anything? I see you got water, somebody got you some food? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. All right, so like I said, my name is James, this is Seth, we work for the state police, we're detectives. We've been
That's the
trying
last bit.
Trying to get up to speed on what's going on today, and,
That's the last bit of free food you're going to get. Public, let me say, non-jail, whatever. You know what I mean.
it's our understanding that you might be able to help us understand a few things. We are happy to listen. Our ultimate goal is to find Emily. We're hoping that you can help us with that. Before we get going, I just want to be fair to you. Obviously, we're here in a state police barracks, right? And I just said we're at state police. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of the rights that you have. So I will read these to you. We're here in St. Albans, Vermont. Are you from Vermont? Not originally. Not originally. I've been lived here since 2012. Okay, that's all I can do. Today is 19th of October. Up in this area the whole time, or? No, just from elsewhere. I tried to Richmond, Essex. Essex area? Yeah. All right, down over here. I'm gonna read these to you, and I'll just ask that if you understand them, you tell me yes, if not, we'll go over them again, okay? So the first one says that you have the right to remain silent. You understand that? Yeah. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Right. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before questioning and to have a lawyer present with you during any questioning. Make sense? If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you at public expense before any questioning, if you wish. In Vermont, that is called a public defender. Make sense? Yeah. If you decide to answer questions, you may stop the questioning at any time. Make sense? Yes. Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you? Yes. Do you want to talk to me now? Yes. Okay. So this next section is just for waivers. So that
No.
I have the right to remain silent, to be represented by a lawyer, to talk with one prior to questioning, and to have one present during questioning. Knowing my rights, I agree to waive them and talk to you now. No threats or promises have been made to me. So if you agree to that, so you sign right here. All right. Sorry. Okay, thank you for that. It's 2:45 p.m. All right. So Joe,
I know, right?
is it fair to say that you have an idea of what we want to talk about? Yeah. All right. Can you
If somebody has been unalived, or you know that they're going to talk to you about somebody who has been unalived, and they read you your rights, lawyer the freak up. Y'all, I'm getting that afternoon crash. Yep, 3:00. I'm like, oh, we got coffee blend, a Christmas blend for coffee. I'm going to go try a cup.
I'm here to talk to you. Like, you don't have to be around. Okay. I'm sure you already talked to Spencer. I fucked up. Like I said, like, I had a fucking last. And it's something that I cannot do. So here we are. All right. Well, why don't we, I think what would be helpful for me is just have you start from the beginning of what happened, and start from the beginning, and we'll listen. And then, maybe at the end we'll have a few questions, so we'll go from there. Is that fair? Yeah. All right, so I'll turn it over to you. So, kind of what happened. in New Hampshire for like the last 2 months, with my wife and her family. And I came to Vermont, we're supposed to have like a weekend away, vacation, do some camping, like have some fun. And like as soon as I like put the vehicle in park, like my wife went completely, was her like completely psychotic. And I shot her. As a result of that. And now here we are. So,
All right. Can you, where did that happen?
Bolton, Vermont.
Okay. All right. So, I guess my next question is, when did that happen? Do you know about what time? Saturday evening?
No. Saturday morning. And I think it was like, yeah, it was Saturday morning.
Okay.
I got my day screwed on.
Okay. I appreciate you clarifying that for me.
I really can imagine I've been home for days. My mind isn't right now, so.
So tell me about like how, your wife, you said Emily, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about you and Emily getting to Bolton, like when you got there, how you got there, the vehicle you were in, that kind of thing.
We drove the machete. I guess we got there Friday.
Where do we guys come from?
New Hampshire.
So you go straight from New Hampshire to Bolton? Okay. Where in Bolton? Bolton's a big town.
The resort.
Can you describe it to me?
It's a big resort.
Yeah.
Ski resort.
Yeah, there's a bunch of buildings up there, right?
Yeah.
So whereabouts were you guys when all this happened? Like, where were you headed?
My sister was like Airbnb, so I was like using an opportunity to like spend time with my family.
Okay.
And yeah, we just went doing terrible, doing so south.
Right. Do you know where at the resort? Like, had you arrived at the resort when this happened?
Yeah, like we were there, and we stopped. And typical, like got some stuff to drink. You know, trying to like listen to music. I was trying to put some candles on. Have some wine. And throwing candles around, telling me to put them out, turn the music on. Just being like forceful and aggressive with me. Just started like punching and kicking me. Just a lot of hurtful things. I can't even remember all of them, but all I know is I was just dumbfounded that I make all this effort to like try to do something nice. Just get treated like shit.
When we're talking about the candles and the wine stuff, is that the Airbnb you're talking about, or is that in your RV?
In the RV.
Is it part of that, the resort?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it near the Airbnb that your sister was at?
Yeah.
So I'm not super familiar with the area, so is there just like a parking lot?
Yeah.
Okay, is that where this happened?
Yes.
Okay. And so, when you say there was a lot of kicking and punching, like who was kicking and punching?
I don't kick a punch. Like,
You don't?
I don't. Okay. I've never heard all about this one. I don't. Like, I don't engage.
Okay.
You know, like, I am punching back.
So,
And I didn't want to be punching back anymore.
so was everyone punching you?
I just had like a moment, and then like, I don't know, like, I just,
Where was she punching you?
in my arm, and like kicking me in the groin, like, just like body blows, and, just shorts.
And was this kind of the punching and kicking, was that occurring inside the van? Or you call it a van? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, whatever you try to,
Okay.
whatever you like, the vehicle, that's better.
Works for me.
Okay.
So the vehicle's parked up at Bolton via the Airbnb, and kind of the situation between you and Emily is occurring inside of the van. How does that turn into, I heard you say that you shot her, so explain how that incident continued.
I don't even know. Like, I just know that I like sat down and like was. Like something inside my head, just like, I remember feeling really warm, and I remember feeling blurry, and I don't know, something inside me said enough is enough.
And what did you shoot her with? A pistol. Okay, do you know what kind of pistol? It was a Glock pistol. A Glock. Whose Glock is it? Okay. Where is the Glock now?
The bus.
It's in the bus. Okay. Can you describe Emily when you shot her? Like, what was she doing?
She had stopped fighting, and she'd gone and laid down, and I went and jumped on top of her. I shot her.
How many times? Two. Okay. What did you do next?
Cleaned up and had like an anxiety attack, and I don't know, I think that's that.
Okay. Describe what you mean when you say you cleaned up.
Blood coming over her head, so I put a bag over it, so catch the blood. And cleaned up, there's blood on the pillows, so just like everything.
Okay. What kind of bag? Like a trash bag. Okay.
Real quick. Remember the Hawaiian woman, Hannah Kabalski? Kabalshi has been found safe. She's been missing and she is fine. So y'all know.
Are those still in the bus? Okay. Where's Emily? Where in the bus? Bathroom. She's in the bathroom. I haven't been in the bus. So can you describe the bus for me? Like, what's the layout? You walk through the doors. Bathroom, kitchen, and bed. Okay. It'll be easier to control the diagram. The bus, I did see it from the outside. It's pretty big. Get up to it.
Which is in front of the bus for that.
Would you mind just, maybe just for reference for us, just labeling what you previously said, this is the bathroom? And I thought I heard you said this circle is Emily, that's what you depicted. Could you label that for me too? And then the bed. So, just so I understand, so the incident where you jump on top of her and shoot her, that occurred?
Correct, well, yes, correct, so I'm just, put your name on that, just so we drew it.
It's still 19,
We're still waiting on a verdict.
just to reference this picture for a
This
second.
means they
Yeah, the incident that you described where you jump on top of her.
this to me means that the jury took what the judge said seriously. So they've not come back yet.
Shot her twice in the head, dragged her out on the bed, this bed here, at the back of the bus. And then you explained that, you put the bag on her because she's bleeding.
Hi, Dawn. How you doing, beloved?
Just so I understand, how did she get from the bed to the
Been
bathroom?
kind of quiet around here.
You carried her? Was it obvious that she was deceased? Yes. Okay.
Oh.
And why did you move her to the bathroom?
Oh, that's good. Christmas blend.
Okay, so like the blanket stuff underneath there? Yeah. Okay. Where in this bus is the firearm that you used to lock? It's in the bed. Are there any other firearms in there?
thing I would like to clarify is the time that this happened. So do you know about the time you arrived at Bolton Valley on Friday when you came from New Hampshire? 8 p.m. Friday night?
Roughly earlier. I would say give it a window like 7 to 8.
So you arrived between 7 and 8. And what time did the shooting happen approximately?
Maybe like 1 or 2
a.m.
And 1 and 2.
Which would be fair to say that's Saturday morning?
That is Saturday morning.
Okay. And so after you kind of clean up and you put Emily in the bathroom, what do you do?
I don't know. I had like a panic moment, and all I can remember is like a jumble, like no sense. Like, nothing made sense. Whatever it was just basically blank flashes. If you go to like a disco, you just look up. Like there's nothing. What the hell did I do? I eventually probably I don't even know if I slept. Following morning, I had some breakfast with my sister. I had some coffee and some breakfast with her.
Tell me about that.
I had some coffee and some breakfast with my sister.
In the Airbnb?
The coffee was in the Airbnb, and then we were out down the street for some breakfast.
Okay. Did you talk about what had happened?
No,
No?
I was being her boyfriend, so.
Okay. All right. Did they ask about Emily?
Yeah.
What they ask?
Just like, what's her deal?
What'd you say?
I was like, yeah, I mean, you know, my role is like her husband, but also just fucking back. Like,
Did they ask what she was when you went out to breakfast? What did you say?
she's still sleeping.
Okay. All right. Do you know where you went to breakfast? Maxie's. Whereabouts is Maxie's? In Waterbury? Okay. All right. So after Maxie's, how'd you get Maxie's?
She drove.
Your sister? And does the bus remain at Bolton? Say, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Oh, thanks. So you go to breakfast with your sister. What happens next?
Came back and I left. I know I ended up going to my friend's place in St. Albans.
Okay.
So that's what I did next.
Do you know how you got there?
Drove the bus there.
Drove the bus there. Okay. All right. Do you recall if you made any stops along the way?
I think so.
Stop at a gas station, store?
Probably a gas station.
Do you know which one you would have stopped at? Okay. Somewhere between Bolton and St. Albans? All right.
Yeah.
It's a little ways.
Mm.
What's your friend's name?
Sarah.
That's who I was going to do?
Yeah.
Did you live with anybody?
Her husband Jason.
Sarah and Jason?
We have kids too.
Okay. And is that where you left the bus?
Mm.
Okay. Did you talk to them about anything that happened? No. Did they know Emily? Did they ask about her? Tell me about that.
Just like basic stuff, like where is she, like, what's her deal? Like, I mean, honestly, like, if I'm being honest, they were like good fucking riddance. Like, views are there. Like, well,
When you say it's basic, good fucking riddance, did they know what had happened?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you, correct me if I was wrong, but based on what you're telling me, you told Sarah and Jason what you had done?
No, I didn't tell them what I had done.
Okay.
No, they were just asking, like, so where's Emily? Like, and I said, she's gone. Like,
Okay.
Good.
Got it. Okay.
They're like, you're,
said that she was gone, but didn't indicate what had happened.
I didn't go.
Okay.
I'm ashamed of myself. Like I've never,
Mhm.
I never thought I'd be here. You know, like I started my life like just believing that like you give love, you get love. It's mutual. It's reciprocal. You know. You don't fuck with people's lives. Like, you know, you just try to be a good person. And now here I am. I don't like.
So after Sarah and Jason's house, and I apologize, like I said, you know, coming into this today, trying to learn some of the information, I might have it wrong. Is there another friend in the area that you go to at some point this weekend?
I saw Spencer.
Spencer, is that who you're talking? Yeah, I think you mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, I talked to Spencer. I told Spencer what I did.
Okay, tell me about that conversation.
I guess it's like the kind of conversation where you're driving along and you're just telling your best friend. And then you just tell. Even though, like, you don't want to tell them, just tell them, just to get it off your chest.
Do you recall like what or how you told him or what you told him?
So we drove down to the Lions place, and there was like, I don't know, you guys were there last night, I don't know, if you know, but like, there was like probably 4 or 5 police vehicles out there. So I was like, yo, turn around, like I'm not in a good space to do this right now. And then we were talking, and I told him, and then
What was his reaction?
he turned the car around.
What did you tell him?
I told him I killed her.
Okay. Did you tell him how you killed her?
No.
Okay.
He was like, I said, where's that? He said, she's on the bus. He said, is she living on the bus? And I said, no, she's dead. And he turned the car around, and I was like, listen, I'm going to jump out of this car, so, like, I can't do this right now. I just need some air. Like, I can't breathe. I'm like overheating. So I got out, and that was it. He drove away.
And where did you go?
I just walked down the road a bit, and then saw a guy covered, got a little covered shed or something like that. Sat down. Yeah.
All right. So I kind of want to get back. I feel like we were working through the weekend, and I kind of jumped ahead because I was trying to understand the people that you visited. So that was Sarah and Jason and Spencer. So back to kind of Saturday afternoon after you leave Fulton, you go to Sarah and Jason's house. Do you know what you do next on Saturday afternoon or evening?
Oh, yeah, my sister. I told my sister I would do an interview for her.
Okay.
So I do an interview for my sister, and then we go get some food, and then I go home. I fall asleep.
Where did you do the tattoo?
At the Lions.
Where's that? I'm sorry.
Sarah, just Lions.
Oh, okay.
Spencer's last name is Lemons, so I don't want to write down there.
Lemons?
Lemons.
So you do a tattoo at the Langs.
Right.
What kind of tattoo?
This pine cone with maple leaf and some acorns.
Oh,
I'm like a pine fruit.
how big is it? On the wrist? Big pine cone?
No, it's not big pine cone. The pine cone is yay big. Maple leaf is like yay big. The acorns are just like two small acorns, and there's a pine branch of the pine needles.
Okay. All right. Do you, so after the tattoo, do you know where you guys get food?
Twigs.
Twigs, where's that?
Twigs on Main Street.
Is that here in town, St. Albans?
Is it Twigs?
No, I'm not from the area.
Just go to Twigs.
Is it decent? All right. Good stuff.
Yeah. Do it anywhere.
I'm not from Southern.
Oh.
Not this again.
It's like a gastropub, you know, burgers and wraps and flat ribs.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Thanks,
Good,
Ronnie.
Good job, yeah, you pay for that. Good drives too, so.
So was, your sister's Nicole, or Nikki, was her boyfriend with her? Any conversations during the tattoo or dinner about what had happened?
What I had done,
Yeah,
I have not told my sister or her boyfriend.
okay. To this day?
To this day,
You're not-
I couldn't, in fact, that she's gonna find out. Not super okay with that, but somehow this is where it ended up.
And, you said you returned home Saturday night after Twiggs. Where's home?
I just went back to the vehicle.
And that was still parked at Sarah Jason's? So Saturday, did you spend a night in the vehicle parked at Sarah Jason's? Alright. And kind of moving forward to, you know about what time you returned home? And went to bed Saturday night?
Between 8:30 and 9:30.
And this whole time, is Emily still in the bathroom on the bus? You're shaking your head, yes,
Yes, sir, yes.
okay.
Sorry, I forgot to.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure that it's very clear.
Yeah.
You know, that I'm not interpreting something that you're saying to be.
No, I'm sorry for not being forthcoming. I was really tired.
So it's okay. I appreciate that you want to have this conversation, so. So 8:30 to 9:30, you return to go to bed. Where do you sleep on the bus on Saturday night? In the bed? Okay. Tell me about waking up Sunday. You went Sunday.
Hello? Say it now.
Tuesday? Yeah, today's Tuesday.
I'll go all again.
What do you mean?
The same sort of just like not really able to like have a clear thought or just feel like you're just stuck in a hole.
So you're not, so fair to say you're not sure what way you left Sunday?
Right.
Do you know where you slept on Sunday? In the bus at Sarah and Jason's? Okay. All right. And then yesterday, Monday, tell me about yesterday.
Drove to New Hampshire. I lied to my in-laws and told them that Emily was missing. Then I drove back from New Hampshire.
I'm sorry. It depends on who makes it and where you get it.
Where did you drive to New Hampshire?
Motorcycle.
Okay. Where did you drive back to Vermont from New Hampshire? Is it your motorcycle? And it's your Jeep?
Yeah.
All right. Did you make any other stops in New Hampshire other than Emily's parents? Talk to them?
No.
That was the only place you went?
Right.
Okay. Where was your Jeep?
At their place.
Was that their place? Okay. When you returned to Vermont, what did you do?
I went to Spencer's.
All right. Tell me about that.
I drove to Spencer's on his house.
Do you know about what time you got there?
11:30.
In the morning?
11:30
PM. Is that when the conversation that you described earlier occurred?
I drove from Spencer's house to Sarah's house.
Okay.
And then saw a brigade of police.
Whose vehicle did you drive from Spencer's?
As I was driving this vehicle.
His vehicle.
Sedan. Honda or Toyota. I don't know. And then I told him he did.
What did you do? I know you described what you did immediately after you walked, went to a bench, you said. Where did you sleep last night?
Oh, Tara and Dusty, that sounds fabulous.
Anywhere, somewhere around there. Like in this general area, it was dark. I started from home, wrapped myself up, I was freezing in Surrey. It was crazy windy.
I make a mean hamburger, excuse me, a cheeseburger soup. Basically, it's a potatoes based, bunch of ground, really high quality cheese, good seasoning. I think I'll make that tomorrow.
Trying to stay warm. Okay. Well, I appreciate you telling me all that, kind of doing the time span from Friday when you got to Vermont, so kind of how we ended up here today. Yeah, is that okay? What I'd like to do is really focus in on Friday itself and the incident with you and Emily, and kind of go over that with a little bit more detail. Is that fair? So my understanding from what you told me is that you got into Vermont between 7 and 8 p.m.
Oh, no.
So tell me everything from 7 to 8 p.m. once you arrive in Bolton, all the interaction that you and Emily had. You know, I know you said that, you know, there was kicking and punching, but any conversations you remember, specific, you know, kicks and punches that you remember, where she was hitting you, that kind of thing. Tell me all about that.
I mean, I guess I can't really remember anything specifically because, like, I'd be like, hey, you want to go for like a walk? And she would just come out with like, fuck you, fuck this place, like, this is pathetic, you're pathetic, like, I can't fucking stand it, like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, I'm so done. And it was just that, and more of that, and more of that. Every time I open my mouth to like try something, anything, more of like I can't do this, I'm not doing this.
Can I come to your house, Ronnie?
What didn't you, what she can't do what? What didn't she want to do?
I guess do anything, like definitely not like hang out, like talk about anything, like nothing, like just I open my mouth and she would immediately shut me down with something hurtful. I started lighting candles because I went too late, and then she decided that she was not want candle light, and then I should sit in the dark. And she was like trying to turn the candles off, and you know, like the candle had like a bunch of wax into it. You know, she grabbed it, and I tried to grab it back from her, and then she hit me in my sides, in my arms, in my chest, in my neck. And she kicked me in my groin with her heel.
So describe her hitting you like, do you recall what hand she was hitting you with?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall if it was an open fist, a fist or a fist? It was a fist. It's like a punch. Okay. All right. Punches and fists. How many times do you think she hit you?
I don't know, I probably got like maybe like 4 or 5 punches and like one decent kick and one not so decent kick.
Okay. And what made her stop?
Candle went out.
Okay. So the candle goes out.
Yeah.
And what does she do?
She went and lay down. Okay. She was just like, I'm so over this shit.
So she goes to lay down on the bed?
Right.
Okay.
Well, when did that, what you're describing, when did that start? Did it start when you guys got in the bowl?
Literally the thing at park and just like went from being like happy road trip to.
So what was the ride like from the Hampshire to bowl?
Fun. So it's like, telling you like, this is how it was, and then we were thinking park, and then this is how it was, like, literally 180, like.
Do you have any idea what precipitated that?
No, like.
It sounds like what you're saying is that she didn't want the candle on, she didn't want the music playing, and that's what she was taking and pushing you.
Yeah.
And then the candle went out. Sounds like she went, she stopped, and she went laying down.
Yeah.
How much time passed between when she went to lay in bed and when you got the Glock out? Would you have to put a time period on that?
Yeah, like.
when you jumped on 5 with her?
Yeah, well, 50 minutes actually sounds long, but it's probably more like 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't long, thanks.
Was she doing anything? Was she awake? Was she sleeping?
No, she was awake. She was awake, just like grumbling a bunch of shitty, hurtful things.
So after the candle went out and she was in bed, she was still grumbling a bunch of hurtful things to you?
Yeah, she wasn't sleeping. She was just miserable.
Do you recall what those hurtful things that she was saying to you were, or the context of them?
Just like, saying, just repeating how so done. Like, I'm not doing this shit with you. Like,
And while she was in bed, where were you, with the last?
oh, sitting right here. So, I heard touch on that.
Sure. I think we had asked where the clock was currently, but where did you get it from?
It was in the closet.
Where's the closet?
This is the closet. It was in the couch.
Okay.
And, I just like, got up and grabbed it. Sorry.
Does Emily have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Do you know what that is?
No.
Have you seen it since you shot her?
Yeah. I saw a couple things in the bag. I put the bag away.
Okay.
So it's probably in the bag.
All right. Well, tell me about that bag that you threw away. What else might be in that bag?
A pair of shoes.
Your glasses. Where did you throw that away?
I think when I went to get gas. Trash.
Okay. At a gas station? Do you know which gas station?
I honestly don't. I think.
Right. That is, I was just thinking that. I was thinking, why are we here? He said he did it. Why did he not plead guilty?
Point it out, or would it help kind of refresh your
I think
memory?
it's a mobile. It's like a mobile.
Okay. Maybe a mobile.
Yeah.
If you saw it, if you were back in the area driving by, would that help refresh your memory as to where you possessed that? There's a lot of gas stations between Fulton and St. Albans, right?
Yeah.
So that's something we might be interested in looking for, it might be hard to find without a little help.
Yeah. I think it's a mobile. It's a mobile.
In a town,
I think it's Richmond.
maybe a mobile in Richmond.
Yeah.
And which garbage can would you use?
The one that's up.
The one right at the front. Actually, paper or gas, Joe?
The card.
Was it a debit card or credit card?
Is it your card or was it Emily's?
Mine.
What bank? Can you have some water? Yeah. You want to take 2 minutes?
Here, there's some water here. Need to drink though? Bathroom or what? Just water, you good? Okay.
Yeah, you should be sick. Why? Why confess and then turn around and make it and not plead guilty and make this a self-defense case? I'm with you, Ronnie. I don't understand the mentality of this. So either that or he's faking it so he can get some time away from the thing. What the hell? That's not a good way to open a bag. Uh-oh, the hyperventilation. Calm your breathing, dude.
Here's some water. What do you have in
I got some coffee. Hot coffee. What do you have? That cream or sugar or both? Just black. Okay.
Hyperventilation doesn't start like that. There it is.
I gotta pee. Can I go pee? Yeah.
Reality, it's. Welcome to reality, dude. You're done. I don't understand this. Oh, there it is. And I don't understand why he's even pleading innocent by self-defense. I don't. Honestly, I really don't. What are y'all's thoughts on this? Yo. We're almost done with that day. Then we'll go into the next day.
Turkey sandwich? I asked the those for Twigs. They did not go for Twigs. I love the Twigs. Let me grab you a couple of,
Why are you
you don't
being
need carbs, do you?
picky?
Took all the bread off. Notice that. Smart man. Little lettuce wrap.
I have a problem with someone who confessed to unaliving someone making food demands.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we give you 2 minutes so you can finish your sandwich? You got more questions? Yeah, I do. But I don't want to, I want you to have an opportunity to eat and drink a cup of coffee. We'll take 2 minutes. Actually, if I could hit the head and we'll come right back in. Sound fair? And I want to get you some napkins. Yeah, that's okay.
Hey, Taryn, yeah, he's a little off, I would say.
I know, I was outside all night. You stayed outside all night? What you have on? I myself up in the car. Must be cold. Freaking freezing in Syria. What?
There's no good audio. Oh, dear. There we go.
Can I take my shoes off? You want to?
Keeping Rudolph happy.
I have no association with anything that's gonna make me feel anything. Yeah. I don't, I'm sorry, I'm just weird. So figure it out. Not okay. I don't know, I'm nothing okay, so I'm gonna start trying to stuff. Maybe something.
Why is he in there with shoelaces? As long as they don't leave him alone.
I'm not gonna get sick. Yeah, tell me that. Yeah, I'm not.
What? That's weird.
Are you married? No. Did you do all the artwork on yourself? My artwork? Yeah, I saw you had a tattoo on your foot. That's cool. Did you do that yourself or somebody else? Oh, yeah. Did you do the artwork or? No. One of them was.
Possibly.
All set?
Kathleen.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you guys get this.
Possibly Kathleen. Well, I hit myself in the face.
So I do have, I think Seth probably has some follow-up questions as well. Okay. And, I kind of want to just let you know that the reason,
details are important, right? And I appreciate you willing to have this, your willingness to have this conversation. The details are important. And details are what's going to help bring some closure to the family and with parents. And, you know, we want to be able to do that as best that we can. Right? And what will help us is some of the things that may seem like very small details are things that might be the piece that helps bring that closure, right? So, you know, what trash can Emily's stuff is in her wallet, you know, that wallet might be the piece that helps them cope with some of this stuff. And we want to be able to bring that back to them. Okay. So the details of, you know, what gas station you stopped at, what trash can you used, that's why we ask those types of questions. So we have a few more. We want to kind of dig into the details a little bit and try to understand this. One of the first things that I wish I'd asked initially was, when this happened, what were you wearing? What clothing did you have on when you shot him?
I don't know. Maybe just like a t-shirt. T-shirt.
Was it that t-shirt?
I don't think it was a t-shirt.
Okay.
You don't know?
What t-shirt was it?
What? What you talking about, Willis? You know what you were wearing.
Change my t-shirt. I'm sorry, one of the t-shirts.
Okay. Do you know what you had on? Did you have pants on? No. No pants on?
No, I don't have to, I don't.
Underwear?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Earlier you kind of described that, you know, it was messy and there was some blood. Did that get on you?
No.
Why did you take a shower?
Cold.
Okay. Do you know where the clothes, the t-shirt, and the underwear they had on that day? Do you know where those are? Okay, on the bus. Did you throw those out? Like, no. Okay. So is there anything other than Emily's cell phone, her shoes, her glasses, and her wallet? Anything else that got thrown out? No. Okay. Because one of the goals that Seth and I will have is to try to track that stuff down, because I'm sure you can understand that, you know, that's probably going to be meaningful to some people.
Just out of curiosity, what was the, I assume it's right. Just out of curiosity, what was the first I get rid of?
What?
The shoes and glasses and stuff.
Oh, I don't know, it was on the bed. It was like there was shit everywhere. It was.
Shit means it's in blood.
No, there was some blood.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't mean poop. Like, there was like the contents earlier described. Glasses, things, right, all the closure things. Those things are what I'm referencing. Gotcha.
What?
Those are other things mixed in with those items.
What about like did the bed have sheets on it? Where are the sheets that were on the bed? Like the pillowcase or?
They're in a bag on the bus.
They're in a bag on the bus. A different bag. Can you describe the bag that you threw in the trash that contained the cell phone, shoes, and glasses? Was that also just a trash bag, or was it a special kind of bag?
It was like a straw bag, like a bag.
What color was it?
It was like a white bag.
A white bag? Either a Hannaford, a Shaw's, or a Market Basket bag?
Yeah.
And are you still pretty content that was a mobile Richmond? Well, let me ask you this, by chance, did you keep any of your gas receipts? So that way we can take a look and see what you out of the store.
Or the hell did I go? Oh, and yeah, there's not that gas station right there in the Star Rail.
Very possible. Very possible.
Plan with Emily's body. Like if the police hadn't shown up last night at the Langs and had the bus, what was your plan?
I didn't really have a plan. I was just gonna like take it into the woods and drop it off.
Where?
I don't know. Like I said, I had no plan. I was just gonna take it into the woods and drop it off.
If you could talk to Emily's parents, is there anything that you would say?
I mean, clearly I would apologize for being such a shit.
Without
I want to take a quick break. The lady who disappeared, the missing Hawaiian woman, Hannah Kobayashi, was found. Her father ended his life over her disappearance. The past month has been an unimaginable family statement for our family. We kindly ask for privacy as we take time to heal and process everything we've been through. The statement attributed her mother, Brandy Yee, and her sister, Cindy. We want to express our heartfelt thanks to everyone who supported us during this difficult time. Your kindness and concerns have meant the world to us. Police concluded that the woman voluntarily left the United States, crossing over into the border of Mexico after days of cryptic text messages to her family that prompted the sweeping search for her in the nation's second largest city. Amid the searches, her father, Ryan, 58, died by well, I've already said it, but, self-harm. No other information was provided. To think that that man unalived himself because of his daughter. Wow. And what about all the money and everything that was spent looking for? I think she has some, Lucy, you got some explaining to do. She has some explaining to do. There should be consequences for that crap. My humble opinion.
She was like, I guess I'd say that I wish she was the same person that I met. And I wish somebody would have told me sooner. Like, oh, by the way, it's gonna get real ugly.
How long have you two been together? How'd you guys first meet?
I was teaching her friend how to pierce. And
Was she into like tats and piercing? Did she do that stuff?
she didn't do it, she just got like this weird conflict tattoo piercing.
Yep.
But yeah, her friend was trying to learn. And so I called a friend in. It was a friend. She pierced her ear and I pierced her nose.
How soon after when you guys first met, you guys like start dating or acting out or whatever?
It took 2 years.
You guys have known each other for a while.
Well, like we met just that once.
Yep.
And then, Lauren was trying to get a tattoo and looking to get a tattoo, so they came. They got some artwork.
Yep. So what was, so like, I guess, if you want to call it a thing, where you guys like entered into like a relationship, what was your guys' relationship like? I mean, what you kind of described as kind of a hostile relationship that.
So it literally.
When did that?
6 days ago, probably, if I had to guess.
So for the year and a half that you guys been dating, like, has there ever been any domestic violence or, physical abuse or anything between the two of you?
Again, same kind of thing, like, it starts off like with her, just like looking through my phone, and then she'll walk right up to you and just punch you in the side of your eyeball.
Did it because you didn't, and what was the reason behind her looking at your phone?
She was like, just trying to like see, like, read off the text, and who I was talking to.
Gotcha.
Why are you still friends with this bitch? And then punch to the eyeball. I was like, okay, well, that's extreme.
They went all the way in to Mexico.
Well, you and Emily are married, correct? When did you guys get married?
October.
Of this year? Like this October?
That was like, we just celebrated a year in October.
Okay. Yeah. That's one thing. I had heard that, but I wanted to make sure. So 6 months prior, you guys first started dating, then you got married.
She asked me to marry her, and it was like maybe like 3 weeks. We started seeing each other and like hanging out a lot. In Vermont. And then we moved to Essex. getting back to the, kind of like the difficult altercations, you spoke about a time when, you know, I don't know if you're speaking generally or you're speaking about a specific time, where she looked at your phone and then punched you.
Oh, that was more than one time.
So that situation happened more than once.
Yeah,
Is there other instances?
that was the one I described was the first time. And then not, it wasn't like weekly, maybe like bi-weekly or every 3 weeks or something like that.
Like arguments or like physical fights?
Or, I'm talking like physical where I get hit.
Yeah.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I get hit, it's like roughly every 3 weeks.
Was there ever any times when you would fight back or you would hit her or anything like that?
No, I would only grab her because she would be like, she wouldn't stop. Like she wouldn't stop until I physically had her arms held. She couldn't.
Right.
Like, but it wasn't like.
So the situation you're describing where you know, she hit you and you were able to make her stop.
Yeah.
She would obviously stop. You know, what was the conversation like between the two of you after that happened?
I don't know, like it's just like all the trust kind of ran out of our relationship. And, I would like ask like simple questions like, yo, like, what did you do? She's supposed to be like carpooling with somebody. And then she said, yeah, I'm carpool with Daniel or Michael or whatever the fuck. And like, she's like, oh, I got the address. And she showed me that she had the address. And then I remember seeing it. Like, and then I remember this one time it was just like, we went outside, she went to work. Her work was south, she drove north. I was like, that's weird. So I followed her, got my car. I was like, okay, then it's not this way. Usually she would like braid her hair before she would go to the hospital. So she didn't braid her hair. She went the wrong direction. So I was like, okay, let's see what this is about. And I was like, I know she got this address to go to North Avenue, so let's see if she goes. Sure, she was North Avenue. Yeah, so I brought it up. I was like, hey, what's up with that? Like, you were just not gonna like talk about that or what? And same kind of thing. Just walks up, and just starts like, rip my shirt, rip my necklace. Nothing earrings out. Screaming and kicking and flailing and just like a whole thing. So yeah. That's your question.
Yeah, no, I think it's something that sort of your perspective on kind of like what your relationship was like. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, she ever wanted to like, just like snuggle and watch TV or something.
With Emily's phone that was thrown away, did you use that phone after the incident? Did you turn it off?
Yeah.
Why?
My favorite phone?
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna use it, she wasn't gonna use it, so I turned it off.
Okay. And did you use your phone after the incident? Your cell phone?
Maybe a couple times.
And what kind of phone do you have?
Just like a iPhone.
Do you know, like, the iPhone X? Do you know the phone number?
802-355-8485.
355-8485. Is that a,
Hiya, dear.
do you know, is that a Verizon phone?
No, it's
AT&T. And you used that, what did you use that for after the incident?
Yes, he did, Ronnie.
Did you talk to anyone?
He thought she was gone forever and that she was not. Sorry, I'm talking over the video. Thank you, Haley. Be blessed. He did unalive himself because he thought she was like gone, dead, gone. Yeah, unalive, gone. And now they have all this money with GoFundMe and everything else. I'm just like, I don't think that what she did should be rewarded. There may be more to the story, but people pull stunts like that. The family gets tons of money, then they come home and everybody's like, oh, it's okay. No. No. If you went on your own, you were not forced, and you went out on your own and you did that crap, and all that money was spent looking for your butt, I think restitution needs to be made. Because that's our tax dollars. What in the world? I knew that was going to fall off. That's our tax dollars, y'all. That money could go to cancer research or children's hospital or somewhere to save lives. And it also put some of our first responders at risk. I mean, you go down to Mexico and try to find somebody that's disappeared. It's not that safe. Just saying. I just disagree with it.
When you say you message clients, is that regular, like text message or Facebook message?
I mean, it's a balance between like Facebook Messenger, Instagram messaging, and regular messages.
So is it
Pretty much everything that you know.
is it accurate to say that on Friday, from when this incident happened through today, sitting here, you used Facebook Messenger, Instagram Messenger, regular text message to communicate with people on that phone?
Yeah.
Okay. How many Facebook accounts do you have? You just have one? I know some
I
people
think
have a couple.
my ex made a Facebook account that I can't delete.
Okay, so there's more than one out there.
There's more than one out there.
But you only use one?
I don't use one. I don't really use Facebook, but I use Messenger.
What's your Facebook name?
Nothing.
Is your picture of you?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Did you use your phone at all to like search anything? Really, like what do I do? That kind of thing? Did you do any like Google searches or Safari searches about what you should do? No. Didn't look up anything?
No.
Okay. Just asking that. I'm trying to make sure.
That's a normal question.
Did you use your phone to search anything in this past weekend related to what happened on Friday? No.
No, I didn't have any questions.
Okay.
Nothing else. Like, ooh, I wonder what the other teams do.
This may not be good, y'all. Just saying.
All right, here's everybody's present.
Nope, they're hung.
We have a note from the jury that says, we feel confident we are unable to reach a unanimous decision.
Retrial.
I would ask that note be made a part of the court file.
No.
Filed in the court file. Court's intention this time is to bring the jury back in and make sure I tell them, don't tell me how you're divided as far as towards guilty or innocent or which particular charge. There's several charges they could pick from, about which charge you're talking about or which way one side is leaning one way or the other, but ask them if they can to give me a numerical division to the best they can. Depending on that, what that number is, may have some bearing on the court's decisions about continuing deliberations or not. If you would show the jury.
This is one that I'm not in any way surprised is hung. And if the defense lawyer behaved the way he did in hopes of this, congrats. You did a good job. If that's the case,
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
we're
I have
good.
received your note.
That's not what I'm
Says
leading
we
to.
feel confident we are unable to reach a unanimous decision. I would like, have you got somebody that y'all think can be your spokesman? But I'll just address the question to the group and go from there. But I want you to make it clear before I ask you the following question. Do not tell me whether you're more votes for guilty or not guilty. Don't tell me which count that you're considering. There were several options. There was capital murder, first degree murder, capital murder, first degree murder, second degree murder, negligent manslaughter.
He's even
and
confusing.
not guilty. Don't tell me which one you vote on. Don't tell me which side is winning or losing, for lack of a better word. But can someone tell me, is there a particular numerical divide? What's the score, for lack of a better word, anyway? Can you tell me that? 11 to 1. Score being 11 to 1, I'm gonna send you back.
Was it 11 to 1?
I understand you've got your difficulty, but I'm gonna send you back. Anyway, can you tell me that? 11 to 1. Score being 11 to 1, I'm gonna send you back. I understand you've got your difficulty, but I'm gonna send you back to review the court's initial instructions I gave you earlier.
Alan,
to
charge?
examine your own thoughts and beliefs and continue your deliberations.
Is,
okay?
Yes, she's back home.
Court being recessed.
Alan charge. Did you just give an Alan charge? That didn't sound like an Alan charge, sir. Well, 11 to 1. That's close. Don't you hate it when you get a scratch right in the center of your back where you can't reach it? Oh, I'm gonna have to go find a doorpost. All right, back over here.
One thing I would like to do, which I think this is important, I don't want to do it yet because I have some other questions, but before we're done here, I'd like to document if you have any injuries, could you kind of explain to us, you get hit, that kind of thing. So if you have any marks, injuries, anything like that, I just want to make sure that we take the opportunity to document those, okay? I don't think so. Okay. We'll cross that bridge in just a second. I do have a couple other questions. And what I'd like to do is take some photographs. Any marks there? No.
So he's talking about a self-defense. Okay, he's claiming a self-defense, right? But there's no marks or anything on him. So that's why they're asking. They're going to photograph him.
When you said earlier that you put the bag over Emily's head, did you just put it over her head or like her whole body in the bag? Now her body's back up. Her whole body's back up. Describe that to me.
So I cut her body.
And if that is the case, then we're good.
Tell me about that.
But if not,
How did you cut her body?
we'll talk more about it later.
Used a saw and cut her body into smaller, stacked it up. I was gonna take it in the woods.
Okay. Where did you do that?
In the bus.
On the bus? Okay. Where's the saw?
The bus.
What kind of saw is it? Describe it to me. Just a handsaw? Can you describe it? What color is it?
It's a 13 inches. It's got like a blue handle.
Like a camping wood saw or
Like
like
a carpenter. It's just like a mini carpenter saw.
like with a fine seam, that thing? Where is that located on the bus, that saw?
Somewhere in front of the bus.
Is it still on the bus? Where exactly, I can pull this picture back out, just so I can,
Now you go in the driver's seat.
well, where was Emily located when you did that?
Where?
Like, where on the bus did you cut her body up?
Oh, in the bathroom.
In the bathroom?
Yes.
Why in the bathroom? I haven't been on the bus, but I imagine the bathroom's pretty small. Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Where was she positioned when you cut her body up?
I moved her to the bathroom and then
did you cut? Okay, you took the arms and legs. And feet and head. So both arms, both legs, the feet and the head, so that'd be, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different pieces, roughly? That's right. Okay. How do you package them? Like, what's with what in the bag? I don't know. Do you know how many bags you put in? I think it's like 70 or 80 bags. Right. I don't know. I'm asking you. 8 bags. So they're all packaged separately. Right. That's correct. What kinds of bags are those? Garbage bags. Why'd you do that? Because I carried them. I was gonna carry them out to the woods. Did you carry any out to the woods? Every piece of Emily's body is still in that bus? Right, a little circle in that little paper. That's important. Was, I should ask this before I go. So, we talked about, guns and shooting or whatnot. Was she wearing clothes at that point? Yeah. So, from that point, carried her into the bathroom, and what happened to her clothes? I got them over. Okay. And where are those? They're probably in one of those bags. Okay. So, the clothes that were on her are more than likely in the bags with her. Yes, okay. Sorry, guys, I know this is probably not an awesome way to have your day go. Well, those are the, those are the details that I was talking about that are important for us to know. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, this investigation is going to take time. Those details will come out, but, I think it's better to hear it from you. So, with that being said, what else haven't we talked about that is important for us to know about what happens to Emily? That's it. We talked about all of it. I don't know what else to tell you. I can tell you that I wish it didn't happen. I wish I could turn back time. I wish that I was just.
If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, if I, I'm on songs today. If I could turn back time, yeah, if.
Why was she saying that? I don't know. I don't know. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, she literally was trying to break me down any way that she would, like, I don't know if you've ever just, like, wanted to be a dick, but, I mean, I don't do it that well. Like, so, yeah.
Are you a bachelor?
Talk about it, whatever.
Because if not, you might be sleeping on the couch.
Yeah,
And again, you may
know,
still
like,
sleep on the couch.
I don't think that, like, I suppose it would be like, if I told you guys, and you're just both, like, looking at me, I'm sure you're thinking, like, wow, dude, what the fuck? Like, what pushes a man to do such a thing? Like, I would never do that. And not believe me, if you would have asked me last week, I would have said the same thing. Like, our job isn't, we're not sitting here to judge you, Joe. That's not our job. We're fact finders, and, we talk to people for a living. This isn't the first time that we've talked to people that sat across the table and said that they regret things that they've done, and they've done bad things. And it probably won't be the last time that we'll be writing a couple more days. Maybe. Hope not. I think the other important thing I wanted to just circle back to is the timeline of Friday. So, when you come from New Hampshire to Vermont, it's my understanding you told us that your sister had an Airbnb. I just want to clarify because I think that basically put it in park.
It seems like we're going, perhaps a new subject and getting on towards 4:15. So I think this would be a good time to break the weekend. I will reiterate my admonition.
Okay, that's it for the weekend on them. Yeah. What? Go tell Bobo. Go tell Bobo. You go potty. Okay. Yeah. Little girl needs a TTT break. Up. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to put this on. And then I'm going to be right back. My little girl needs to be relieved. Never mind. My son's taking her. She knew. Bubble, I need a TT. Yeah. If I could take back time. Now I can't get that out of my head. That's day 5. We want to get to day 2. So why did he, is there a clear reason why he unalived her? Just curious. Just curious. I haven't heard an exact answer on that yet. Did she go? Good girl. Did you treat her? Oh, he didn't treat you? She's looking at me like, dude, you're supposed to treat me. I did something good, dude. And you not treating me? I wish y'all could see her. She's got that head up, that kind of, not like this, but kind of like this and turned with those ears up. It is the weight and the look of expectation. What are you giving her?
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone.
What you eating?
I hope you each had a good weekend. I'll start with my usual questions. First of all 16 members of the jury are present
16.
and accounted
Whoa.
for.
Not a lot.
Did any of you learn anything about this case over the weekend? Any of you discussed this matter with any other individual over the weekend? Did you read any news accounts of the events? Again, on all 3 of those questions, I'm seeing 16 shakes of the head no. Is there any reason that any one of you cannot continue to be fair and impartial, maintain an open mind, and only decide this case once all of the evidence is in? Again, seeing shakes. If anyone feels that they can't, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we'll continue with the trial. Detective Boris is still on the stand. I'll remind him he's still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And we'll continue with the state's case. Is George.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's lower the lights. We're going to play the video. I'm going to resume my.
I wish it didn't happen. I wish I could turn back time. I wish that I was just, I don't know. She was saying how she was like, I'm gonna fucking ruin your life and I'm gonna make sure you lose your license. I'm gonna make sure nobody ever comes to you again. And I was scared and I was hurt. Why was she saying that? I don't know. James. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, she literally was trying to break me down any way that she would, like, I don't know if you've ever just, like, wanted to be a dick, but, I mean, I don't do it that well, like, so, yeah, I'm usually just like, okay, like, you'll talk about it, fix it, you know, whatever, but. So you thought she was being kind of like a dick just to be a dick? Yeah. Alright. You know, like, I don't think that, you know what I mean, like, I suppose it would be like, if I told you guys and you're just both like looking at me, you know, but I'm sure you're thinking, like, wow, this dude, what the fuck? You know, like, what pushes a man to do such a thing? Like, I would never do that. And not believe me. Did you I would have said the same thing. Wait, I don't think I've ever been here. So, in our
our job isn't.
I know, but
To judge you, Joe, that's not our job. We're fact finders and, you know, we talk to people for a living.
toot
You
toot.
know, this isn't the first time that we've talked to people that sat across the table and said that they regret things that they've done and they've done bad things. And probably won't be the last time that we'll regret a couple more days. Maybe, hope not. I think the other important thing I wanted to just circle back to is the timeline on Friday. So, you know, when you come from New Hampshire to Vermont, you know, it's my understanding you told us that your sister had an Airbnb. And I just want to clarify because I think you said basically put it in park and the argument with Emily basically starts. But at any point, like, did you guys engage or talk with your sister? Did you go into the Airbnb? Like, so I think, excuse me, just we don't know. Yeah, we don't know. Like, I don't think we talked about that earlier. So if we could go through the timeline on Friday one more time with a little bit, even more detail, you know, the little things, and try to pinpoint some time, that would be helpful. So Friday, basically from you guys, you know what time roughly you left New Hampshire to come to Vermont? I don't. Not sure. No. Was it morning, afternoon, evening? Oh, afternoon. And earlier, I think you said you arrived in Vermont between like 7 and 8 p.m. That seems right. Okay. So when you arrived at Bolton, tell me everything you do after you arrived at Bolton. So like when you talk to your sister and her boyfriend, and where does that fit into this timeline?
I guess we hung out with them. Maybe I would say safely just like from 9 to 11 or something like that. I don't know.
So roughly 9 to 11.
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that interaction with you and your sister, or Emily and your sister? Was like everyone getting along?
I was just happy to see my sister, and you know, and she sat there super quiet. She didn't really say. Okay. I think she might have just said hi to.
Where were you guys hanging out? Was it on the bus or in the? It wasn't in the Airbnb.
No.
Did you ever go in the Airbnb?
I showered in there and had some coffee in there.
Okay.
The next morning.
Okay. So you showered inside the Airbnb on Saturday morning after the incident with Emily occurred?
Yes.
Okay. So 9 to 11, you hang out with your sister on the bus. Was her boyfriend on the bus as well? What's his name?
Ariel.
Okay. And what happens around 11 on Friday night?
When they went.
So they leave, they go inside the Airbnb.
They went inside.
So when does the argument start? So earlier, was it? I just want to clarify, because earlier you said it basically started when you arrived. So were you guys kind of arguing all night, even with your sister around?
No, like I said, when Nikki and Ariel pulled up, I was like, hey, what's up? Then Em went quiet. She said hi to them. And then, I don't know, we like sat in there and caught up for, it seemed like an hour and a half or so. Like, so she's just sitting up there quietly, like, and then they're like, come inside and watch Netflix. Let me see what she wants to do. They're like, okay, we'll do something. And then I was like, what are you trying to do? She said, I don't feel good. I don't want to go in. Maybe we should go in. Let's go in. No, I don't want to go in. Fuck those people. Like, fuck this place. Fuck you. Yeah.
So so your sister Ariel's kind of going in for the night and kind of the decision what time period goes by? How long before you shoot Emily? Couple hours. You're not sure?
I was drinking,
Okay.
so
Tell me about that.
vodka.
Yeah.
Was drinking vodka.
Okay.
Yeah.
How?
I drank wine too.
Okay.
Red wine.
How much vodka had you had?
Maybe like 3 to 6 shots.
Was it Emily drinking?
She drank. She was drinking. So am I. Yeah, she drank some of my drink. I don't think she let her.
Was that like a mixed drink or?
It was like vodka Red Bull.
Vodka Red Bull? Okay.
And I started drinking some wine. Cabernet. Like a couple bucks.
What kind of wine was it? I'm sorry.
Cabernet Sauvignon. Camp Staff. Yeah.
Any drugs or anything?
I smoked pot.
Any
No.
Oh,
She might have had like one, but she doesn't smoke very much. Like maybe in a day she might have like 2 to 3 puffs. So not much. And I think like a single puff, but it's like lighted puff. Done. And now it's
So one of the questions that I think is important to ask is, when earlier we talked about the incident where, Emily's kind of, you guys are arguing, you described her hitting you multiple times, and then she goes to lay down on the bed and said, you estimated, initially you said 10 to 15, but then you changed it like 5 to 10 minutes had passed before you retrieved the Glock out of the cabinet and shoot her. I think it's important to ask, and I think Emily's family and a lot of people will wonder, like, why didn't you just leave the bus? If she's laying down, the physical altercation of her hitting is done, how come you didn't just leave?
something in my mind told me that it wasn't going to stop until it stopped. First decision.
Would you understand if people said, well, it had stopped?
Oh, I don't mean like that particular thing. I meant like it had just been escalating, and like I didn't see like it.
What, describe Emily's method. I never met her, obviously. Is she tall, short?
She's like 5'1", 130 pounds.
5'1", 130 pounds. Anything right now? So I think we're gonna step out for a minute. Do you need more coffee or water or anything?
No, yeah, cool.
We'll give you some bathroom.
No.
Okay. I think those are your chips.
No, you can eat it on without any chips.
Oh, you don't? Oh.
Starches.
You don't need any starch?
The play games here, so I agree. You just don't need it. No, I mean, if I was gonna go back to maybe if I needed it, but I'm sitting here, not doing anything. Like,
Okay. Do you have any?
I have questions.
Okay, what are your questions?
Like, what happens now? Like, I'm gonna be processed and taken to a place. Is there gonna be someone I can talk to? Like,
Yeah, so where we go from here is ultimately not our decision. We have bosses that we answer to.
I guess that typically, like, you just walk me in.
Yeah, so, we're gonna continue to conduct the investigation. Obviously, we've been talking to you now for an hour and a half, so there's some other detectives that are looking into things and trying to piece what happened together, so we'll probably go chat with them.
Yeah.
And, try to understand the best that we can what happened, and then, probably maybe come back and, well, I think that's something that we need to do is kind of go touch base on them and see if there's anything we want to clarify.
The only other thing, Joe, that I could think of that you might be able to help us out with, that's totally up to you, is a lot of times when we're processing and stuff, we like to get everybody's DNA that's involved. So we can ask you for just a few spots, like a cut. Yeah, just and then, we can actually go to knock that out if you're up for that. Yeah.
And then I would like to do, maybe at the same time, we do photos, just to document, if you do have any injuries, if that's something you're comfortable with. Is that fair? All right, we'll step out. If you need anything, you want to have a copy, let us know. And
Actually, not a cold thing now. Okay. Yeah, some hot coffee with water. You know that? Yeah.
Yeah, give me a brewski. Give me a beer. Give me something cold to drink. Mm-hmm. Sorry, y'all. I'm working on the thumb drive. We have Karen Reed tomorrow. There is a hearing to see if a Dr. Russell will be utilized. Yep, that'll be interesting. Yep. So I'm working on that. I think he knows his goose is cooked. I am happy to see that the jury has not just come back in 5 minutes and said, nope, we're done. So that's good. That's good to see. That's good that they're working on it. Sorry. That's what happens when you get up 5:30 in the morning, when you're not used to getting up at 5:30 in the morning. I'm not a wimp by any means, but I'm not one to get up that early. It is what it is, though. I appreciate those who do. Y'all. I'm ready for bed. All right, here we go some more. I'm just kind of watching. Oh, he's just his behavior. Okay.
Yeah. I asked them if they were gonna take me somewhere where I would have an opportunity to talk to someone.
Like now?
Yeah, it's
Personnel? Yeah, we can get people for you. We have those resources, yeah. Yeah, that would probably be a good thing.
I don't know that. I think their job is to ask questions and stuff, but truly just. I need someone who's an expert in scrambled brains and how to help me use my mind again.
Absolutely, yeah. We have those resources for you, yeah. Yeah, so we'll get through this today. I can try to get some answers for you. I'll make that happen.
I mean, he's got to know that he's going to be going bye-bye. You would think he would know he's going bye-bye. Just saying. Am I wrong?
So how does it work? Like, do you guys all work with the same people, or like, is this like their case, like James and Seth?
So I work with James and Seth.
Oh,
team? Yeah, we work as a team. We go around the state. So we all work in different barracks. Something happens like this, so there's an issue person. Death investigation, we all work together on it. So we work with several other detectives and troopers from around the state, wherever we happen to be working. So it's a total team effort. A lot of moving parts. So I met your dog. You did? Yeah, Remy did. Yeah. It's cute.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and, I was gonna try to get back and say goodbye to her. But
Yeah. So it's something we'll probably have to, give a shout out to Jason, just kind of figure out what you want to do with it.
Y'all, he ain't gonna go nowhere.
Keeping her. She said we saw her, play with her a little bit. But we'll have to decide what you want to do with her.
I mean,
I don't know if they're in a position to take her.
I don't know, they are, like, there's lots of people around, and she can have company.
Yeah, I can certainly check with them.
Yeah, that's one of the things that was super helpful, and that was on my mind.
Dude, you're done.
Choose one decision, 3 seconds of my life. I couldn't even, like hearing James say that, why can't you just like leave?
Please tell me they did not let him go. Let him go.
So kind of rescue.
Maybe. She's not gonna get any bigger.
Oh, she's perfect size.
Yeah. She's a perfect dog, like, she literally doesn't, you saw her.
Yeah.
Like, aside from like a little bit of barking, when she first moved to somebody new and like moved, jumping, because she gets excited for her.
Yeah.
Some love, but
How old is she?
she's gonna be 2 in a couple weeks, and not holding.
You get here from Honor.
Apparently those are the only 2 cups we got in the barracks, Joe.
I'll be right back. Comfort break. Oh, never mind. He's got it. Hi. Kelly. Hello. Hello.
Does anybody smoke cigarettes?
I would have to check. I can try to,
Can you find a cigarette?
try.
Is that something that,
Yeah, I can try.
am I allowed to have a cigarette?
Yeah, I'm sure enough. We just have to walk outside, you can't smoke in here, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that. If I can find, not your promise. Do you have any? Yeah, can we get that? Perfect.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let's just wait and see what, Jason left to say. If there's any follow-up questions, we're done with that.
Yeah, they want to talk with the other,
Our bosses
the
probably.
other detectives.
Yeah.
Just kind of see what questions everyone has, so they can.
So when we're done with that, we'll make arrangements.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, take care.
You need a smoke? Yes. See if I can find some.
Yeah, one of the guys is grab time, so maybe you and I can take him out.
I wish somebody would take me in. No. No, what the fuck is wrong with me?
We had a clinician we can talk to. That's the best. Most doctors can reach out. Thank you very much.
Mm.
I'll just go for it.
You say you've been doing this for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
24?
Yeah. So do me a favor though, if you have thoughts of hurting yourself, just let us know.
If I have none, I do it.
I want you to, it's important you to reach out to somebody, like, let one of us know if you're feeling that way, and that way we'll get somebody here to talk to you.
I mean, I can't hurt myself.
We're not
Hey,
gonna
Matt.
hurt yourself.
I can't hurt myself. I'm gonna bust her home from his hot cough. I got enough, but.
So,
Yeah, honestly, that's where I was headed. Maybe you didn't pick me up. You would have had a suit on your hands today.
do you have a plan?
Yeah, I was gonna blame myself. Really the person I think I am, and the person that I am. Somehow they're not the same anymore, and I feel like I'm just like a fucking passenger, man, like my head spins, just images flashing, I got can't use my mind, like it just, I don't know. I never felt this way my whole life.
Probably.
40. Plus.
I don't know why they haven't innocent. Yeah. I suspect it was innocent, but I've been wrong before, y'all. I have been wrong before.
So past this part, how much do you know about like the next part?
Like in general, or?
Yeah.
So every case is a little bit different. You know, first of all, the other detectives are going to want to make sure that what you're saying is true. And I have really on the bus.
Yeah, yes, you're right.
But I have for you. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to verify some stuff, and then
Quit begging.
Cigarettes, huh? Yeah. You want one? Oh, that's what I heard. We'll walk out with you. Okay. Thanks, Sam. Is that your blanket or did we? Somebody gave it a blanket. It did. I love it. Yeah, it's Jimmie. Yeah. Yeah, so man.
What do y'all think about this Yahoo? Do you think he deserves to cry, or are we good? Okay, y'all. Oh, he comes back in. More? We're still waiting on the Ole Miss. That's still deliberating.
Is that accurate? I don't have the words. Yeah. Where was that? Was that at the parking lot?
No, that's that was it was at Fulton.
So where in St. Albans? I'm sorry.
Blue buses now at Fulton. Yeah.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. So the cutting of Emily's body occurred inside the bus while it was parked at the lanes.
Correct.
I might have missed earlier too. So that you were parked somewhere near the Airbnb. That's the impression I got. Right. Where exactly were you parked? There, I don't know.
There's a parking lot.
So there's a parking lot. So you were parked.
It's like a building.
Okay.
The condos and then parking lot. Right outside the
Gotcha.
Mm.
So essentially she was complete whole, and then you drove back to the lane. That's where you covered for the bags, the shower. And then at any point during this incident with Emily, did you have help from anyone? No one helped you dispose of the body. No one helped you clean up. No one provided any tools. And other than Spencer, did you tell anyone else what happened?
The only person I told Spencer, you guys.
Okay. All right. Do you want to read this? I think what might be helpful, I just kind of thought of this when you said it, was like if I get an aerial shot of that Fulton, you can just mark on the map like the area you were parked. Does that sound like it might be helpful? Might be helpful. Would it be able to identify it on the aerial map?
If it helps you, like.
Okay. And it says your name on it. Do you want to read that? Your backup?
I can tell you.
So what this is this, we talked earlier about the Google Swap signature DNA to process the same. What this is you're giving us your consent for that. So what it is, they give my permission to detect a separate incident. They conduct a complete search of things listed below in their content. For understand, I do not have to allow this, no further process of enforcement. So
Broken Baker. I gotta go see him. I need to have him on here, y'all. Who wants to see Broken Baker on here? I'll do a midnight live for him. I'll go live on his time. I think he and I'd have fun. Getting a lot of trouble's what we do.
Did you do all our on yourself, or did you want to be able to do it?
I finished this when the guy started it and walked away, and then he left the thing sitting there, so I just finished it while he was helping other people. But
You work around here?
I worked at Herrington for like 10 years, and worked in Essex for a year.
Where are you working from?
About a year.
Yeah, I got family cracks.
You do?
Yeah, so like try to maybe get something on the other shoulder. So like, I got it finally. I want some shadowing, so Southern Vermont, there's not a lot of people don't do shadowing or they don't do a great job, so I just make sure I'm the right person.
You gotta find somebody that can like actually see it through. A lot of people, it takes hours and hours and hours and lots of focus for all of those hours.
Yeah.
I don't know, you either have somebody that's gonna like do it right, or they're just doing it. You know what I mean? Like they're just doing it.
Right.
I typically, I try not to like pull images. I mean, that impresses can't really, it is what it is.
Well, I have been impressed with something that is, kind of unique, but it's hard to tell what it actually is, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, that sort of thing, you pull a reference and we do the thing.
Right.
But most times I try to just take, I usually just try to take what they have to say and then make something original. So that way.
Cincy, what are you doing? Why are you walking all over the place?
Right. Yeah. I kind of get a kick out of, when I stand books with like Clover. Oh, you want this?
Yeah. I don't like to do the same thing over and over and over. So you're gonna photograph in here, or?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. One of our colleagues has an actual camera that takes a little pictures, iPhone 6 or whatever this is. I just want to wait for James before he gets too carried away. He's trying to print out a map, an aerial map, so he can show us where you are.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool little, bus or RV. You convert that all yourself.
Yeah.
It's cool. Diesel or gas?
Gas. Yeah, my plan was to we had a plan to work and save and then travel. Go see, Yellowstone and the Canyon and Joshua Tree, Colorado. That was when we started, that was the plan. And she just stopped working and stopped helping. Yeah, she wasn't working, she wasn't contributing to anything really.
Find a picture.
No,
I don't think it's gonna work. The picture is bad and the printer is not working. But another sergeant's gonna come in. She's on the crime scene team, so she just processes evidence.
Yeah, I told them,
Oh, perfect.
Take a picture.
So when they're doing the pictures, I'll try to come up with a better picture, but the one I found wasn't that good, so I didn't want to show you. Yeah. So they should be in the news in a minute. Anything we haven't talked about? I know you guys were chatting there, but
We were just chatting about, he worked about 10 years at that, money are relative to the tattoo artist up there, and then we're by your ethics.
You want me to zoom? We're zooming. I really can't do that anymore. Thank you for the permission to zoom.
Believe it was shortly after 9 p.m.
Okay. And was this recorded?
Yes, it was.
In which way?
So the holding cell has a recording system. It's audio, video. So the audio wasn't captured for some reason on that system. So there's video. And then as a backup, we have a digital recorder that I had in my pocket because sometimes technology breaks. So the audio is captured on the digital recorder.
Okay. And when you went in to speak with him again, did you tell him that you had more questions for him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you read him his Miranda warnings again?
I didn't reread them. I had the form, the Miranda waiver that he had previously signed. I showed it to him and I explained all of his rights still apply. It was his choice if he wanted to talk, and we had more questions.
Okay. And what was his response to that?
I believe he said, what are your questions?
Okay. And how long did you speak with him?
It was about 20 minutes.
Great. And have you reviewed the recording that was in your pocket?
Yes, I have.
The state identified that as states 20. You reviewed that before your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did we also provide you with a transcription of this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And that's marked as states 22. Judge, this state would move to admit states 20 and 22.
No objection.
20 and 22 are admitted without objection.
Are there points during this audio that are hard to hear?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why that is?
So the handheld digital recorder that I use, I keep it in my pocket. So occasionally you can just hear like the rustling of my jacket.
Thank you.
It is October 19th, 2021, 9:18 p.m. Hey, Joe, you got a second? You sit up for it? You doing okay? How's the pizza? Yeah, it's okay. It gets old after a while, you know? We had a few more things we were hoping to talk about. Is that something you're willing to do? Go back into the other room? We just wanted to clarify a few more things. Totally your choice. Or if you don't want to walk all the way down there, we could do it in here. We prefer to just sit at that table, but whatever you're more comfortable with, again, it's your choice. You want us to just ask them in here? Okay, you said yeah, right? So I'm gonna step in, just before I ask the question, I just want to show you this form. We went over it earlier with all your rights. I just want you to know that this Miranda form that you signed earlier, all these still apply. So this is still in place. So at any point you want to talk to us, you just let us know, okay? Seth and I appreciate the conversation that we had, the honesty that you've provided, and it's taken us some time to try to do what we like to do, check and verify things, right? And so we appreciate the details that you told us earlier, help us understand what's going on. I guess my first question, before we get to some other specific ones, is there anything that has come to mind sitting in here that you want to share with us? Any details we haven't talked about yet?
child. When I pressed, kind of like faded.
So nothing's come up that you're like, oh, I wish I should have told him this, or I wish I had told him that? Okay. All right, and,
Do you have questions?
yeah, I think we have a couple.
So we talked a little bit about it before, about the items that you take out. And then juice, all the glasses and stuff. And I was hoping that you just, if you can remember anything more about the bag that you put that in.
It was like a food shopping bag.
Do you remember what color it was or anything though? White, okay. And you talked about that you're very confident that you put that bag in a garbage can at the commercial gas station. Did you put that white bag in any other bag, or did you put the white bag in the garbage? I mean, did you put it in a black bag before you put it in the garbage or anything like that, or something like that?
Pretty sure it was just a white bag.
I appreciate that.
When you say food shopping bag, was it paper, was it plastic? A plastic. Do you know where it was from?
Hey, Haley Mo.
Did you buy something at Shaw's or Market
I would
Basket
say
that
so.
kind of recall, like, what bag it was? But had you gotten it recently, or is it old?
Oh, I think I had like a, lunch meal.
Oh, okay, all right.
And then, you told us earlier that since you grabbed the Glock out of the closet and jumped on the bed. So I was hoping we could just talk briefly about, when you jumped on, the jumped on the bed or jumped on her correctly? How did that kind of play out?
Jumped on, well, yeah, like jumped on the bed. I jumped on her, she was on the bed, like.
Okay. And you mentioned, when we talked before, you said that you don't believe she was sleeping because she was still kind of saying stuff under her breath at you. When you jumped on her, did she say anything to you?
Something like, are you fucking kidding me? Or you gotta be fucking kidding me? Or
And did, what was her reaction to you?
it was just like that. Like, I just jumped on her. She said, like, are you kidding me? Are you gotta be fucking kidding me? Or something like that.
Did she try to fight you or anything like that? And how long you could estimate was it when you jumped on her?
I hate this because I can't understand it. Are y'all understanding?
And how about the second shot?
Why did this move down there?
So I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything. I'm just trying to understand. So you essentially,
strange.
correct me if I'm wrong, you jumped on her and bang bang. Like that. Is that how it happened?
And I think you shook your head no, but when Seth asked you if she tried to like put up a fight, did you say yes or no?
There was none.
There was no fight? Okay.
Welcome back. Da, 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 da. I'm sorry. Welcome back, Potter. God, I'm old. Okay, that's driving me crazy. It's just painful, physically painful for me to listen to. How many of y'all remember Welcome Back, Cotter? Just let me know. Do you know what? We're just going to skim through
No
the real
objection.
testimony. This recorded stuff's
15 or
killing me.
limited Without objection.
all that moving and scratching. It's
Detective
like
Sergeant
when
Boris,
this
is this
to my
the
ears. Can't do it.
Screenshot from the surveillance.
Yes.
Okay,
Can you
there
just
we
tell
go.
the jury sort of what they're looking at?
This is inside Maxie's restaurant in Waterbury.
Aw.
And Mr. Ferlazzo is in the kind of in the middle, maybe upper left side of the screen near the door.
And is this the receipt from the breakfast that morning?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm where Mr. Ferlazzo went Saturday night with his sister?
Yes.
Where was that?
The Twigs restaurant in St. Albans, Vermont.
Judge of State would ask the court to read
We
stipulation number
old
3,
Kathleen. I was old.
No,
I don't know
Judge.
about you.
States 118 is admitted. Or I'll read stipulation number 3. Members of the jury, the state and defendant, Joseph Palazzo, have agreed that you may find certain facts. Spell the stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video from Twig's restaurant in St. Albans, Vermont from the evening of October 16, 2021. That surveillance video was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective James Boris. The authenticity of the surveillance video is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the surveillance video is also not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. State 118 is in.
Did you provide still shots from, surveillance videos from inside of Twigs?
Yes.
And did we have 2 different angles of that?
Yes.
Have you reviewed them prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. The state would move to admit states 16 and 17.
No objection.
States 16 and 17 are admitted without objection.
Does that clip just show Mr. Ferlazzo in Twigs?
Yes.
Is this also inside of Twigs?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to, did you ever locate Emily's stuff that Mr. Ferlazzo indicated he'd thrown away?
We did not.
Okay. And that was her phone and her wallet?
And her glasses, yes.
Glasses. And did members of VSP attempt to find these items?
Yes, we did. We were unsuccessful.
And you were looking, how long after he allegedly threw these things out were you looking for them?
So we had several detectives and troopers that were assisting in the investigation starting, on the 19th, which were several days after this all occurred.
Right, okay. Were you able to confirm whether or not he gave his sister a tattoo?
Yes, we did confirm that happened.
And at some point during the interview, were investigators able to locate Emily's body?
Yes.
And was she located where Mr. Ferlazzo said she would be?
Yes, she was in the bathroom area of the camper van.
Was her body in the condition that Mr. Filazzo said it would be?
Yes, it was.
Did you locate the saw that Mr. Filazzo said he used?
Members of the crime scene search team located it in the camper van in the area where he said it was behind the driver's seat.
Was there anything you learned after the investigation that Mr. Filazzo did not tell you during the interview?
Yes.
What was that?
I learned after Emily's autopsy that she also sustained stab wounds.
During your investigation, were you able to determine how tall Mr. Filazzo is?
Yes.
And how much he weighed?
Yes.
And what was,
I determined that through his DMV records.
and what is his height and what did he weigh?
It was 6 feet tall and approximately 200 pounds.
Did that seem consistent with your interactions with him?
Yes.
As part of the investigation, did you seek a warrant for call detail records for the phone number and physical phone belonging to Mr. Filazzo?
Yes, we had, there were separate search warrants for his phone number, a search warrant for Emily's phone number, and a search warrant for Joseph's physical cell phone.
And did you receive those records in return?
Yes, we received records for both phone numbers and for, the cell phone went to TI, our technology unit.
Did you review the records?
So the call detail records or the records associated with the cell phone carrier. So Joseph's phone number was 802. I think it was AT&T, and Emily's phone number started with 603 area code. Those carrier records I looked at briefly, but ultimately are analyzed by our technology unit. And then I did look at the data that came off of his phone myself.
Okay. Judge, stipulation number 4 states 119.
What is it, Sarah? What is it?
Any objection to 119?
No, thank you. No, Judge, no objection.
Stipulation number 4, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Filazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation.
Yeah.
A red Jeep Wrangler.
I
belonging to
would
Joseph Filazzo
hope
pursuant to
and
a search
pray.
warrant on October 19th, 2021.
Well, Kathleen, that you may
During
be,
that search, an iPhone belonging
but
to
you're still
Joseph Filazzo
fabulous.
was collected by
Rocking
Detective
it.
Sergeant Aaron
I think
McNeil.
it was definitely
The iPhone
before
was
the
tagged as
dismemberment. God, I could only hope.
slash quote item 14 quote and delivered to the Vermont State
God, I could
Technology
only hope.
Investigation Unit, in
I could
parentheses,
only
TIU.
imagine.
The iPhone was in the same condition
What
upon
they
arrival at the TIU as it was when collected from the Jeep during the search on October 19th, 2021. An extraction was done of Joseph Filazzo's iPhone, in parentheses, AKA, quote, item 14, end of quote, end of paragraph, by Detective Eric Jollymore and added to the case file. That extraction was done in accordance with his training, and the authenticity of that extraction is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the iPhone belonging to Mr. Filazzo is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. Page 19.
So after the technology unit extracts that data and sends that portable case to you, how does that portable case look from your end?
So I received the case from the technology unit. We call it a portable case. It's on, in this circumstance, it was on a hard drive, like a portable hard drive.
Mhm.
And I plug it into the computer. I can open the program on my desktop, and then I can review the data that was on the device.
Okay. And is that program pretty user-friendly?
Extremely user-friendly, yes.
Is there any training provided in order to use it?
There's no training required to like read a portable case. I have taken training to create portable cases and to extract cell phones myself. I didn't do that in this case, but the portable case it's very user-friendly.
Okay. So were you able to review any text messages from Mr. Ferlazzo's phone to Emily's phone between the time she was killed and the time she was located?
Yes.
Were there any messages sent from Emily's phone to Joseph's phone during that time period?
No, all of the messages were sent from Joseph's phone to Emily.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 18. 4 pages. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what this is?
These are the messages that were observed, from Joseph's phone within that portable case that were sent to Emily's phone number.
State seeks to admit 18.
Any objection to it?
No objection.
18 is admitted.
She's talking.
I heard shit. I'm going to go back.
No objection.
18 is admitted.
She's talking.
Yep. You heard shit. I'm so sorry, Kathleen.
Sergeant Forrest, can you just read the messages to the jury and the
Been there.
the date and time they were sent?
Yes. October 16th, 2021 at 1:09:58 p.m. Message sent, babe. On October 16th, 2021 at 1:20:49 p.m. Message sent, what are you doing? Talk to me, please. On October 16th, 2021 at 1:52:47 p.m. The message was sent that read, where are you, lovey? I wanted to ride with you today. On October 16th, 2021 at 2:02:18 p.m. The message was sent that read, I'm at the Langs, call me. On October 16th, 2021 at 2:02:47 p.m. Message sent, the tranny on the bus is smoking with a emoji.
Really?
On October 16th, 2021 at 2:57:18 p.m. Message was sent, whatever. I'm going to spend time with Nikki while I can. Call me. On October 16th, 2021 at 8:09:48 p.m. WTF, babe. On October 17th, 2021 at 8:45:24 a.m. Message read, good morning, Bubby. I miss you. Please call me. Nikki just messaged me. You want to meet up in Burlington for some snacks and whatnot. On October 17th, 2021 at 2:03:02 p.m., the message read, hello, ? On October 17th, 2021 at 8 p.m., the message was sent that read, please, M, pick up. On October 17th, 2021 at 8:12 p.m., message 2 emojis were sent. On October 18th, 2021 at 12:05:48 a.m., the message read, this is far enough. Get your ass home. I gotta go back to NH. Are you coming back? On October 18th, 2021
Wow.
at 12:05:48 a.m., I believe that's the same message I just read. On October 18th, 2021 at 1:05:36 a.m., Random question, where is the extension cord? I want to plug the fan in. October 18th, 2021 at 9:06:19 a.m. Good morning, baby, with an emoji. On October 18th, 2021 at 10:25:51 a.m. You're an asshole. I don't deserve this shit.
Oh,
Is that all of the messages that were sent?
I believe so, yes.
mm. Mm, mm, mm.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Morning, Detective Sergeant Voris.
Good morning.
On October 19th, the day Mr. Ferlazzo was interrogated by you and Detective Richardson, Spencer Lemons had already contacted the police through the 911 call and relayed to the police information that he had saying that Mr. Ferlazzo admitted to killing Emily. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And on October 19th, police were actively looking for Mr. Ferlazzo, correct?
Yes.
And Amy Nolan, who was at that time a member of the Vermont State Police, by happenstance encountered him in St. Albans and Maple Fields. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And she drove him in her truck back to the St. Albans Barracks of Vermont State Police, correct?
Yes.
From the time that he arrived at the Vermont State Police Barracks in St. Albans, he was never outside the presence of someone from law enforcement, correct?
I believe there were times where he was alone, like in the interview room, by himself.
He was always under
At points
surveillance.
during the interaction.
Was he under observation through a two-way mirror at times when he was alone in the interview room?
That room doesn't have a two-way mirror. No.
Does not.
No, it does not.
But it does have a camera.
Okay.
Camera.
At any point, was he free to leave?
No.
He was probably not free to leave.
So we can agree that he was in custody during the time he was at the Vermont State Police Barracks, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So how long did you say you have been with the Vermont State Police?
Since January of 2014.
And prior to that, your law enforcement experience was what?
I have no prior law enforcement experience.
Okay. You did graduate from the Vermont Police Academy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the academy, you were told and given instructions on how to interrogate / interview a suspect, correct?
There was a class on interviews and interrogations, yes.
And you learned through your instruction and subsequently, I'm assuming through experience, what is necessary in order for a confession to be considered voluntary and constitutional, correct?
I don't recall specifically the conversation around that, but I'm sure it may have been part of it. I just don't recall.
Well, you know that you can't make physical threats to get a person to confess, don't you?
Of course.
And you know that you can't even make threats of harsh penalties to get them to confess, right?
Correct.
And you can't make any promises of leniency, can you, to get them to confess?
Nope.
Go in there.
And the form that he signed indicated that he hadn't been coerced or threats made against him, correct?
Correct.
I believe that's what it says, yes.
You also know that if someone is highly intoxicated, what they say may not be rational or valid, correct?
Depends on the situation, but that's possible.
It's possible. Or if someone is having a mental health crisis, that also may make the statements they are giving you not admissible because not rational, correct?
Not admissible? Are you asking if it's not admissible?
I'll withdraw that question and rephrase it.
Okay.
In order for someone's statements to be considered voluntary, They have to be able to think rationally. Isn't that correct?
That sounds right. I don't know the legal
Yes.
standard sitting here. Yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds right. So some things that might interfere with a person's ability to be rational are mental health issues, right?
Potentially.
Yes, yes, right?
No, I said potentially.
Potentially, depending on what?
I think you can have mental health issues and be rational.
Okay.
True.
So what
Good
you're
point.
distinguishing is the severity of the mental health issue at the time of the interrogations. Am I hearing you correctly?
No,
Okay, then tell me what you mean.
I just answered your question. If you asked if
I'm going to take a comfort break.
you could have mental
Be right
health
back.
issues and be rational, and that I agree.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. And if someone had a physical condition that prevented them from being rational at the time of the interrogation, that also could be a reason why their statement might not be voluntary. Isn't that correct?
A physical condition?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay. So, for example, I'll give you some examples. If someone is severely injured and is unable to speak, to give a statement coherently, that would be a situation you would consider as not voluntary, wouldn't you?
Could the parties approach?
Yes. So, Mr. Verlazzo, Joseph, came into the barracks and interacted with a couple of people before you and Detective Richardson came into the room to talk to him, correct?
Yes.
He was given coffee or a drink of water, correct?
Yes.
He was given a donut, I think, correct?
Yes.
And somebody said they would get him a sandwich. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Do you know that he said that he was really tired?
I know that now. Yes.
Did you know that then?
I did not.
One of the first things he asked you was, what time is it? What day is it? Correct?
That was not me.
You're right. I'm sorry. I withdraw that.
Not me. Not
He
I.
did say,
Look at my Christmas one. And it has a little bow. Oh, isn't that cute? I love them. Collect them. Too many.
to you, however, I haven't eaten much and I've been up for days, correct?
I believe at some point he said that, yes.
I have a timestamp of
Amen.
2:47 PM, which would have been about 5 or 10 minutes into the interview with you.
I know my hair's kind of cattywampus.
Sounds about
Sounds right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you he was tired. He'd been, yes?
He said he'd been up for days.
And then at 3:12, he said, I'm really tired. Do you recall him saying that?
I recall him talking about needing to sleep or being up for days and maybe being tired, yes.
And then immediately following that, he said, I don't know what day it is. This thing is sort of like not really able to have a clear thought, or I just feel like you're stuck in a hole. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember I had asked him what he did on Sunday, and he couldn't recall. And that's when he described feeling like he was stuck in a hole. Yes.
And that he didn't have a clear thought. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that specifically.
I can show it to you if that would help.
It would refresh my memory, or if I could look at the transcript, that would be great.
What are you showing?
That's a killer. God, this doesn't have a timestamp.
Testimony that you don't remember precisely him saying at that point that he didn't have a clear thought. Is that right? You don't have a clear recollection of that?
I just don't recall.
You thought you were going to impeach him.
The exact words.
That's what you get for thinking.
So that's my testimony.
Okay, but something to that effect. You do recall that he said, not thinking clearly, regardless of whether you remember the.
I don't recall him saying, I'm not thinking clearly. I recall him saying, like talking about his mind, yes.
And what about his mind? Recall him saying.
Just generally, he was having some trouble remembering some things. And I think at one point he said he was trying to blank page it. I took that to trying to forget about what happened.
Mm-hmm.
That really, y'all, is unnerving. I'm not trying to be pissy, but dang. I guess when you have hearing aids, you get this on your ear.
Do you remember him saying, I never thought anybody could push me to do that?
I do.
Do you remember him saying, my mind is so broken, I can't think straight?
I recall seeing it, reviewing the interview. I'm not sure if I was in the room at that point. I just don't recall, but I recall seeing that, yes.
That he said that, whether it was to you or to another law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you remember him saying, I'm not okay?
I do.
And in response to him saying, making various statements about him not thinking clearly, you didn't ask him why he wasn't thinking clearly, did you?
There were times in the interview where I asked like what that meant. When he spoke about falling into a hole, I think my response was, what does that mean? So there were times where I did question what that meant.
Okay. And you didn't stop the interview, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't think that his statements to the effect that he wasn't thinking clearly.
Do you know what? I struggle with this because every time somebody says something like that interview and you stop it, does that mean? I mean, people fake that crap all the time to get out of answering questions. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Was enough to stop the interview, did you?
I did not.
And when he said early on, I haven't slept for days, you didn't ask him if he needed to sleep before you spoke to him, did you?
I did not ask him if he wanted to sleep before we spoke.
And then at the end of the roughly 2-hour initial part of the interview that we saw, he put the blanket around himself and lay down on the floor. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he did.
And slept for or we don't know whether he was actually sleeping, but he was on the floor for 40 minutes with the blanket wrapped around him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then he was moved to a holding cell. Is that right?
Yes.
And And he was in that holding cell from approximately, I think you testified, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And then you and Sergeant Richardson went to the holding cell to ask him more questions.
Yes, there was some interaction with Mr. Ferlazzo between 6 and 9 p.m., but around 9:15, we asked more questions.
He was sleeping, wasn't he, when you arrived at the cell?
I don't know if he was sleeping.
Was he lying down?
He was lying down.
Did he have the blanket over himself?
He did.
And that's a problem. How? Just curious.
We all just heard the audio of your interview with him at about 9:17 or something like that.
Around that time, yes, ma'am.
Sounded very sleepy, didn't he?
And
I would say he sounded like Mr. Ferlazzo. I don't
Okay,
think he sounded
well-
sleepy.
Well, your only interaction with him was the original interview. I'll withdraw the question.
good choice, my dear.
He reiterated to you something he told you early on, that at the time of the alleged shooting, a wave came over him. Isn't that right?
He did reiterate that, yes.
And he had originally told you he had a feeling of warmth come over him. Isn't that right?
Yes, he also used the word rage.
Yes, he did. He also said loss of focus, didn't he?
Yes.
That's okay. That's okay. We found the page, but I'm not going to go back. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
No read back, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Thank
He
you, Your Honor.
tried. I'm not trying to be mean. I know she's doing a good job for her client.
Does the court want to start?
She really
Next
is.
witness?
If you have a witness available, why don't we start?
Who's next?
Seth.
Seth.
I would say probably, hopefully after she was shot in the head. We'll find out. I hope it was after the head wound. I really do. 'Cause that would be gruesome to think that he did all of the other before her head. I would be, oh. That would be horrendous. Absolutely horrendous.
Strongly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth as to pains and penalties.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Can you state your name and spell
We
your
are
last
still
name,
live
please?
on the verdict
Seth
watch, which is
Richardson,
good. That means you're working it.
R-I-C-H-A-R-D.
Hopefully they'll come back with a verdict.
And how are you employed?
Currently employed by the Vermont State Police.
I do not want to watch that trial ever again unless it's a new attorney for the defendant.
The acoustics in here are not great, so try to keep your voice up so they can hear you in the back.
Yes, ma'am.
Currently employed by the Vermont State Police?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you worked for the Vermont State Police?
13 years.
Were you employed by them in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you become involved in an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes.
When did you become involved?
It was on the morning of the 19th.
And in what capacity did you become involved?
So I'm a detective sergeant assigned to the major crime unit. My commanding officer had contacted me and asked me to respond.
Okay. When the major crimes unit is needed, are all of the members of the major crimes unit sort of brought in?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And so where did you travel from?
My residence in Rutland, Vermont.
Okay. Upon arrival at the St. Albans Barracks, what tasks were you given related to this investigation?
So I was paired with,
I forgot. The jury has been sequestered all week. Why was the jury sequestered for this trial?
Detective Sergeant Sam Truex, who is since retired,
Karen
We were
Reed, I
asked to
get it.
go
This?
to the Lang's residence, inquire
Not so
if
much.
Jason Lang would participate in the interview, and if so, during that interview, if we could obtain consent to search his property.
Okay. And did you search the property?
Yes.
Did you locate Emily on the property?
No.
And did you return to the barracks?
Yes.
After that? And what tasks were you next given related to the investigation?
So shortly after I returned to the barracks, I had learned that Joseph had come to the barracks or was brought to the barracks, and that would be assisting Detective Sergeant James Voris with interviewing Joseph.
Okay. What information did you have about the case prior to going into the interview?
Really not much. That it was a missing person complaint. It was somewhat suspicious, and at that point, I don't remember if the RV was seized or was in the process of being seized.
Okay. What was your role during the interview?
Just a co-interviewer, I guess a second interviewer in the room.
Okay, so the jury has seen the video. Is it you in the room with Detective Sergeant Voris?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present when Detective Sergeant Voris read Mr. Ferlazzo his Miranda rights?
Yes, I was.
Miranda warnings. And so did you witness him waive those rights?
Yes, I did.
Did he have any questions or concerns about those warnings?
No.
Did he make any statements about wanting to talk to you?
Joseph was eager to talk to us. Joseph said he was there to talk to us. He told James that essentially didn't need to beat around the bush.
Okay. And did you, we've heard obviously the whole interview. So did you have concerns initially in speaking with Mr. Ferlazzo about his ability to speak with you?
No.
Okay. Was there ever a time in the times that he was spoken to where it wasn't recorded?
No.
Did you ever feel like he wasn't responding to the questions appropriately?
No.
Did he ever say anything that gave you the impression he didn't want to engage with you?
No.
Did you ask Mr. Ferlazzo if he was willing to provide a buccal swab of his DNA?
Yes, I did.
And did he agree to that?
Yes, he did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 128. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
This is a Vermont State Police consent to search form. The form here, the biological is checked off with corresponding DNA and photos of Joseph Ferlazzo. That's my signature as a witness, and that's Joseph's signature on the sign line.
Move to admit States 128.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson? 128 is admitted without objection.
At least we don't have that typing anymore. Just saying.
This is showing States 128. Is this the form that you went over with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that his signature down in the lower right-hand corner?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have any concerns about signing this form?
No.
After completing the initial interview, did you bring Mr. Ferlazzo outside for a cigarette break?
Yes, I did.
And was that interaction recorded?
Yes, James was recording the recording us.
Okay. And did you ask him any questions about Emily during that time?
No.
Have you listened to that recording in preparation for today's testimony?
I have.
The state has marked it as Exhibit 130. Judge, we would ask to admit it as evidence.
Objection.
Okay, 130 is admitted without objection.
Oh, honey, boo, boo, boo. Oy. Oh, I thought that was the other person coming in. Oh, that's them. Okay. For a second, I thought we had movement. I was going to get all excited.
Seth is gonna grab one. I know you asked for one off a while back.
You get
We're just trying to get some things squared away here. Everything's okay for now. We're just, things take time, So, but you can grab cigarettes, or if you want to sleep, you can have to sleep. All right, come on up. This first, we're going to stand right here. You actually falling asleep in there? Not really.
Okay, I can't do it. I'm sorry. That noise is, I'm not going to be sorry. That noise on my ears is
Interview,
brutal.
Mr. Filazzo saying, I haven't really eaten much and I've been up for days.
Yes, I do.
And then he followed that up by saying, my mind isn't right. Do you recall that?
I remember something to that effect, yes.
Okay. Did you or Detective Vorris didn't inquire further as to what he meant by that, did you?
No.
You had no concerns at that point that he might not be able to provide an accurate account of what happened because he was saying at the outset, my mind isn't right. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was a long question, sorry. And at various points during the interview, Mr. Filazzo stated that he was really tired, correct?
I don't know how many times he stated it, but yeah, I know that he stated at least once that he was tired.
Fine, thank you. Do you recall about an hour into the interview, roughly, Mr. Filazzo said, I'm just really tired. I don't know what day it is now. I'm not able to have a clear thought. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, no, I don't.
Okay. Would it help if I showed you the transcript to refresh your recollection?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you, oh, I haven't marked it, sorry.
It's different as A.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A, and I'm going to give you the page and the lines where that particular section is located. All right. I'm going to show you, this is a transcript of the entire first segment. of the interview, and this is page 32, and it's lines 11 through 13. And yeah, take a look at that.
Could you repeat your question?
I just asked if you recall saying that at that point in the interview. So-
Right,
Yeah,
can you
agree with you, Haley.
Reference what he said, what you're asking me?
Sure, sorry about that.
That's manipulating to me.
So I asked you if you recall, about an hour into the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo saying, "I'm just really tired." I believe he also referenced something about falling into a hole, and I don't know what day excuse me, it is now. I'm not able to have a clear thought.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, looks like there was no concern about resuming the interview, no concern that he wasn't able to provide accurate information. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall, Joseph, at one point, Mr. Filazzo was being asked to provide more details about what happened on Friday and early Saturday, and he said, "All I can remember is like a jumble. It was basically like flashes, like if you go to a disco and look up and there's nothing."
Yes, I do.
Again, that type of jumble and flashes did not concern you as far as the way he was thinking?
Excuse me, it didn't, because before and after, he gave other accounts of the way he was feeling and felt at the time, which made sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
So he was in and out.
About
with
an
his
hour and 10
consistency.
minutes into the interview, do you recall Mr. Filazzo suddenly putting his head down and suddenly asking for water?
I don't.
Okay. At that point, you don't recall that you and Detective Boris, when he put his head down and asked for water, both of you did in fact say, "Okay, we'll get you some water," and then you left?
I don't remember that, no.
All right. And Detective Truex came in, so I'm guessing on the video at that point, he was hyperventilating and crying. So you did not witness that, is that accurate?
No.
Okay. And then the questioning resumed roughly 15 minutes, roughly, after that. Correct? It resumed after you.
Yes, it resumed after, yes.
Thank you. You drafted a report detailing the actions that you took on the case between October 19th, 2021 and October 21st, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And in the report, you stated that the interview of Mr. Filazzo on the 19th of October 2021 occurred in multiple segments over several hours in various locations within and outside the barracks, correct?
Yes. Yep.
The first segment, I'll just reference it the way you did, that was the initial interview with some breaks, understandably, but the initial interview, which took approximately 2.5 hours, is that accurate?
Yeah.
Let's see, and I think at that point, it looks like, so the interview ended at that point, that segment at about 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
I mean, I can't confirm that. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, that sounds accurate.
At that point, I think you and Detective Morris left and Mr. Filazzo laid down on the floor. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember him laying down.
Okay. And although we can't tell, it's assumed that he was probably sleeping, but he was laying down on the floor, whether he was sleeping or not, correct?
Yes, he was laying down on the floor.
Okay. And then at about 6 or 10 minutes of 6, after he'd been laying on the floor, he was moved to a holding cell, correct?
Yes.
And then the next interaction with Mr. Filazzo was approximately 8:10. And I think you and Detective Morris woke him up to see if he was okay. And then at that point, took him outside the barracks for a cigarette, correct?
Yes.
And then we brought him back into the holding cell around 8:15 and he laid back down, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at about 9:18, you and Detective Morris woke him up again, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm confirming that we did wake him up. I can't verify the times, but yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm referring to times. If you would like, yeah, we can always look at it, but. And then you did have at that point, you wanted to ask him a few more things and asked him if he was willing to answer more questions, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
He was groggy at that point, correct?
No, I wouldn't say groggy.
Okay. As alert as he was previously, or?
Yeah, I would say so.
And you told him again that you had some additional questions. I believe you also gave him the option of going back to the interview room or remaining in the holding cell, correct?
James asked him,
Okay.
gave him the choice.
It's hard. It was hard to tell since that was audio. All right, thank you. And do you recall Joseph responding by stating, "I'm just trying to let my mind rest"?
Yes.
Okay. But at that point, you resumed the questioning, correct?
Hey, toxic.
And I believe that lasted about another 20 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set.
Dang. Wow. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I wish I could curl up in bed. Although I'm pretty comfortable right now. But you see my boo-boo? I just rubbed it. Now it's all over my shirt.
Yep. Shall give relative to the cause found in consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Under the pains and all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, my name's Samuel Truex, Truex.
The acoustics are not great in this room, so if you can keep your voice up so that the back jurors can hear you.
Okay.
Can you tell us how you are currently employed?
I am currently retired from the Vermont State Police.
Okay, and when did you retire?
November 30th of this year.
And how long had you been employed at the Vermont State Police?
We have missed you, Dr.
Over
Bullbutter.
26 and a half years.
All right, so you were employed with them in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you become involved in the investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes, on Tuesday, October 19th, 2021.
And how did you become involved?
Detective Lieutenant John Paul Schmidt asked me to respond to the St. Albans barracks and said that there was a missing person complaint that was suspicious in nature.
Okay. And upon arrival at the barracks, were you given a specific task?
I was given a couple tasks. One was to sit in on the interview with Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And during that, did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Ferlazzo yourself?
Yes, I did.
And the jury has seen the video. So are you the individual that sort of comes in during the
Yes.
breaks and sits with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And the first time that you went into the interview room, was Mr. Ferlazzo eating?
Yes, he was.
And did you ask him if he needed anything?
I believe Amy got him lunch, and then Seth was in the process of getting him some hot coffee at his request.
Okay. And at any point, did you ask him if he needed anything else?
He asked me, or he told me he had to go to the bathroom at one point. So I escorted him down the hall to the bathroom and back.
Okay. And at one point during the interview, did Mr. Ferlazzo ask you to stay in the room with him?
Yes, he asked me if I'd sit down and stay in there with him.
Okay. Were you planning on doing that anyway?
I wasn't, but I agreed to do that.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with him during that time?
Yes.
And who initiated that conversation?
I think he initiated it.
Did he ask you questions about taking him somewhere?
He made a comment. He asked me if we're going to take him someplace so he can't do that again.
Okay. And how did you respond?
Hell yes.
I don't recall exactly what my response was.
Okay.
Yep.
What are some of the other things that you talked about with Mr. Ferlazzo?
He just asked me generally about myself, the police. We talked about, I asked him questions about being a tattoo artist. What was his favorite part? He asked me what my favorite part of being a police officer was. He asked kind of about like the team of detectives and how things worked.
Putting you away is
where
my
everybody was
favorite part of
assigned.
this.
We talked about his dog Remington. I told him that
Aw.
Remington was at his friend Jason's house and that the dog was okay being there, but you probably would have to make arrangements for long term.
At any point, have you ever sat in on interviews like this before in your career?
Yes.
Have you interviewed people who have been charged with murder before?
I have.
And at any point during your interactions with Mr. Ferlazzo, did you have any concerns about his ability to be engaging in a conversation with the police?
No, our conversation went both ways. He was actually very cordial and nice to me, and he asked questions. I asked questions of him. It's just a give and take.
And at some point, were you able to find him a cigarette at his request?
Yeah, he asked for a cigarette. I asked one of the detectives who brought one in, and then we brought him outside for a cigarette break, I think on 2 different occasions.
Okay. And he made some comments about possible self-harm. Do you recall that?
Yeah, at one point he said he wished someone would take him out. And I had said to him that if you have any thoughts of hurting yourself, you need to let me know. He says, well, if I had a gun, I would do it. But I don't have a weapon, so I can't. All I have is this hot coffee.
And again, did him making those comments give you any concerns about his ability to continue to engage in a conversation?
No, I was just concerned for my safety, being in the room with him, and just for his own safety as well.
Okay. And when you would leave the room and come back in, did he recall who you were?
Yes.
Did he recall you by name?
Yes. When I left after, he was still eating, he just said, "Thank you, Sam," when I stepped out of the room.
And when you come back in the room, did he recall your name?
Yes.
Did you ever feel like he wasn't responding to your questions appropriately?
No.
At any time that he asked for anything, did you get him what he asked for? Or did anytime he asked for food or drinks?
Yeah, if he needed food, if he wanted another hot coffee, to use the bathroom, another cigarette, we were very accommodating.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Chance.
Thank you, Judge. Good
Wow.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, you've described kind of almost like a switch flipping back and forth between engaging in
Here we
small
go.
talk with Mr. Ferlazzo and him expressing concerns about, or him becoming upset. Is that fair to say?
Yeah,
And both of those occurred during your interactions with him, right?
yes,
You do recall him saying at least once that his brains were scrambled, don't you?
yes,
And that he was not thinking clearly. You recall that as well.
yeah. He said that he needed to talk to an expert that could help him because of his an expert in scrambled brains.
Scrambled brains.
Yes,
And you responded by saying, yes, we have people you can talk to.
yes.
And he never did talk to any kind of mental health person after he was processed, did he?
I don't know if he did.
But that's what you told him would be available to him, correct?
Yes, and I said that we, as in like the state of Vermont corrections, have that access for that. Yes.
You observed that he at one point started hyperventilating, correct?
That was not true hyperventilation, my
Breathing
dear.
like this.
I know what that is. I was just trying to recall. I haven't seen the video, and
You didn't, I'm sorry?
I didn't review the video before coming here. Today.
Okay.
I don't have access.
And you don't have a recollection of being in the room when that happened?
I feel like I remember him crying or starting to cry a couple times.
Sobbing.
Sobbing. Yes.
And you said to him, are you okay, right?
No, ma'am. You cannot testify for him. You cannot sit there and clarify whether it was a cry, a sniffle, or a sob. Excuse me. So, madam, where's the objection? State, come on.
I did ask him if he was okay, and he told me he was not.
He was not, that's what he said. I'm not okay.
Yes.
Who would be if you got caught unaliving your wife in the manner in which you did? I mean, come on, please.
And I told him that he's going to have to take it one day at a time, that it's going to take time.
So you were, correct me if I'm wrong, trying to calm him down.
Not proper.
Is that a fair assessment
Thank
of
you.
the kinds of things you were saying to him?
I was just trying to reassure him.
Reassure him about what?
Just the traumatic incident that he's involved in. Just the kind of things are going to be okay. Trying to just keep a steady.
If I hear it, I'm better.
He also said to you that more than once, what happens next? Because he seemed to be unfamiliar with the process. Do you remember that?
What?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. And you were aware that the interview was being live streamed to another room, correct?
Yes.
So he was under observation by other law enforcement the entire time, correct?
Yes, he was.
So even if you didn't observe his complete, I'm going to call it meltdown, he was being observed, correct?
And that was all recorded in that room as well.
In that room.
Yes.
One moment, please, Judge.
What?
Thank you. I
doing
don't
her
have
job.
any other questions for you.
Okay.
I just
And
hate
redirect.
the fact that the prosecution's not objecting when they should be. Y'all, I have noticed that lately. Why are they not objecting on very clear issues? I don't get it. It's frustrating me. I
All
want
right.
to.
Next witness, there may be a
Leading the
number of
witness.
exhibits, so we have to
There's
gather
so
them and
much leading
discuss
of the
them a little bit.
witnesses.
But we'll be back with you probably 10 minutes. We'll need to go through them, so we'll excuse you.
Why are
while
we
we're
looking at the
talking
fire
about this,
alarm?
And then we can move
Just to
it back.
clarify, Judge, do you want us to renew the grounds for the objection to exhibits 22 to 36?
Well, you can renew it for the reasons already stated.
Here we go.
Thank you.
I'm just tired of her leading the witness.
Good afternoon.
Wait with it, she's gonna do it.
The acoustics in this
Get
room are not
testimony in
good.
when- One thing about leading that, and I know most of us know this, but some don't, is it's kind of like you're getting testimony in without your client testifying. Am I not right about that?
So if you can keep your voice up so the
Sort of.
jurors in the back can hear you.
You're gonna get
Appreciated.
him to give you.
Can you
the
just start
answers
by
you want that
telling
helps
us your
you.
name and spelling your last name? Actually, in your case, can you spell your first name as well?
Certainly, it's Amy, spelled Aimee. Last name Nolan, Nolan.
Okay.
What happened to
And
AMMY?
did you formally work for Vermont State Police?
I did.
Okay. And are you now retired?
I am.
When did you retire?
October of 2023.
Okay. So
Parties approach for 1 minute.
God, y'all, I just saw a thing pop up on my screen for tiramisu. Tiramisu. And we have nobody in Kerrville that makes it fresh. It's all the frozen stuff from Costco. Oh, excuse me. And we are still on jury watch. Every once in a while the camera shakes, so I know there's people moving around in there. I know there's people moving around in there. Oh. Dum, 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 dum,
Is in,
dum, dum.
is in processing the crime scene, collecting evidence.
okay. Approximately how many crime scenes and death investigations have you participated in?
Well over 150.
And in mid-October, October 15th or 16th of 2021, were you made aware of an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
I was not notified until the morning of October 19th.
Okay. So prior to that, you were not involved in the case?
No.
Okay. And what information were you provided on October 19th?
I received a call from the Major Crimes Unit Supervisor. One of the lieutenants advised that there was a new case, requesting my presence at the St. Albans Barracks for a briefing later that morning.
Okay. And did you in fact attend that briefing?
I did.
And what further information did you learn?
Excuse me, at that point I learned that the state police was notified the prior day of a missing person, Emily Ferlazzo, that there were some suspicious circumstances surrounding that, that Mr. Ferlazzo, Emily's husband, had told a friend that he had killed her, and that the state police had seized a camper van as well as a Jeep that belonged to Mr. Ferlazzo.
Okay. And so what was your sort of plan or task for the day?
Initially, there was a lot of waiting around, learning new information as it was found. The search warrant was being worked on to be able to search the van and the Jeep. So I took it upon myself to sort of scour the internet, social media pages for both Emily and Joseph Ferlazzo, trying to find acquaintances that we might be able to interview, seeing if anyone had posted any comments or anything we could learn about Emily's potential whereabouts.
Okay. And at some point, did you take a break to go get food?
I had had lunch, but to be honest, I'd had enough coffee that morning, so I decided to go to the store, knowing it was going to be a late night. I wanted an energy drink and some snacks for the team once they got there. So I believe it was around 2 p.m. I did leave the barracks and go to a local convenience store.
Okay. And what was that convenience store called?
Maple Fields.
Okay. And that was in St. Albans?
Yes.
Right. And who did you go there with?
One of the other team members that had arrived at the barracks, Brandon Gallant.
Okay. And who drove?
I did.
What did you drive? What vehicle did you drive?
I drove my state-issued cruiser, if you will.
Okay. And can you describe that vehicle?
Sure. It's an F-150 truck with an extra cab and an extended bed on it. So it's a rather large vehicle.
Okay. How many seats are in the vehicle?
Technically seating for 6. It was a bench seat in the front and a bench seat in the back. But my back seat was full of equipment. And then in the front seat, I usually kept the center console folded down for like a drink holder, things like that. So most comfortably 2, impossibly 3.
Okay. And is there a secure area of
That's
this
fair.
vehicle like many police cruisers?
Really
No.
fair.
Okay. So the entire inside of it is accessible?
Open, correct.
Okay. Does it have any sort of Vermont State Police insignia on it?
No, completely unmarked.
What were you wearing that day?
I was wearing my crime scene uniform, which is a pair of cargo style, I'd say tan pants, a green polo shirt with the state police emblem, and it said CSST on it. But that was covered with a plain black fleece. So I didn't have any obvious markings of the state police on my person that day.
You weren't wearing a state trooper uniform that we've all
No,
seen?
I was not.
Okay. How far away is the Maple Fields from the St. Albans Barracks?
It's approximately a mile down the road.
So can you tell the jury what happened when you pulled into the Maple Fields?
Sure. Due to the size of the truck, it wasn't practical to park in sort of a normal parking spot, if you will. The back end of the vehicle would stick out several feet. So I often chose to park, not in a parking spot, along a parking lot edge or something like that. So as I pulled in to the entrance to the store, I had my eye on a spot where I wanted to park sort of parallel to the road.
Thank you.
Well away from parking spots. I noticed a male was just sort of nonchalantly walking
Welcome,
right
my
where I wanted
friend.
to park.
Hello.
So I was,
I mean,
I
everybody.
I can't
I was gonna
remember
say,
if I
Amy, don't-
muttered it or if I just
Thank you
thought
for
under my
joining.
breath, like,
Welcome,
oh my
welcome.
gosh, hurry up. I thought
For anything.
Shouldn't have done that.
he had
Let me scoot back. Okay. Sorry about that. I wanted to welcome everybody in. Thank you so very much for joining us. We are on the verdict watch for the Ole Miss student murder trial. If you have been watching, you know that it is 11-1 a hung jury. They've been about an hour, I would say, at least, since they came back and said that. Man, I'm trying to find it. Anyway, so we are waiting for that. In the meantime, we started watching the wedding anniversary trial. So welcome aboard, everybody.
And so what was the next thing you did with that information?
I told Brandon that's Joseph Ferlazzo. He's heading out of the store. I'm going to follow him.
Okay. And are you aware that this interaction with Mr. Ferlazzo was recorded?
Yes.
And how was it recorded?
Through the Maple Field surveillance video system.
Okay. And have you reviewed those?
I have seen those videos, yes.
Judge, I have a stipulation for the court. States 120, stipulation number 5.
So I was told my voice was not quite loud enough last time, perhaps for some of you, so I'm going to read a little louder this time. Stipulation number 5, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video from the Maple Fields gas station in St. Albans, Vermont from October.
Y'all don't leave because we are going to be going over the Sarah Boone paper, the handwritten note that she had at trial for her remarks. And it has the added section after the sentencing, what she read during the sentencing, what she excluded from the sentencing, etc. So don't go anyway. I don't know. Those who were coming from Broken Baker, did you go over that information? Let me know if y'all went over that, because that's coming up. I thought I Let's 125 this. This should
October
be over
19th,
soon.
2021. That surveillance video was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective Sergeant Amy Nolan. The authenticity of the surveillance video is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the surveillance video is also not being challenged. As with any evidence.
Where's zooming?
Judge, the state
I don't
would
wanna
next
hear all
move
that.
to admit states 23, which
Hold
is
up.
the
We're going to be doing it.
first Maple Fields video.
All 28 pages.
States 23 is admitted without objection.
We're going through all of it. American. Oh, wait a minute.
States 23 is admitted without objection.
Really bad dyslexia. See, we're going to do it in a minute. That's good. They going to get him. Oh, I'm a little slap happy. I've been live for 10 hours. And there they go. So I have literally been live for 10 hours now. So, hi, Holly Moore. Thank you for coming. We appreciate all the donuts. All of you, thank you for hopping in.
At some point in the video, you appear to look at your phone. Can you just tell the jury what you're doing?
Yes, I feel like my body language is pretty clear at the moment that I recognize him. And I turn back around, I take my phone out, I say something to the trooper I was with, and I take my phone out because I'm looking for that press release to show the picture to Brandon and to sort of confirm my suspicions that it was Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And is there another angle of this same sort of interaction within Maple Fields?
There is.
Judge, the state would move to admit states 24, second Maple Fields video.
No objection.
States 24 is admitted without objection.
Oh, I guess they got the image. They looked at their phones. They're going to go after him. I want to see a takedown. This has been kind of a quiet day. Not boring, but not super entertaining. Dang, we're not going to get.
So after seeing who you believe to be Mr. Ferlazzo in the Maple Fields, did you in fact follow him outside?
I did.
Okay. And did you approach him
Honey
outside?
Boo Boo.
I
love
followed
you.
behind
We
him.
know
He
how
was
to
walking
do
along
that.
the front of the store.
Okay. And what did you do? What was your interaction?
I said Joseph, and the male kept walking, no acknowledgement. So then I said something to the effect of, "Hey, state police, can you stop for a second? I just need to talk to you."
And did the male stop?
He did.
Okay. And what did you do? Once the individual stopped, did they stop and actually turn around to face you and interact with you?
He did turn around and then took a very long, almost exaggerated drink of his energy drink, just looking at me, sort of the proverbial deer in the headlight look. It seemed to me, based on my training and experience, it was almost as if you were trying to figure out, fight, flight, freeze, what do I do?
Okay. And what did you say to him?
I said, "Joseph, it's you, right? Are you okay?"
Okay. And what did he do in reply?
He took his drink down and his body language sort of deflated. And he said, "No, I'm not okay."
And what do you mean? Can you describe what you mean by his body language deflated?
Sure. As he was looking at me taking that drink, he seemed, quite tense. Again, sort of deer in the headlights. Do I run? Do I freeze? Do I fight? And he just sort of relaxed, if you will. Like I visibly saw his shoulders drop and his head kind of dropped a little bit. And he just said, "No, I'm not okay."
Okay. How far away from you was he when you first said state police?
Probably 10 feet, approximately.
All right. And what did you, after he said, "No, I'm not okay," how did you respond to that?
I said, "Well, there's a lot of people looking for you and looking for Emily, and we're just trying to figure out where Emily is and what's going on. Her family's very worried about her."
And what was his response?
"Let's go."
He said, "Let's go." Okay. And so what did you do?
I said, "Go where?" And he said, "Wherever you're taking me." And I said, "I'm not taking you anywhere. You're not under arrest. But if you want to come with me, I'll give you a ride to the barracks and we can get a detective to talk to you."
Okay. And did he agree to that?
He did.
Okay. And did you bring him in your vehicle?
We started to walk back across the parking lot towards my truck, yes, and stopped about halfway across the parking lot.
Okay. And why did you stop halfway across?
There was a moment where I thought Mr. Ferlazzo might pass out. He seemed a little unsteady on his feet. I said, "You're okay." I asked his permission. I said, "If it's okay, I want to just put my hand on your shoulder." And I did. And I said, "I got you." I said, "You're okay. I'll get you to the barracks and you can talk to somebody."
Okay. Did he make any statements or respond to that in any particular way? Okay. And so did you bring him back to the barracks?
I did. The other thing that we did sort of in that halfway point was I asked him and explained before I could give him a ride. It was our sort of protocol that we had to pat somebody down for weapons before I could allow him in my cruiser with me. And also because I don't have a typical cruiser with what they call the cage in the back to separate the officer from a person that they've picked up for some reason. So he said that was fine. He indicated he had no weapons. So I patted him down real quick. And then I got into the driver's seat and Brandon walked him across to the passenger seat.
Did Brandon also get in the car?
He did not.
Okay. Was that because there wasn't any room?
Yeah, I told him I would come back and pick him up.
Okay.
I didn't think we needed to sit three across the front seat.
Okay. So it was just you and Mr. Ferlazzo in the ride back to the barracks?
Correct.
And did you speak to him during that time about Emily?
That's risky.
Not about Emily. I asked him, like I said, it was cold that day. I asked him, "Are you cold?" He said he was. I turned the heat up. I said, "Have you been out all night?" Based on the interactions that I knew had occurred the night before, he said he had. I asked him if he, was thirsty, if he was hungry. He said he was. And so again, I told him, I turned the heat up and I told him I would get him something to eat once we got back to the barracks.
Okay. How long were you in the truck with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Less than 5 minutes, probably.
Right. Did you see anything on the way to the barracks that sparked a conversation?
Yes.
Okay, guys, I think what I want to do is, if y'all, all my peeps are okay with this. Hi, Madeline. I think what I want to do is put this aside for now. I really want to go over the Sarah Boone documents. Are you okay with that? Y'all give me some thumbs up if you want me to do the Sarah Boone documents. I think, no offense, I've had a lot of court today and my brain is needing a break. And then we can always come back to this other. So I'll give y'all a second for that while I upload the document. Because I think it would be best if I take a little court break. Here we go. Let me get my stuff together. All right, so we're going to go do the Sarah Boondocks. Boondocks, as I call her, Sarah Boondocks, because of all her documents. We call her Boondocks around here. And I'm going to share the window. And I'm going to change my banners because it's in the way. No. We just won't have anything up Christmassy. There we go. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do is we're going to start reading these. It has been. I love to watch while you're. I thought you said you love to watch cleaning, and I said you like to watch people clean. I have a video for you. I have a video for you. Okay, mods, I'm going to have you guys kind of help me out here. If I get a little something wrong, just shout it out. But let's go through a quick review. The Sarah Boone papers are 26-ish pages. Pages 1 and 2 is her cover letter. Page 3 and 4 added after sentencing. Page 5 through 12 she read at the sentencing. 12 through 22 were not read at the sentencing. So 23 through 26 were. So she read 5 through 12, 23 to 26 at sentencing, y'all. So let me get that cleared up so I can kind of have that there. Yes, RubyTube is your news source. Yep. Yep. I agree. Okay, here we go. Let's see which is better, with. Yeah, with. Okay, this is to Mr. Michael Kranick. What happened to Judge Kranick? Already, this is written on December 6, 2024. Just so you know, if you don't like it, sorry, but I do sometimes like to play with the voices because it can get a little monotonous. All right. I understand that. I am in closing. Piece of my complete statement to you and to the world as I partially read during my sentencing hearing. By my reserving particular parts of my very true and meaningful statement, I was hoping to have been graced with your forgiveness and understanding and consideration in any level or degree. For me, unfortunately, and regardless of whom I had, when I had whatever speak on my behalf, or the number of your ignorant mind was already made up. Ooh, snap.
Uh-oh.
She's already going after the judge, y'all. She is already going after the judge. Are you kidding me? Honey Boone, you can't do this. You just got into the first paragraph and you're calling him ignorant. Now, look, she's underlined some things, so let's kind of have fun with that. By your clear error and full-blown, unfair, biased against me since your... Oh, okay, thank you. Involvement in my... What is that? C-R-U-C-able? Credible? I guess case at a whole. I hate her handwriting. I have been unsuccessful in receiving anything from you as of a support of fair, neutral judge, except for your wish that I spend the rest of my life in prison. Honey boo boo. Boom. Oh, come on. We are already here. Yeah, that does look like Crucible. Thank you so much, Haley Mouse. I may have you hop on, Haley Mouse, if I get tired. I thought he was the most patient with her that I could ever imagine any judge being with her. Please note, and always remember, Mr. Kranick, I forgive you. Honey boo, if you forgive him, then you wouldn't be saying this. Still and sincerely, please understand also the judge according to whomever, is never to lose sight that he is simply a man and that he cannot exceed the power given to him by his commission, that not only power, but public confidence he has been given to him, and that he ought always very seriously to attend not to his wishes, but to the requisitions of law, of justice and regulation. CCI Pro, whatever. Oh, holy more. I'm putting that up. I file it. I will grant it. You see my gavel? Motion granted. Granted. How many hairs are you going to leave on her head? I am exceeded in my appeal, which speaks for itself. My case law as well, in which I am extremely proud to have achieved. And I will continue doing so from now that I am no longer in your corrupt court and free from your malevolent judicial grip. What? Sarah Boone versus the state of Florida. I also have added to my statement, as a result of your blindness and impartiality. Foremost, your disgust in me as being an outspoken woman, determined defendant, and proactive client, hoping that the next time you put on your listening ears and do not unfairly oppress the next as you have blatantly done to me. Okay. You will never admit your many judicial errors, nor will the prosecutors theirs, and I will never admit to what you have wrongfully accused me of and judged me as. I am not a murderer, I'm a survivor. Sarah Boone. Oh, y'all. Could this get any deeper? Of course it can. It's Sarah Boone. Holy Moses. I'm flabbergasted. Just flabbergasted. Absolutely flabbergasted. Black robe deceased. Arrogance in a judge. A slang term for a judge that flaunts judicial power and demonstrates proceedings at the expense of the disposition of justice. Haley, I might need you. Impartiality. By the way, for those who just know me, I'm excessively dyslexic and documented. is the first duty of a judge before he gives an opinion or sits in judgment in a case. He ought to be certain and absolute that he has no bias for or against either of the parties. If he has any interest, even the what? Something slightest in the cause, he is disqualified from sitting as a judge, and when aware of such interest, ought to lawfully and justly refuse to sit on a case. Really? Oh my gosh. Her handwriting sucks for dyslexic people. I can't figure out the word the what, which characterizes the judges in this country, generally forbids their sitting on such a case. Hi, Gabby. Have a good night. The judge must not only be impartial, but must also properly enforce the law, not abuse. He is bound to declare what the law is and not make it be not an arbitrator, but an interpreter of the law. It is not their duty to be patient in the investigation. Maybe she means be participant in the investigation of one case, understand the circumstances and the difficulties by all parties, careful in considering the parts of a case in whole, and dissent in judgment. Law Dictionary. Oh, boom. Congratulations. You went to the prison library. Congratulations, boo boo. But you didn't do your your research citation very well, as I just got 100% on mine. But at the risk of practicing judicial what is it? CENT criticism? I can't read that word. As words have coined in our presentation, others have called it black robe. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to disrespect the man. Whether he was correct or not in my behavior, it is widely accepted that judicial behavior affects the jury. Oh, another site. And then there is the worst of the judicial ailments to the blank. I'm not going to say it, which is otherwise known as arrogance. I'm BRD. I hate using that. Use example, as I have to treat the matter with utmost delicacy. The delicacy in the health had always been a concern. They do not seem to be aware of the delicacy of the situation. Thank you. Trial judges are affirmatively charged with securing a fair trial and must intervene sua sponte, I guess, to that end when necessary. Citation. That duty encompasses not only the avoidance of error before it occurs, but the fair correction of error that may have occurred earlier in the proceeding. Honey Boone, are you just going to sit here and quote all of this stuff? No wonder it took you so long to write this. In this case, the trial judge did not analyze the evidence. He added to it, dealing with mere of the accused and giving his. Did y'all hear that? That was my dog growling. Testimony to the judge, putting his own experience with all of the weight that it could be attached to it in the scale against the accused. Boy, okay, whoa. Okay, now we went to D. Now we're getting to what she read in court. Oh my gosh, y'all. Now, this handwriting here, I think was added after. It was added after. Look at, this is easier to read. This was written in less. That's much easier to read. That one is harder. You can tell she was aggressive with her writing. Hello, it's Brit. Hello. I know. It's like, quote, the entire law dictionary does not make it relevant to your case, honey boo boo. Thank you. The judge is a kind of what? Whatever is a kind of Japanese ceramic style, which means to repair with gold. It is a tradition when the ceramic piece breaks that the artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using a liquid gold or gold dust lacquer, so that then being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. Can I broken newness here? Can we call you broken newness? It embraces the flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also reaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history. Each piece becomes more beautiful because it's been broken. Honey boo, you're not broken. You're bat. Where is it? You're bat crazy. That's all you are. You're bat crazy. Oh gosh. In my wisdom. Your wisdom? Girlfriend, you are the least wise soul I've ever met. You and your party of one. Got it. And with all my repairs then, now and ongoing, God has been and will always be my artisan. Boo. It is so hard for me to read this stuff when they bring God into it. He created you. He is your artisan. And then you decide to do something stupid and take a hammer and break your own gorgeous ceramic. And then you're trying to turn around and fill it with gold manure. Yeah. Yeah, no, you've destroyed what God created in you, but even more so in your victim. All of my gold shit is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, the Judge Wooten and Kranick, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, defamation, ongoing constitutional right violations, second-degree murder forced into being posed. Posed? What? I got a hair on my mic. And y'all, that is the most unnerving thing, to be reading something and you have a hair on your mic. It's like tickles the hell out of you. How do you like my little reindeer? Grandma got ran over by a reindeer. Haley Mouse, you hit it on the head. Pro se, thank you. Separate the word if you're going to do it right, ma'am. That's not separated. God gave you free will. And in your infamous free will, you decided to commit an unaliving that none have ever seen. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. Do you know what? It really makes me mad when people think that they can go out and do a heinous crime, such as what she's done, and turn around and talk about forgiveness as if it is going to get them out of a life sentence. Forgiveness does not mean that you will not face the consequences of your behavior. That's not forgiveness. That's being held accountable. People get that crap mixed up when they're in her shoes. You can steal my car and destroy it in a wreck, and I can forgive you, but you're still going to be held accountable for what you did. Forgiveness may not mean, I won't go on. I'm sorry, y'all. If you don't know me, I'm a pastor. I'm an ordained minister, and I can go into preaching, but I ain't going to. Her forgiveness isn't worth a thing if she doesn't mean it or understand what it actually is. You're right there. Haley Mouse, she does not know what forgiveness is. She wants forgiveness for her, but she has no forgiveness for anybody else. Oh, wait. Invaluable sleep because I have to go to work or my son field trip the next day. What? What does that have to? Oh, they're out of order. There's two. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who or what or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable compassion to be set free. What? Girl, honey boo, I'd love an hour with you. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache. Irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves. No matter the pain or disappointment, untruth or injustice, boo-hoo. It doesn't matter as more broken you are, even though how different than before, you become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Boone, you are an extraordinary pain in the... A big pain in the... Above all, when you let go of the blame, misunderstandings, exercise giving up your anger, cease from resentment. This is forgiveness. And then you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward. Well, honey boo, you want everybody to forgive you, but you don't forgive nothing. You keep tallies and records and you hold nothing but resentment. Practice what you preach a little bit. You might get a little further. My goal begins with George Torres and every time he slapped me. Oh my God. Give me strength, Lord. What about the life of George Torres? Nobody is perfect. And even if he did any of that, you shouldn't. Unaliving is not worth it. My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked me, punched, spit on me, R word, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. Girl, then you need to hear my story. So much BS. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to, gotta go back up here, sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's future, destroying the television we watched together. Oh, boo, you encouraged him to destroy it. For wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the wall. What holes? They didn't see any holes in the evidence photos. Ruining his entire body, running his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over. For breaking or, I gotta bring this down. Or something, removing the locks from all the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether. I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred place of my son's room, where he beat me bloody on his bed. Really. For terrorizing and threatening me, my blind and deaf dogs, by leaving the gate open I built to keep them okay, this I hit the roof on. Y'all should, I had to turn off my mic and I lost my cool. You know what, ma'am? Yeah, exactly. Where's the evidence of this? I built to keep them safe, telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead bodies in a pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me. If you had any of that, if he threw those dogs across the room, that's animal abuse and cruelty. You could have called the police and they would have arrested him for that. Just saying, you love the dog so much. You stayed in that situation and you allowed him access to those dogs. That goes on the other foot. I mean, come on. If you loved your dogs that much, you would not allow him to be close enough to do that. For threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all the bones in my face like his brother Moses did to him after he kept seeing all the bruises. Forgiveness is not an attempt. Oh, sorry, got to go down here. For George beating me like all of the times their father beat their mother. What? No, seriously, y'all. For all of the drunken rages and the fist fights with so many neighbors with wandering into their apartments during the hunting expeditions after I escaped. You escaped, then why did you go back? If you escaped, then why did you go back? Just curious. Just greatly curious. Why did you do that? If in fact, you got away and you had the opportunity to stay away. So why did you go back? For drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, then butting the end of the bottle into my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose. Okay. All right, Amber Heard. All right, Amber Heard. My hair's coming down. All right, Miss Heard. I think they need to put you and Miss Heard in a jail cell together. But the problem is Miss Amber Heard's not in jail. But I would like to see her there for making me experience what it's blank. Madam, I doubt that happened, and if it did, my bad. But all of this about drowning you in liquor, what did he do? Tie you to the bed, put a funnel down your esophagus and into your stomach, and pour liquor into it, trying to drown you in liquor and wine? You chose to pick up that drink. You have no problem drinking. You're an alcoholic. George is named after his dad, but didn't want his name because of what he was like. That's why everyone called him George. Yes, but he didn't want to be like his dad. And I think that, I got to be honest, with the video I saw and how she was pushing and needling him, she knew what buttons to push in order. Yeah, I agree with you, Haley Mouse. That is true. I've forgotten about it. She knew what buttons to push to get him to stomp. There's no denying that. We saw it. But the biggest thing is he didn't drown her in liquor. And if he had hit her in the face with the butt end of a bottle, giving her 2 black eyes and a bloody nose, why didn't she go to the ER? They were both alcoholics. Neither one of them was wasting their liquor and wine, pouring it all over. Yeah, exactly. You got that right. Sneaks is back. Yay! Threatening to kill my friends and the neighbors when they checked on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece. Can you even spell? Honey Boo Boo, I thought. Oh, I see it now. I have to pull it up big. Her writing sucks. She was a violent drunk before she even met him. You're right, Haley Mouse. She was. Not only was she a violent drunk before she met him, she was clinically nuts. For holding me hostage on weekends, my son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as warning not to ask for anything or try to leave. Yeah, I can see you stabbing that knife in that table. Oh, for stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911 after the ambulance or seek help, where I nearly bled to death when I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested. I'm not too sure that's exactly the way it went down. Or destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called. For me experiencing being arrested and after today prisoned. For beating me almost blind and crushing my optical bone. Well, okay, whoa. Optical lobe. Where is the x-rays? Where is the medical reports? Yes, Miss Amber Heard. We have got Amber Heard in the house, y'all. Is this Halloween? Is she or is she in a play acting as Amber Heard? Because this is sounding familiar. For having me experience what it means to see stars, like in the cartoons, where a character has a big lump or a tall lump on their head, that I had that too many times. Welcome back. I can't get that song from Welcome Back Carter out of my head now. Dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit on him. I sit next to him. For taking my car during driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car and taking my son to school. Foremost, me to work, and he to his battered intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him. Boo, you put him there. For causing me so much trauma and pain, mentally, physically, emotionally, I had to be hospitalized more than once. Y'all, did that come up in court? Do we have those? No, I don't think we saw those medical records. For destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murder, scarlet letter. Oh God, here we go. Not letting me feel safe to live. Talk to other people. Spend time with my son. Have a job or friendships. Simply go to the bathroom with the door closed or go to sleep soundly and comfortably. Well, boo. If it was that bad, prison ought to be good for you. At least you can sleep with a sock and a rock under your pillow and not a lead shooter. I forgive George for lying, for him trying so many times to end me with his terrifying love. This sounds like a novella. No offense, people. I also forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost. Also his 2 ex-wives, daughters, and all for knowing who George was and capable of and had done nothing in the past. His history of violence and when he learned it, then to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. Y'all, what do y'all think about this? This is getting cray-cray, y'all. I'm going to look and see. Okay, so we're on page 7. Okay, she read this court. I forgive him for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in a bed at night, the uneasy question.
What could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all, the times Sarah tried to by asking for help from all of us, and so many times. Nope.
The judge was added after sentencing. That was added after sentencing, love. Holly. This is her beginning of her gross narcissistic self, blaming everybody but herself. Yep. Another great contributor of my gold is social media. Welcome. We are so glad we could contribute to your fool's gold. You know what fool's gold is worth? More than your manure. Oh, that's okay. And with his greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantages gained from my criminal case as a whole. And as far as sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media. Oh my gosh, y'all. I have just spent an entire semester learning about organized crime, transnational organized crime. And do you know what? I never thought to add social media to my thesis as a part of social organized crime. How did I get 100? I wonder. Which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. Okay. Has she seen RA? The court of public opinion? My family law case is the new prey waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me being made infamous by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and receive forward and move forward. Social media has made me a pariah. If it caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my case online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced, successful conclusion that heavily I can't read that, and poisoned. I forgive them. Oh, you forgive me? Oh, bless your heart. Also, all of the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying to importantly, to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' something accounts and whatever. It's all over their hands and keep. Oh. Yeah, her Sellies are feeding her the information, but she knows it. I mean, you get come on. She loved it. Boo, quit lying. You loved every minute of it. My gold runs deep for my prior attorneys. Padilla, who sold me the world with empathy, pronouns, empty promises, and then abandons his responsibilities as an attorney after taking 2.5 years of my life. And when finally realizing he was in over his head, all the while hoarding JAC dollars to fund his is it staycation? I can't say. With his family, I guess vacations. With his family when in town from Miami for having resources really and ready and available, not allowing me, the client, to ever utilize, which could have greatly progressed my case and perhaps concluded only for him to decide water parks, fine dining, and choice of hotels were no more important. And on the JAC's dime, whoa. He had to keep logs. I mean, come on, woman. Yeah, that's not true. I forgive Bankerwitz for committing perjury to the judge and on court records about my attempts to be proactive defendant and client, inquiring about my discoveries, then trying to communicate with other advisors or correspondence in any other matter for 1 full year and 2 months before I was able to finally meet with him in a courtroom, only to receive his, I guess, notation, whatever, to withdraw. It's his request to withdraw. This is the Sarah letter. Stay creation, you got it. Mm-hmm. only to receive his motion to withdraw. Thank you. Berkowitz is forgiven for his greed of taking $15,000 from Jack, or I'll spell it JAC, who honorably aid indigent defendants as myself for taking advantage of and robbing the justice system by lying and avoiding clients, taking their money and JACs. They worked, honey boo. You called them 4 or 5 times a day, and they get paid by the minute. For Hobson receiving my forgiveness, who also unethically perjured himself to the judge and in court records about all the progress and the attorney work he did in my case for the 2 months that he was court appointed. As for his allegations of my supposed unethical requests, which meant me asking about my discoveries and trying to have him file a motion for my lawful in something to my pretrial conferences. Oh, inclusion under the FRCP discovery. This is the unedited. Hello, it Brit. Rule 3.220, parentheses 0, parentheses 1. Sensei, thank you. I can get more comfortable. Maybe. I want to be included in my case. I know the progress from being excluded from Buckerwich and Padilla over 3 years prior. Forgiveness also in telling me he wanted to return in a week with my discovery, only to receive his motion to withdraw. In the meantime, still not receiving my discovery, and I filed my own motion, enabling me to go to all my hearings, including my pretrials. Well, darling, I think that earned you an applause. Congratulations, my dear. You did it. Continued forgiveness, his greed and selfish intentions. Also for robbing JAC, Indigent Defense Fund, defense of $15,000. None for noting, justifying any work he really did do in a handful of days. He represented me as my attorney. Boo. It would take $1 million a minute for me to represent you. They got off lucky and light. Finally, and with all my gold received from this one, I forgive Patricia Catchman for her mean, snotty, egotistical attitude and not listening or caring that I finally received my discovery. I kept asking her, for which she fully withheld from me, citing her ridiculous something reasons was because I saw with my first attorney 4 years prior. And while she being my present at the time attorney, I saw not one page or any digital evidence of my discovery that prohibited me from seeing. Patricia A. Cashman is also forgiven for admitting I had a right to bond. I asked her, hold on. Thought I was going to cough. I had the right to a bond. I asked her for so I could actually utilize one of my rights as opposed to having them always violated in prison. And I still are, and am still, and is still ongoing. Then her deterrence of all my opportunities to do so for all of her lies, condescension, gross, unnecessary arguments, and anger that I asked any questions and wanted to understand. For her, can you take Sensei, please? Doing nothing other than giving me an, oh my gosh, that sounds great. Can you take Sensei? Yeah. And actually leave the door open now, it's getting hot. Harder time than requested transcripts and brazenly lied for over $16,000 for doing so. Also, from the precious resources provided from the JAC. I forgive Patricia A. Cashman for being a liar and a bully. Oh, look what my son did. He made me dinner. Oh, Matt, what did you put it? Oh, is this the elk? Okay. I'm getting a little dry. Let's take a little pause. This, I want to see this in the Smithsonian. I think this needs to go into the Smithsonian, y'all. My hair is getting so long, it's sticking on my chair. This is insane. That's all I can say. I hope y'all are enjoying it. Oh, forgiveness for all those who did not include me to receive my $15,000 share I would worked for when Judge Kranick forced me to be my own attorney and to represent myself as pro se. You're correct, Haley Mouse. And I added up, there was somewhere floating around a sheet of money that they spent on all of her cases and everything for the first so many years. And it was already in the $100,000. And yeah, Sarah Boone is the one that needs to be asking forgiveness for the waste of money in this case. And her share? Yeah. I will keep this next comment shut because it would not be appropriate. I actually and finally got my own discovery almost 5 years later. Filed motions, all prior should have done. I guess she left prior attorneys should have done, making them the most expensive motions ever at over $46,000 between 3 prior attorneys. I won't need to name them. They would have done so when supposedly representing me. The motion would have been priced for the proper use of the JAC funds towards ethics, professionalism, honesty and freedom. I honorably utilized my, you honorably. I honorably, we had a camera flash. We may have something happening. Honorably utilized my JAC resources and members. Mentorship as proactive indigent defense. Defending myself against the liars, thieves, and real villains in my criminal case. Florida residents are the only persons that have a right to be angry over the dollars Miss Sarah Bumbooned. Yep, bumbooned. Who really is the criminal? The JAC hopefully is inclined their forgiveness for them also include. Judge Wolfen, I can't read that. And Kranick, sorry. I have great forgiveness for also, and not, okay, what page are we on? This is 12. Okay, so this right here, after freedom, that's it. So from here down was not in court. And Montour Shipman defense. Okay. Let me get back. I have great forgiveness for also. Wow. And not protecting me and listening to my valid requests for judicial intervention so I could properly and fairly defend myself against my charges. Instead, I had to defend myself against attorneys, all appointed by the judge in the court, against their lies and exaggerations, reasons unjustified, why they were really creeping away from the battlefield and abandoning their professional duty as an attorney. I bet, if I was the judge, I would invite the attorneys over to my house, pull out the scotch or drinks or whatever you drink, and I would sit down with this letter and read it and drink and laugh and have a good old party and then burn it. Yeah, they made the correct decision. Let me get back to where I was. Unjustified were they away from the battlefield? Okay. Judge Kranick, I forgive you for not giving me any opportunity to stand at your pulpit, to stand at all, to explain the real, truthful side of the story. Boo! You got on the witness stand and testified. I believe if the justice system, including yourself, would have and should have done any virtual homework, vital homework on the already almost see-through attorneys from being spread so thin and simply sending an email to care about their present workload. Number of clients, trials, and schedules already in place before throwing another inmate, defendant, unknowing client on the heap. Well, if stupid people like you would quit committing these crimes, we wouldn't have that problem. In my humble opinion. On the heaping. Unimportant piles of warm bodies. Oh my God. Piles of warm bodies, more tax-paying dollars could be conserved and less time consumed and wasted for everyone, regardless of what part they play in to support the system of justice. That's right. He asked everybody every day, Sensei, out. Then you lay down. Down. She's trying to get me to go home. I'm like, I'm not going home. My forgiveness is deep for taking even greater time out of the way years by not caring to ask me anything about anything to understand so you could justify render your life deafening judgment and withholding anyone biased and prejudiced. Yeah, Holly, I'm glad he did that too. For the most, I think she does throw her attorneys under the bus at some point. Judge Curtin, I forgive you for kicking me when I was down and choking the life out of my constitutional amendment. Most profoundly, my Sixth Amendment right, my sixth right to a counsel as a result of my wholehearted case of my first right to freedom of speech in being my own advocate since no one else would be and receive a paycheck for it. In all of my free speech experience-driven letters only for remedies in my collaboration, inclusion, receiving my discoveries as an inmate, defendant, and client, not remorseful of any, I don't know, because have delays or any reason for excuse you may try to force on me and have already inappropriately accused me of doing prior with your heavily insinuated strategies of, okay, now she's starting to get that sloppy handwriting again, to try and deflect the glaring red flags, disappointments, and true crime in and out of the justice system. This is the day, and all forward, I do not forfeit my rights, any of them ever, especially my right to be bold, outspoken, and the right in my real life experiences with the legal and justice system. You weren't there, Judge Kranek, in anything. No meetings, no phone calls, visits, and still took my rights and oppressed harder. It is not his job to be there. I must now defend myself against you, praying that you do not care to, I don't know, label as others and relate further against me as a still proud citizen of the United States of America. Hallelujah. Freely. Exceedingly using my God-given right to still try and defend myself, to stand all the way up for you to remove my freedom altogether by alluring and appointing my by allowing and appropriating my stab wound, bloody body. What? Allowing and approving? Oh my gosh. Y'all, this is going to get bad. For allowing, and I guess, I don't know, my stab wounds, my bloody body part, my bruised bumps, I guess, bruises, and all the rest of the beatings I endured. I hope you can finally see and understand just some of the pain from the extreme difficulties, obstacles, and unfairness, especially in my due process. You have added in criminal case and life as an inmate, defendant, and client. All is forgiven. Approving. Thank you. All is forgiven.
Sarah Boone, this is GOD. We need to have a talk. I don't think you understand forgiveness, my child.
For detectives keeping Detective Coleswell and Lowen forgive their, oh gosh, here it gets wild, demonstration, lies, backstabbing, and I guess coercion, law breaking, socialization of my case before I even arrive at the corrections department to be booked and fingerprinted. Yeah, I finally got backstabbing. Okay, like, It's not like you're the Queen of England who went to jail, honey boo boo. They could give a rat's butt about you. Just like everybody else. They're there to do a job. That's to take care of stupid people doing stupid stuff and then paying the consequences. Not that everybody's stupid, but your decisions are stupid. This can be seen in my I can't read that worse. Interrogation video where I ask what they were doing, what all of the pinning was during. Okay, let me get it up here. Pinging was during their texting, whatever. Y'all. Urban interrogation. Thank you. We'll just call it that. Thank you. Well, I gotta shut the door. I can hear him more than I can read myself, and it's distracting. Go. Both of you. Sensei. Out. Go. I apologize, and I needed to stand up for a minute. Interrogation video where I asked what they were doing, what all of the pinging, I guess, is, was during their texting, whatever, swarm. Yeah, swarm. While I don't know, sit there waiting to be arrested, which they know that would happen the day before, for Copesville for bold-faced lying on the stand to the judge and court on the record. She didn't tell me to come to the station to pick up my phone. Why else would I go? I didn't even know about the surprise interrogation. Dude. Naively, is that what she was saying? Honey boo, they don't have to. They're doing their job. Mm-hmm. Too bad. Oh, shoot. I'm going to have to get off within the hour because we're coming about 12 hours and they cut me off. You'll still see me, but the recording stops. So I've got to hurry. I also forgive them for also lying about the news. Showed up to record my walk of shame, handcuffed and confused on camera. I forgive them for trying to make me lose from the beginning by starting the unquenchable wildfire of sensationalism and distortion, ignorant hate, defamation, and greed by the unlawfully broadcasting who they wanted the world to think I was by their schemes, learning lessons, and fraudulent strategies from the school of manipulation and taking advantage of how much they did make off of me and still are, for calling it in, for removing the curtain to expose their personally twisted murdering monster. Oh, boo. Also, for forgiveness for greater gold comes from wondering if they noted. Hold on, I'm going to turn my fan on. There we go. Noting variable in my defense was taken from my townhome, aka the crime scene, to aid in my truth, such as the butcher knife, five-prong garden claw, or hammer under the table together outside where George had easy access for use of it. I tried to leave or call for help while being held against my will during this rageful binger, or my bloody pillowcase stained from me being backhanded because I hid the magazine, magnum sized bottle of vodka from him. They weren't any. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm seeing your writing. We heard most of the sheets about the case. It's from letters in the, yeah. Coincidental photos taken of the holes, patched walls, and doors. Crime scene photos. She needs to learn to separate her words. Some doors were missing knobs and all locks George removed, cracked windows, broken furniture, obvious unnatural destruction in my townhome. How and why were those missed whatever about or not questioned so I could explain some of my terror? You could have gotten up on the witness stand and explained it. Oh, yeah, you did. Makes no difference. All is forgiven. Magnum size bottle. I guess she was trying to do magnum. What was that? Oh God, what was the phrase for mega size? Mega size. Mega pint? Mega pint of wine? Was that what she was trying to get to? Makes no difference. All is forgiven. Prosecutors, Mr. J and Mr. Catone, whatever. My forgiveness is also extended for your inappropriate attributed I have no idea. For having to go through years of my pictures, videos, texts, and enormously and erroneously piece them together. Your deceitful, damning version of what really happened and who I am. After so much available for long, you were finally able to make the circle fit into a square. Okay. Exactly, Holly Moore. I was trying to say Haley Mouse. You're right, Holly. You're right. She was hiding it from him. I forgive your antics, theatrics, your ludicrous comments to make sure the world got their money's worth while watching with ignorant pitchforks and burning torches, hoping for the best from you, which is my worst. Instead of dropping the mic, Mr. J, you dropped the bat. What the hell is this? What? Ma'am. For the yelling, finger pointing, intensive underline something to force your theories and fantasies on the jury by using imaginary space and ventures and fictitious characters to bind and embezzle them with your far, far, far from the truth. Are you kidding me? Who is she talking to here? I've lost my mind. Prosecutors, okay. In all of your pieced together productions, I forgive you most for never seeing the light in people, their human goodness, humor, and big hearts. You will wake up to see out of the opposite, to condemn and to take lives into your own way. Oh my God. I don't know why they didn't put her in a state hospital. And her therapist said she doesn't have any she's not narcissistic. I mean, come on, please. See the good that does exist in all of us inherently and unforced, even as the proud Mr. J stated, the kicked dog that bites. Mr. J, who kicked the dog in the first place? In my wisdom, it is usually best to leave a sleeping dog lie. Then you don't get bit. Oh my Lord, did she really go there? I have to keep wetting my lips because I'm getting dry. I mean, glossing my lips. Does she really go there? My gold. Okay, guys, from now on, when the crap gets deep and y'all hear me go, my gold, instead of my Lord, it's going to be my gold, goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks from the beginning. Oh, I got to do it this way.
My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks from the beginning, blind from injustice, malpractice in all of the judicial and whatever area. The very apparent violations of my constitutional rights during my case and entire trial, which caused mass confusion and dysfunction. She did threaten Mr. J. I forgive the jury, truly, for being weary from the confusion and dysfunction. Also, for being hungry, tired, and wanting to go home to their families after being away in a full capacity for 2 full weeks. I understand. From this and their brash, misguided, corrupt decision, I was wrongfully judged a murderer, instead a survivor. For this is forgiven. For this, I could still survive and stand tall, having an even greater, the greatest opportunity to finally be understood in the Supreme Court for my appeal.
I didn't lose. God just wanted me to go win a different way. Freedom and forgiveness. Y'all. Oh my gosh, y'all. Crazy woman. Oh, the crazy woman. In the end, I forgive myself from not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave. Okay, so we haven't hit 22. For not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally. I say this loosely, spiritually. For being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic V, and that the vicious cycle never ends. I had nothing to compare it to. I'd never been hit by a man before in my life. I was raised. Hitting a woman was the wrong thing and should never happen. No excuses. I'd love a sit down with her. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, my home, my car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since. There's not one word in this whole thing about the fact that somebody had died. I'm floored. I'm floored. Also, for all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in high and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time, I knew, if not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me so many times before. Oh, my Lord. I forgive myself. Hold on. Hey, love, good to see you live. Live, not alive. There we go. Oh my gosh. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster. And no matter how grotesque he may become,
I still love, hope, and forgive. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. George made me then. Now and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant piece of art from the cracks and the repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be.
yep. In all my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson, and I will forever be and will be forever a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak of him when alone on the rec yard, or speak to him alone on the rec. Okay, I miss his forgiveness and that he loves and he looks for me at the gate of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am endlessly, and that never stopped loving him in all of it. And still, when I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, she read in court, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughter and apologizing and asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that they feared my life, something could be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin fathom any of your grief and sadness. Forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him. Seeing my stab wound every day, especially if it truly reminds me all I really did live through. George haunts me. He's everywhere. I believe I do still love him. Oh gosh, I got to do it this way.
I believe I still do love him. I think of him, miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he's with me, understand that there's tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family the foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that and always I would never. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, George, to his family. Forgive me, Judge Granick. The entire planet. Forgive me. I accidentally and I graciously and humbly ask for consideration, for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment.
Oh, a reconciliation and restoration for all of us. My apologies is profound and ceaseless. Allow me, please, to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off my face, and fix the cuts in my skin as I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long. For the second chance, repentance and redemption to advocate for all DV's survivors, to help them overcome, heal, instill hope, always to make their voices heard, to confidently walk all of their scars, walk with all of their scars on the outside and inside, to help them not ever become a casualty of DV as many others, to stop the abuse, mistreatment before it's too late. There's always hope. You can survive. Are you kidding me? My soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this.
Would I be a darling mother? Celebrated woman of the year if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, friends have been because they did? I'm a survivor!
I'm a survivor. I can't take her seriously. Okay. This is what was read in Cincy. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fearless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 117. Well, that's what it does say. Y'all, we did it. Holy Moses. I got a few minutes left. We did it. We read it. I am not surprised, but kind of sort of flabbergasted. And I look like I've been through hell and back. Oh my gosh, why didn't you tell me? Well, it's been almost 12 hours live today. So what can I say? A few nights ago, I watched a video of an animal rescue farm, and one of the dogs was curled up in the corner the way George was. I can only imagine the way his family feels. Yes. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, everybody, for sticking. I know a lot of people had to go. It's family time. It's nighttime. I get it. It's 8:00. I can't believe I've been live for 12 hours almost. It's been a day. Oh my gosh, I got to do it. I got to do it, y'all. You ready?
We had a good day. It was a good day. We had a
Haley Mounts, that was hard to read. Well, it's too late. I didn't see your note there. It really is good practice. I'm sorry if it was bothersome to you guys, but next time I'll have y'all read. You've got to be able to come on with, you don't have to have your face, but you do got to have your microphone on. I'm still on Verdict Watch. I'm not going to quit. No, and they're still going. So I'm not going to quit until they come in with a verdict. But what I'm going to have to do is end this live and start another live. Oh, thank you, 80s man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, it's one of those things, y'all, that you just kind of go, what? All right, your favorite part. Y'all, let's have some fun. Your favorite quote from her. Please tell me. What is your favorite quote? I'm kind of flabbergasted at some of the stuff that she said. But when she attacked the judge, I was like, what? I'm like, are you kidding? I'm like, oh, that's not what I meant to do. I don't know. She is a very sick woman. She's a very, very sick woman, and I feel really sorry for everybody that has to deal with that woman. I really, really do, because that woman is insane. 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 Give me just a quick second. I gotta find it. Where is it? Oh, I need to do that too. She is a murderer, and she's horrendous. And I thought out of all of the out of all, let me say that again, all of the judges I've ever seen, Kranick did the best anyone could ever have hoped for. And I'm going to be sending him a little award that says best judge of the year from our YouTube channel. I really, really, really want to, I need to edit this. I really want to send that to him. I really do, because he had more patience with her than I have ever seen with any judge ever. And the fact that so many lawyers went through the pikes, I mean, come on, y'all. She is a nasty piece of work. And the sad thing is she's not going to get the help she needs in prison. She's not. She's not. No one's going to want to help her. No one's going to help her. No one's going to help her. Life sucks for her. All right. I'm going to enter into the studio. What we're going to do is I'm rearranging my pages. Sorry for that. And y'all should be catapulted into the new video. And I can't get my bangs to go right. I must have slept on my hair wrong last night. I must have. So anyway, give me a split second. Get this starting. So I want to say thank you guys so much for joining me. It has been a fabulously long day, but I'm still here. We're still watching for the verdict. Please join me. We're going to talk a little more about Sarah Boone, maybe finish up the other case. We're going to be doing some stuff. And I know that y'all have families, and I understand if you have to go, but hang out with me a little longer. The night is young. We'll see you in a minute. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.